racial justice. And as you may recall, George Floyd, he was 46 years old at the time, and he was in police custody last summer when then Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin pressed his knee into Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes. And during that encounter, Floyd was handcuffed at the time. I'm told that court is about to resume. Let's take a listen in.
And just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nelson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I actually just have one follow-up or final question for you. When you were on the scene on May 25th of 2020, did you show any identifying yourself as a Minneapolis firefighter?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
You redirect.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just as a real quick follow-up to that point, did you have any ID with you at that point in time?
No, sir.
You were not on duty?
No, sir.
Okay. You were asked about seeing the fluid running down the street there, and you considered whether it might be bodily fluids from Mr. Floyd, correct?
Correct.
If you knew that it wasn't bodily fluid from Mr. Floyd, would it have changed your assessment of his medical needs at that point in time?
No, sir. It's just something I noticed.
And your assessment of his medical condition at that time, did you believe he needed immediate medical attention?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about whether you could hear the officers talking. Did the officers ever, let me be more specific, other than Officer Tao, who you told us you spoke directly to, did the other 3 officers talk to you at all?
Not that I remember.
Did any of the officers tell you, hey, we've got an ambulance coming?
Not that I remember.
Did any of the officers tell you, hey, we got the fire department coming?
No.
You were asked a little bit about what you thought would be the typical response time for the fire department, because that's who you work for, correct?
Correct.
You were being asked about something you really don't know about in terms of the fire department's response in this case.
Correct.
And you don't know anything about who called the ambulance or who called fire for this particular case.
Correct.
So the answers that you were giving, Mr. Nelson, were just sort of typical case.
Correct.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state would call Christopher Martin to the stand.
Come on up here, sir. And if you just stand there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. And we have various barriers and masks on, but we would ask if you're comfortable with doing so to take your mask off for testimony.
That's fine.
And if you could pull up a little bit to the microphone to make sure we can hear you. And we're going to test that out by having you state your full name and spell each of your names.
Christopher Martin, CHRISTOPHER. Last name Martin, MARTIN.
Ms. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Martin, how old are you?
19.
And can you tell the jurors where you live? You don't have to give us your address, but just generally where you live.
In Bloomington, Minnesota.
Okay. And taking you back to May 25th of 2020, last year, where were you living at that time?
I was living above Cup Foods in the apartments on 38th Street, or Chicago.
Okay. And how long at that time had you been living there?
About 4 months.
And who did you live there with?
My mom and my sister.
So fair to say you were pretty familiar with the area of 38th in Chicago.
Yes.
And on that date, were you in school at the time?
No.
Okay. Did you go on to do some schooling after that?
No, I usually do school in the morning.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
So I went to my mentor's office, which is downtown Minneapolis, and I would do my school online, and then I would take the bus home.
And did you also have a job? Were you working at the time?
Yes, I worked at Cup Foods.
And was that a full-time, part-time?
It was a full-time job.
And so what kind of shifts did you pull there?
I usually work every day except for Wednesday and Sundays, 3 to 8 p.m. or close.
And so what kinds of things did you do at Cup Foods?
So I was a cashier, so I would either work in tobacco if someone would come in, or I could help, like if people wanted to buy things from the deli, then I would help them with that, or just like various snacks.
And so on May 25th of 2020, how long had you been working at Cup Foods by that day?
Probably about 2 months.
And can you just describe for the jurors, what is Cup Foods? What all can customers get there?
So there's actually a deli there, so you can order food. You can get wing combos, Italian beef, sandwiches. There's groceries there, there's toiletries there, and there's tobacco products there, and also there's phone products there as well. So.
And what do you mean by phone products?
So you could actually go, it's Metro PCS, I think. You can buy a phone, set up a plan, and it should be smooth.
Do they also, or does Cup Foods, did they have people that could fix and repair phones? And
Yes.
computers? So they did a lot there at Cup Foods.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And didn't I promise you I would tell you to
did.
fix that? Yeah. And so fairly busy store in May of 2020?
Yes.
Get a lot of customers?
Yes.
So the part that sold tobacco, was that separated from the rest of the store somehow?
Yes. So when you first walk in, there's a door. There's a door to your left. If you open that door, that's where you go in and you can get food or snacks or toiletries, as I explained. Or if you go to the right door, or kind of just straight in front of you, that's where the tobacco is.
So is the tobacco part sectioned off from the
Yes.
rest of the store?
Basically.
And so you would work both places, the tobacco area and the regular?
Yes.
And so going to May 25th of 2020, were you working on that day?
Yes.
And that's the date that the incident occurred that brings you to court today, correct?
Yes.
Was your shift 3 to 8 that day?
Yes. 3 to close, yeah.
So the store closed at 8?
Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. And So when you are working, well, let's look at that day. Generally, how many coworkers did you have working with you that day?
About 4 to 5 with at least one manager present.
And so let's go to approximately 7:45 p.m. You were working. Did you have a customer came into the store that you know now is Mr. Floyd?
Yes,
Did you know him before he came into the store?
I did not.
Had you ever seen him before in the store?
No.
And what was it about him that sort of gave you notice?
Probably just his size. I could tell that he was big, so I noticed. Other than that, I just saw him as another customer that was coming into the
So
store.
you said it was his size.
Yeah.
He's a tall guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry
And
about that.
yeah, did you actually interact with him in the store?
I did have one conversation with him.
And just not what was said, but what was the conversation generally about?
It was about, I asked him if he played football, or no, I asked him if he played baseball, and he said he played football.
And when you were, communicating with him, can you describe for the jurors, generally what his demeanor was like? What was his condition like?
So when I had asked him if he played baseball, he went on to respond to that, but it kind of took him a little long to get to what he was trying to say, so it would appear that he was high.
So you just had some signs that you thought he was under the influence of something?
Yes.
All right. But were you able to carry on at least some conversation with him?
Yes.
And did you eventually sell him something?
Yes.
And that was what?
The cigarettes.
And that was sort of later after he was in the store?
That was later on.
Yeah,
The conversation that we had, he didn't purchase anything.
right. But later when he purchased things from you, you were able to understand what he was buying?
Yes.
When he was in the store, well, I was going to ask you for how long he was in the store. Was it a quick time or was he in there for a little bit?
He was in there for a little bit. I think he came in to make some repairs on his phone, so he might have had to wait in line, and then
And well, let me ask it this way. At Cup Foods, you're aware that there are security cameras inside, correct?
yes,
And one of those security cameras is in the back of the store and faces towards the front, correct?
yes,
And that will capture the employees and the counter where the cashiers are, correct?
yes,
And prior to coming into court, we showed you a video or a couple videos of the time that Mr. Floyd was in the store.
yes,
And that is, well, when you saw that, did you recognize that as a fair and accurate representation of the time that he was in the store?
yes.
Now, I'm going to offer Exhibit 29.
29 is received.
Okay, and then, Mr. Martin, we're going to play that for you now. And there is no audio on this, correct? It's just video. Is that right?
Yes.
And so we're just going to sit and watch it, and then I'll have some questions after the video shows, okay? Now, I'm going to pause this just for a moment right here, okay? Well, let's see if it can you click forward just a few more frames, please? Let's just keep going here for a little bit. All right, stop it right there, please. Thank you. Now, a couple things, and just for the record, the timestamp on the video currently is 7:34:57. But, Mr. Martin, you don't know if that timestamp as the actual correct time that this was being taken, do you?
I do not.
And there'll be ways that we can deal with that later, but you're not, well, I think you've answered my question. So if you would, in this photograph, describe for the jurors, kind of what we're seeing here in the layout of the store. And one of the things I want to let you know is in front of you, there should be a stylus like this, okay? And if you take it and see how you can draw right on the screen? So if you would, as you're just telling the jurors kind of the layout of the store, maybe just mark the screen when you're talking about the different areas of the store, okay?
Okay. So when you enter here, the next door will be right here. This is where tobacco is. So that's kind of how it's closed off. And then if you take a left here, there's a door here, and then these are all the snacks. This is where the deli is located, kind of like tucked off here. Right here is just kind of like my manager's space, usually where they are, kind of watching to see who comes in and out. And then back here, you can't really see it, but that's usually where most of the people are that can help you with your phone. And then right here in the front is just mainly where I sit all day when I work cashier.
All right. And then, Your Honor, I think you can clear the screen in one fell swoop, right? Please? Thank you. And so when we're looking, I'm going to have you identify this individual here.
George Floyd?
Okay, that's Mr. Floyd, who you'd had the conversation with?
Correct.
All right. And then this individual right in here, who's that?
That's me?
All right. And then these other three individuals are coworkers?
Yes.
All right. And so is this the area, when you're cashiering that you work?
Yes.
Except when it's tobacco and that's over back here?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and then we can let it run. I'm going to pause right here for another moment, please. I see there's an individual sitting here.
Yes.
You don't have to give us his name, but is he a coworker as well?
Yes.
All right. And so it looks like even just in this frame, at least 4 coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Now, would there be a manager on duty at this time as well?
Yes.
And where would the manager be?
He would be tucked off here in the corner of the store. So it's just like right in the corner. Usually behind his computer working, and then when people needed help, he would pop out and help.
Okay. All right, then let's continue. Thank you. I'm going to stop right here for a moment, please. Mr. Martin, do you see where you are? And just for the record, we stopped at 73728. Do you see where you are in the store right now?
Yes.
And what's that location?
The tobacco section of the store.
So that's where you go to sell cigarettes to people
Yes.
and other tobacco products, I suppose.
Yes.
All right. And then we can continue, please. And while we're watching this, Mr. Martin, can you tell us, looks like windows on the far wall, correct?
Yes.
And what street is outside of those windows?
38.
Is that actually Chicago
Oh,
outside?
Chicago, sorry. Were you talking about the ones in front?
Right.
Yes.
The one where the bus is right now.
Yes. That's 38. Sorry about that.
Well, is that actually Chicago out in front of the store?
Yes, sorry, Chicago.
Okay. I'm going to stop you here if we could, please. And for the record, this is at 7:39:09. We see an individual has just walked into the frame, correct? This individual here?
Yes.
And again, you don't have to give us his name, but who is that?
That is the manager.
Okay. So he has come out from the manager area of the store?
Yes.
All right. We can continue then, please. Now, if we could pause here for a moment, please. And again, for the record, this is 7:39:28. We see that Mr. Floyd has sort of walked off the screen, correct?
Yes.
And so what area of the store is that where he has walked to?
The cell phone area.
All right. And then if we can continue. Mr. Martin, then at some point, does Mr. Floyd make his way to the tobacco counter to make a purchase with you?
Yes.
All right. So we'll see that coming up here in a minute or two. Mr. Martin, let me pause this right here. For the record, 7:44:36. We see now you standing at the cashier area and seems to be speaking with Mr. Floyd, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to understand the conversation with him at that point?
Yes.
And okay, so let's keep rolling then, please. Now let's stop here for the record at 7:44:49. Where are you now with Mr. Floyd?
In the tobacco section of the store.
And did you in fact sell him something there?
I did
Do you recall what it was that you sold to him?
a pack of cigarettes.
All right. We saw you reach over to your left. Is that where the cigarettes are stored?
Yes.
And so had he already told you at that point what he wanted?
Yes.
And so you didn't have any difficulty understanding what he wanted to buy from you?
No.
And then did you complete that transaction?
Yes.
And after that, what did Mr. Floyd do?
He then went back outside to his vehicle.
All right. So we'll let this run then to its end. Now, if I'm going to freeze it here, I'm sorry, I said I was going to let it run, but we saw you holding something up. Can you describe, and again for the record, this is 7:45:10, describe for the jurors what you were doing there.
I was holding up the $20 bill that I just received.
And is that something you always do or something about this?
No, when I saw the bill, I noticed that it had a blue pigment to it, kind of how a $100 bill will have. And I found that odd, so I assumed that it was fake.
Okay. But Mr. Floyd is still there, correct?
Yes.
And you completed the transaction?
Yes.
All right. And then upon doing that, did he leave the store?
Yes.
All right, so now let's let that run, please. So after you looked at the bill, though, he didn't leave immediately, did he?
No.
All right, so that is the end of Exhibit 29. I believe the time there is 7:45:51. correct? Well, I'm asking you, but you saw that on the timestamp on there.
Correct.
So we could look at other video to determine if that time is correct. But that's the time he left the store on this video.
Yes.
All right. After he left, did you look at the bill again?
I did.
All right. At the time that you were working on May 25th of 2020, what was the store policy about cashiers accepting $20 bills?
The policy was that if you took a counterfeit bill, you would have to pay for it out of your money or your paycheck.
It gives you an incentive to be careful about what you take.
Yes.
All right. So did you think that bill might not be legitimate?
I did.
So what did you decide to do?
I took it anyways, and I was planning to just put it on my tab until I second guessed myself. And as you can see in the video, I kept examining it, and then I eventually told my manager.
All right. And when you told your manager, what happened next? What were you told to do?
He told us to go out to the vehicle and to ask him to come inside to discuss what just happened.
And when you say vehicle, what are you referring to?
The car or the SUV, I think, that George Floyd was in.
How did you know that?
I could see it from where I was standing in tobacco from the store.
So we know from the video that those windows we could see where that bus was, that's actually Chicago, correct?
Yes.
38th runs along the backside of that store.
Yes.
Is there a way to look then out onto 38th from the store?
Yes.
And I guess what I'm questioning is, how did you know he was in that vehicle?
I watched him walk to it.
Pretty good way to know. And so you saw him go out to that vehicle after he made this purchase.
Yes.
All right. And so your manager, what were your instructions?
Just to go out to the vehicle and ask him to come inside to talk to the manager.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes.
All right. When you went out there, let me ask you this. How many times did you go out there?
Twice.
So let's talk about the first time that you went out there. Did you go by yourself or with some other people?
The first time I went with one other person.
All right. And you are aware that there is a security video on the restaurant across the street, correct?
Yes.
That's the Dragon Walk was the restaurant?
Yes.
And prior to coming to court, we showed you some security video that captured you and other employees going out to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And that also shows, we also use some of the footage from inside the store to show when you guys leave the store to go out there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And having reviewed that video, does it all fairly and accurately depict the times that you and other employees went out to the SUV about the bill?
Yes.
And we are going to offer Exhibit 31.
Any objection? No objection. 31 is received.
And again, Mr. Martin.
Okay. We're going to hold on.
Let's just take a quick stretch break. Why don't we take 5 minutes?
All right, so once again, just want to say thank you for being here with us on NewsNOW from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. We've been listening in live to the Derek Chauvin trial out of Minneapolis, and today is day number 3 of this trial. Again, on Monday is when we saw the opening statements from both the prosecution and the defense. Prosecution really leaning into that video that they played right away for the jury. Let's go ahead into some of our coverage thanks to our friends at Fox 9 Minneapolis.
Testimony from Genevieve Hansen, the off-duty firefighter who was a witness to the death of George Floyd. And then it moved on to the state's second witness, a young man by the name of Christopher Martin. He's 19 years old. He used to work at the Cup Foods, and he actually had some interaction with George Floyd. And this is actually our first time really seeing some of the events unfold prior to George Floyd's death. I want to bring in Rachel Paulos, professor at the University of St. Thomas School of Law. Rachel, what did you make of seeing that surveillance video from inside Cup Foods?
Well, this is a basic piece of foundational evidence, and it helps tell the story to the jury of how this whole incident began. I think many people will be distressed, again, by seeing the image of a living, smiling, laughing George Floyd walking about the store freely when his life is about to end in a matter of minutes here. I do think that the main purpose of having Mr. Martin on, in addition to just establishing the relationship and the importance of Cup Foods, is to front an issue that the state regards as a problem.
And as I mentioned, just seeing that video of George Floyd prior to his death, I think it shows jurors a different side to this case in the way that you described. Also, Martin went into detail about a conversation that he had with Floyd when Floyd walked into Cup Foods. And George Floyd, he was actually inside the store, it looked like, for quite a while, at least 15 minutes. But Martin said he asked Floyd, did you play baseball or do you play baseball? And Floyd responded. Martin said it took Floyd a while to respond, but eventually said, no, I played football. And Martin also said that, it appeared that Floyd was under the influence of some sort of substance.
So this is significant for two reasons. One, the state wants to show that even if Mr. Floyd had some narcotics in his system, that he was perfectly well able to function, to have a conversation, to walk about freely, and to otherwise interact with people. And so he wasn't wildly incapacitated, as the defense seems to suggest. And this is...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say this is important because, remember, a key issue here is cause of death. And so the state wants to show that Mr. Floyd was not completely incapacitated. But at the same time, they also want to acknowledge that narcotics played some role in Mr. Floyd's actions or reactions that day. And what you don't want as the government is to have the defense bring up an issue for the first time and claim somehow that the government is hiding that unfairly from the jury. So you front that for the jury and you present it in a way that you think is most accurate from the state's perspective.
And in the surveillance videos where that alleged $20 counterfeit bill comes into play, Martin's describing that Floyd used that money to purchase a pack of cigarettes. He said he kind of questioned the pigment. It didn't look quite right, but he followed through with that transaction. And apparently a part of the employee policy there is that if someone accepts a counterfeit bill, it comes out of their paycheck. So Martin went into detail about basically he looked at it again, and then finally brought it to store manager, and then actually went and left the store and approached Floyd. It sounds like
they're back.
Court's back in session. We'll check back in with you soon, Rachel.
And do want to just say thanks again for being here with us on NewsNOW from Fox. We appreciate all of our viewers, and we will continue to have you fully covered here on the trial of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd right here for you. Gavel to gavel, we have nonstop coverage. And just a reminder, on the witness stand right now is a former employee of the Cup Foods where George Floyd's video.
All right, it sounds like
they're
not quite ready yet in court, so we're going to go back to Rachel Paulos. And what I was mentioning earlier, Rachel, was about that $20 counterfeit bill. It all is coming into play now. What is the significance of seeing that transaction now on tape and seeing it for ourselves?
Right. Well, again, this tells part of the story of how this began. This was not a violent felony. Mr. Floyd was not in the act of murdering someone or kidnapping a child or doing something that endangered life or health. At worst, if the allegations are true, he presented a counterfeit bill. And so this presents context for how the incident began. And I think it also presents a more sympathetic light for the young man who was involved in this, who I'm sure feels tremendous guilt and remorse. I think he's one of the voices that you can hear on the videotape afterwards saying, something to the effect of, I didn't want this to happen, as the police are sitting on George Floyd's neck and sitting atop his body, and he's clearly distressed by what happens afterwards.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to backtrack a little bit. We had Genevieve Hansen. We heard from her. The cross-examination was really, really brief. It only lasted a few minutes. But defense attorney Eric Nelson, he asked if she showed her ID showing or stating that she was a firefighter during the incident with George Floyd, and she said no. What point do you think he was trying to make there?
Well, I think he was trying to validate the officer's repeated questioning of her authority. I'm not sure that that was terribly effective, given that the state came back and pointed out she didn't have identification with her, and she repeatedly pointed out that she was off duty. And so the condescending way in which the officer spoke to her on the scene, first challenging whether she was who she said she was, a firefighter, and then claiming that even if she was, the most important thing for her to recognize was to step back and let the men handle the job, that she needed to refrain from rendering life-saving assistance. They're trying to put that in context. As I say, I think the jury may have a different read on that, as will many people whose credentials have been challenged without an official ID.
And yesterday, during the trial, defense attorney Eric Nelson, his cross-examination was very brief with some of the minors. Some of them he didn't speak to at all. I imagine with Christopher Merton, a 19-year-old young man on the stand, he's going to have a lot of questions for him.
Well, he did front that, he did preview that in his opening statement, and he talked about a number of the state's witnesses whose testimony he thought was important to Chauvin's case, to Mr. Chauvin's case. And so we do know that he will try to get more background on the store policy and why retrieving the bill was important, why the young man called the police, and so forth, in an attempt again to frame Mr. Chauvin's narrative of what happened here.
Anything else that you took away from that surveillance video inside Cup Foods?
Well, it's just very painful to watch in light of what we know happened next. But I do think it's a reminder that in many neighborhoods around the country, these stores are where life happens for communities. And so you can see a lot of life and activity in these places. And I think it reminds me again of the importance of small business in America and part of the tragedy of what happened with the unrest in the wake of the killing of Mr. Floyd.
All right. Thank you so much, Rachel. And again, we are in the midst of a break here in court. Proceedings started around 9:30. Let's check in with Fox 9's Hannah Flood. Hannah, the public seeing this surveillance video inside Cup Foods for the very first time. What did you think?
Well, we had seen just a little bit of video inside Cup Foods right at the beginning of some police body cam video from officers Lane and King, who first responded to this. So like you and Rachel said, this is the first time we were really in there. I think we can play a portion of that video for you. It shows him kind of, walking around the store. As Rachel mentioned, this is where life happens in a lot of neighborhoods in Minneapolis. Your corner store where you can go, at this store, you can go get something to eat. You can go to the deli. You can go to the cell phone area. I think at some point we see George Floyd talking to someone inside the store that maybe he knows. So it was interesting to just kind of see how all of this played out in the moments before those videos that now we've all seen and that we're familiar with. So this kind of was fascinating to watch, and we're learning about how all of this really sparked, how all of this really started. We know this was all started from an alleged fake $20 bill, but that was really video that we hadn't ever seen before. We hadn't ever seen exactly what happened that prompted the police to be called on George Floyd. So it's been really interesting listening to this testimony and seeing kind of these moments before the moments that we've all seen on camera. So as you mentioned, Christopher Martin, he is an employee at the store. He said he'd been working there for about 2 months when this happened. And he also lives above the store, he said. So I just want to talk about now, we're talking to Christopher Martin right now. We're expecting more witnesses later today. Talk about some of the witnesses that we might see coming up. We have this list of, they're called witnesses or civilians who are on the scene. And that's who we've really heard from these last couple of days. That includes Genevieve Hansen. That includes Darnella Frazier, the other minors. Also includes Donald Williams, that MMA fighter who just happened to be going to Cup Foods on May 25th. And that list of those civilian witnesses, it's over 24 people. And again, as Rachel mentioned, the state puts out all of these potential witnesses. They've put out about 400 of them. We don't expect to hear from every one of them. So I do think it's interesting now to consider the people that we are hearing for. It's for a reason. The state is trying to build this story, create this narrative. And in putting Christopher Martin on the stand, as Rachel mentioned, it's kind of to learn what was George Floyd's demeanor like, what was his attitude like, what was he doing before police were called. So that's what we're hearing. Christopher Martin describes that he had a very brief conversation with him about, hey, do you play football? Do you play basketball or baseball? And getting an answer from him. I want to go over a couple of the other categories that are on this list who we could be hearing from in the coming weeks. It includes BCA agents. There's about 24 BCA agents listed here. Of course, BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, is the entity that is called in to investigate when a police department is involved in a killing. It's so that you can kind of get an outside perspective in there, an outside group doing an investigation. Then we have the list of Minneapolis Police Department officers or employees. That list also about 24 people, maybe even more. Who's not on this list are the other 3 officers that were involved in this incident. We already know that they are not expected to take the stand in this trial. We also have a list of federal employees who could be speaking on the stand. We've heard a couple of times witnesses talking about they've been questioned by the FBI as part of this investigation. So that could be some folks we could see called to the stand. We also have a list of medical personnel or HCMC personnel who could be called. And then we have a list of Minneapolis Fire Department personnel that does not include Genevieve Hansen, again, because she was off duty at the time she came upon 38th in Chicago. We have 2 people listed as Minneapolis Park Police personnel. And if you've been following the story and seen some of the video, you know that a Minneapolis Park Police car actually ends up on the corner of 38th and Chicago when all of this is happening. Also includes our 911 emergency dispatch person. That was Jenna Scurry, who testified on Monday about taking that 911 call and about watching that security camera video play out as it was happening. We also have a few people from the Hennepin County Attorney's Office on this list. And this list also includes defense experts as well. And this is something in motions before court. We've heard a lot about what kind of experts are going to be allowed on the stand. And then when it gets really into the nitty-gritty of court rules, there are rules on how far those experts will be able to go, how much they'll be able to comment on, because they're really not allowed to go outside their area of expertise. And we've kind of seen these court rules played out a little bit, right? You remember yesterday, Genevieve Hansen kind of getting a talking to by the judge, saying that she needs to limit her answers to the questions that she's being asked. And we also saw that with witness Donald Williams, of being told he has to just answer the question and leave it at that. And, when we're talking about a case with so much emotion, I think it has been somewhat difficult for some of these witnesses up here to kind of leave their emotions out of it, to answer these questions just yes or no. So it's fascinating to see this questioning continue, and we're expected to pick back up with Christopher Martin, this employee at Cup Foods, here after this break.
Yeah, very important testimony. Thank you so much, Hannah. And we want to loop Rachel Paulos back in, professor at the University of St. Thomas School of Law. We were anticipating a break at 10:40, but clearly this is a trial. They could happen at any moment. But considering that we had just gotten started, or the court had just gotten in session at 9:30, are you surprised to see that there was a break taken so soon?
This is life, and this is why trials are extremely stressful for everyone involved. When I was in trial, I did not eat, I did not sleep, and your life just sort of revolves around that. So this is what we should expect to see for weeks to come. I do think it's important when we talk about framing and thinking about context here, part of this video that we're going to continue to see is to understand what were the police called to, because law enforcement do have a difficult job, and we ask them to make hard decisions every day. And I had the privilege of working with hundreds, if not thousands, of very good law enforcement officers during my almost 15 years in the government. The part of the reason when we think about context that it is so hard to win trials where a police officer is the defendant is because of that context. And often in those contexts, you see you have situations with violent criminals who are fleeing arrest, who are actively resisting restraint or fighting back against police, threatening them with a weapon, or where a violent crime is in progress. So I think the question for the viewers and for the jurors as they're watching this video from inside the store is that the context that you see in that store? Or do you see a man quietly going about his business and purchasing a pack of cigarettes and having a cordial conversation with the clerk?
Mm-hmm. And when we look at the charges, let's take a look at those for a second. As it pertains to the criminal charges, Derek Chauvin is facing second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter. Can you go into detail about these charges for us? What does it all come down to?
Sure. So second-degree murder, why that's important here is because it can also be called felony murder, where a person commits a felony and murder results. And the reason that's really interesting in this case is because the state is alleging there was an underlying felony of assault, and that Derek Chauvin's actions in placing his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds constituted an assault. So that assault resulted in a murder. And in second-degree murder, what the state needs to prove is that there is an intentional assault or an intentional felony, but an unintentional murder. And so this is important because to the extent the defense is arguing that Chauvin did not have a state of mind for murder, it doesn't matter as to second-degree murder. All the state needs to show is intent on the felony, on this assault. And part of what the state is going to do with this charge, which I think is the most important charge, is to break down the timeline and say that even if force was needed at a certain point in this encounter between the police and Mr. Floyd, there also the force became excessive, particularly after Mr. Floyd became non-responsive, after he was handcuffed with his hands behind his back, after he had 4 grown men on top of him, after his pulse stopped, and law enforcement even confirmed that his pulse stopped, after he stopped breathing, as was evident to all of the onlookers. And so the timeline of what the officers chose to do, because force is always measured against what's necessary in a situation that can evolve over time, that timeline is going to be important. The third-degree murder charge, if you'd like me to talk about that.
Oh yeah, please continue.
Okay. Is interesting because we've had this fight in Minnesota about what does third-degree murder mean, and we're a little bit off the ranch here in terms of what other states are doing. Because in Minnesota, we have defined third-degree murder as being directed generally towards a crowd and not towards one individual in person. And so the defense's theory before trial was that Derek Chauvin's actions were directed towards Mr. Floyd in particular and not to the crowd in general. Now, I think that they have actually opened themselves up to vulnerability on this with this new line suggesting that somehow Derek Chauvin had to fend off an angry mob of people. Now, we know what mobs look like in Minneapolis. And again, I would ask your viewers to ask themselves, when you see this tape, do you see an angry mob of raving lunatics, or do you see, again, concerned citizens pleading for a man's life? But that ultimately is one of the harder counts here, just because ultimately this question of what third-degree murder is going to have to be settled by the Minnesota Supreme Court, and so we're walking into a situation where we might not know the precise contours of the charge. And so finally, involuntary manslaughter, which is the third charge Derek Chauvin is charged with, is basically culpable negligence. And so the language that we use in the law is unreasonable risk that causes death or great bodily harm. And so the notion here is the state will try to prove that even if Derek Chauvin didn't show malice or premeditation, that he was so grossly negligent that his actions in kneeling on Mr. Floyd's neck for over 9 minutes created the risk of either great bodily harm or death. So you have the situation in state court where a jury has 3 different charges to pick from, and they can pick one, or they can pick 2, or they can pick all 3. Although some of those theories don't fit comfortably with each other, the state has given the jury, in this case, 3 different options, as well, of course, as the option of acquittal.
All right. Thank you so much, Rachel, for weighing in, and we'll definitely be in touch. We want to get now to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who has some breaking news for us. Paul, what can you tell us?
Hey, BC, do you hear me okay from the media center?
Yes.
Okay, let me go ahead. And obviously, this is some breaking news into our newsroom from a pool reporter who's in the courtroom, right? They took this sudden break at 10:07. Basically, our pool reporter is reporting juror 7, and they've renumbered the jurors, so we can't necessarily identify them based on our previous lineup of jurors seated. But juror number 7, the juror sitting closest to the wall, she stands up, waves her hand, gesturing towards the door. This reporter reads it, perhaps needing a bathroom break. Not clear, but she seemed flushed, perhaps ill. She appeared to be fanning herself. A break is then called. That's why the sudden break from Judge Cahill, and she exits quickly. So an illness apparently on this jury. So this is going to create perhaps much more. Well, it already has. Than a 5-minute break. This will be something we will have to monitor here. But a juror apparently feeling ill, certainly as it's described from our pool reporter, needing air, needing a break. And that's when Judge Cahill, obviously his attention was caught. And that's why the testimony of Christopher Martin was so quickly stopped and halted. So this will be worth monitoring. Let's keep in mind, we do have 2 alternate jurors. I don't want to say we're going to dismiss a juror today, but how long will this juror be given to get well and to come back into this courtroom? It has been a couple of, let's be frank, grueling days of emotional, intense testimony. The video playing today, I mean, we have no idea if this is a physical illness or what, but you think about as we watch George Floyd alive, it's impactful. He's walking around because we've now seen what happens at the end of his life, being kneeled upon, taking his final breaths, gasping for air, begging for his mother, dying, his late mom, dying on the streets of South Minneapolis. Today we see him alive, joking around, kind of screwing around with some people in the inside Cup Foods during Christopher Martin's testimony as we watch this compelling surveillance video from the store. But now a juror has taken ill, apparently. And we will just have to monitor this situation from the courtroom. But again, one of the reasons why Judge Cahill wanted to go with at least 2 alternates, COVID limiting him. He did say he'd love to have included 15 jurors, three alternates, 15 jurors. But again, I think we're going to have to wait and see what we get out of the courtroom this morning, BC. But certainly a significant development today with what might be an illness on the jury.
All right, Paul, thank you so much for that update. Much appreciated. And we started day 3 of the trial hearing again from Genevieve Hansen, the off-duty firefighter who was a witness to George Floyd's death, and following her, 19-year-old Christopher Martin. He was an employee at Cup Foods. He also said that he lived above Cup Foods, but this was an opportunity for the jury to look at surveillance video from inside Cup Foods, the minutes before George Floyd's death. And I'm told that we have some of that testimony and that video on tap. If so, let's get to it.
And prior to coming into court, we showed you a video or a couple videos of the time that Mr. Floyd was in the store.
Yes.
And that is, well, when you saw that, did you recognize that as a fair and accurate representation of the time that he was in the store?
Yes.
I'm going to offer Exhibit 29.
No objection.
29 is received.
Okay, and then Mr. Martin, we're going to play that for you now, and there is no audio on this, correct? It's just video. Is that right?
Yes.
And so we're just going to sit and watch it, and then I'll have some questions after the video shows, okay? Now, I'm going to pause this just for a moment right here, okay? Well, let's see if it can you click forward just a few more frames, please? Let's just keep going here for a little bit. All right, stop it right there, please. Thank you. Now, a couple things, and just for the record, the timestamp on the video currently is 7:34:57. But Mr. Martin, you don't know if that timestamp is the actual correct time that this was being taken, do you?
I do not.
All right. And there'll be ways that we can deal with that later, but you're not, well, I think you've answered my question. So if you would, in this photograph, describe for the jurors, kind of what we're seeing here in the layout of the store. And one of the things I want to let you know is in front of you, there should be a stylus like this, okay? And if you take it and see how you can draw right on the screen? So if you would, as you're just telling the jurors kind of the layout of the store, maybe just mark the screen when you're talking about the different areas of the store, okay?
Okay. So when you enter here, the next door will be right here. This is where tobacco is. So that's kind of how it's closed off. And then if you take a left here, there's a door here, and then these are all the snacks. This is where the deli is located, kind of like tucked off here. Right here is just kind of like my manager's space, usually where they are, kind of watching to see who comes in and out. And then back here, you can't really see it, but that's usually where most of the people are that can help you with your phone. And then right here in the front is just mainly where I sit all day when I work cashier.
All right. And then, Your Honor, I think you can clear the screen in one fell swoop, right? Please? Thank you. And so when we're looking, I'm going to have you identify this individual here.
George Floyd.
Okay, that's Mr. Floyd, who you'd had the conversation with?
Correct.
All right. And then this individual right in here, who's that?
That's me.
All right. And then these other three individuals are coworkers?
Yes.
All right. And so is this the area, when you're cashiering that you work?
Yes.
All right. Except when it's tobacco and that's over back here?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and then we can let it run. I'm going to pause right here for another moment, please. I see there's an individual sitting here.
Yes.
You don't have to give us his name, but is he a coworker as well?
Yes.
All right. And so it looks like even just in this frame, at least 4 coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Now, would there be a manager on duty at this time as well?
Yes.
And where would the manager be?
He would be tucked off here in the corner of the store. So it's just like right in the corner. Usually behind his computer working, and then when people needed help, he would pop out and help.
Okay. All right, then let's continue. Thank you. I'm going to stop right here for a moment, please. Mr. Martin, do you see where you are? And just for the record, we stopped at 7:37:28. Do you see where you are in the store right now?
Yes.
And what's that location?
Oh, the tobacco section of the store.
So that's where you go to sell cigarettes to people
Yes.
and other tobacco products, I suppose.
Yes.
All right. And then we can continue, please. And while we're watching this, Mr. Martin, can you tell us, looks like windows on the far wall, correct?
Yes.
And what street is outside of those windows?
38.
Is that actually Chicago
Oh,
outside?
Chicago, sorry. Were you talking about the ones in front?
Right.
Yes.
The one where the bus is right now.
Yes. That's 38. Sorry about that.
Well, is that actually Chicago out in front of the store?
Yes, sorry, Chicago.
Okay.
All right, sir, just a reminder, you're still under oath. And I believe we were dealing with Exhibit 31.
Correct, Your Honor. And just for the record, if I did already offer Exhibit 31, I will, just for the record, re-offer Exhibit 31.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 31 is received. Do you wish for it to be published?
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Martin, what I'm going to do now is start playing Exhibit 31. And just like the previous video, at some points we'll just stop and I'll ask you some questions about it, all right?
Okay.
So for the record, this is starting at about 7:55, and I think 46 seconds roughly on the timestamp on the video, correct? And I'm going to pause it right here because the first part that we watched showed you and somebody walking out of the store, correct?
Yes.
And that portion of the video is from the security camera inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And so the person that you were walking out with, and again, you don't have to give us his name, but it was a coworker?
Yes.
All right. And so now we're looking at a separate camera angle from outside the store, correct?
Yes.
And this timestamp, obviously different than the previous one because this shows 2019-12, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize what area is depicted in this video as we're looking at it right now?
This is 38th Street and the side of Cup Foods.
And if you can, if you want to use the stylus too, just kind of point out, the door of Cup Foods and 38th in Chicago. So that's the door, correct?
Correct.
And then
Correct.
which street is 38th, just so we're clear? Okay. And Chicago then is the other street depicted, right?
Correct.
And is the counter where you sell the tobacco products visible in this image?
Correct.
And where is that? And so for the record, you've drawn a small line sort of on the window on the side of Cup Foods, right?
Correct.
And so when you told the jurors earlier that you were able to look out and see where Mr. Floyd went, did you use that window to look out and see that?
Correct.
All right. And so then let's, Your Honor, if you could clear the screen, please. Thank you. And then we will roll this video here for a little bit. Now I'm going to stop it here. And so can you tell the jurors then when you crossed the road and went to this vehicle, obviously the video shows you approaching the passenger side, correct?
Correct.
And why did you approach the passenger side?
Well, I didn't want to stand on the driver's seat side because that's where George was, but there's also oncoming traffic that I wouldn't be able to see, so I chose to go around.
Okay. Why didn't you want to go to the side where Mr. Floyd was?
Because of the oncoming traffic in the
So
street.
it wasn't about Mr. Floyd, it was the traffic.
Yes.
All right. And so we see you then here sort of behind your coworker. And tell us about then, did you have a conversation with the occupants of the car?
Sort of. I notified them that they needed to come back into the store and that the bill was fake and that my boss wanted to talk to them. To George, actually. Sorry, not to both of them, just to George.
And so when you approached the car from the passenger side, did you see how many people were in the car?
3.
And where were the 3 people in the car?
George was in the driver's seat. His friend was in the passenger seat, and there was a woman in the back seat in the middle, or possibly on the right back behind the passenger.
And so had you seen any of those individuals before that day?
No,
Had you seen them in the store earlier?
just the male.
And when you had this conversation at the vehicle, who were you talking to?
The person that George was with.
So the guy in the passenger seat, the front
Correct.
passenger? And did you make any observations at that time of Mr. Floyd?
Correct.
What did you see regarding Mr. Floyd?
He just seemed like he didn't want this to happen. Like he was just kind of like, why is it happening? Sort of a thing.
Did he seem awake?
Yes.
And did he talk to you at all?
Not really. He just kind of shook his head.
And the passenger in the front passenger seat, did he talk to you at all?
Correct.
And I want you to tell us what he said, but the end result, did they agree to come into the store?
No.
When you were there at the vehicle, who did you do most of the talking to?
The person in the passenger seat.
And did you think that you were talking loud enough for the other people in the vehicle to hear you.
Correct.
And so then after that conversation, what did you do after that?
I went back inside with my coworker.
And when you got back inside the store, what did you do?
I told my manager that he did not want to come into the store.
And did you get some further direction then from your manager?
Correct.
And what was that?
Go back outside again and tell him to come inside the store so we can talk to him.
All right, so try it again, in other words.
Correct.
And then for that second trip, did you go with some other coworkers?
Correct.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is start Exhibit 31 up again, and we'll watch that process, okay? So I'm going to stop Exhibit 31 here briefly because the image has changed, correct?
Correct.
And now this video is of the inside of Cup Foods again, correct?
Correct.
And so we'll see here that you come in, and this is when you had the conversation with your manager about the first trip.
Correct.
All right, so let's let 31 run again, please. Now, if we can stop here for a moment, and the timestamp reflects 7:57:56. You've kind of walked off screen, correct?
Correct.
And what was going on at this point in time?
I think that was the conversation I had with my manager when I was saying that he did not want to come inside, but I'd offer to pay, but he said no, just tell him to come back inside.
So did you tell your manager you would just take care of the 20?
I believe so. I did.
And but he directed you then to go back to the vehicle again.
Correct.
Now, we saw you go out on the first trip with another individual, another employee,
Correct.
and he did not come back into the store, did he?
No, he left.
And so when you were told by the manager to go out a second time, did you take some other coworkers with you?
Correct.
Whose idea was that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, so let's run Exhibit 31 again, please. So let's pause the video right here if we could, please. And for the record, now we're back outside again, correct?
Correct.
And the record should reflect that we paused at 20:21:43. So we see that two other individuals coming out before you, correct? And there's appears to be a woman in a black jacket, correct?
Correct.
And is she a coworker, or was she at the time?
Correct.
Had she worked there longer than you?
Correct.
And the other individual has a white T-shirt on. Had he worked there longer than you?
Correct.
And is he actually related to the owners of the store?
Correct.
And so they were out ahead of you at this point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you had to sort of jog to keep up with them, didn't you?
Correct.
And all right, so let's run 31 then. Now let's pause here just for a moment, please. The record should reflect we're at 20:22:15 as the timestamp when we paused it. The individual in the white t-shirt initially went up to the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And we see you standing here behind the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And eventually the individual in the white t-shirt went around to the passenger side door, which was open.
Correct.
And were you able to hear the conversation that the guy in the white t-shirt was having with the occupants of the vehicle?
At this point in time, I was not able to hear.
So then let's run the video some more, please. All right, now we see, if we can pause here, please. This is 20:22:21. You walked up to the passenger side of the SUV, correct?
Correct.
So at this point, were you able to hear the conversations that the individual in the white t-shirt was having with the occupants?
Correct.
And were you also able to hear what the occupants of the vehicle were saying and doing?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jurors then what occurred during this period at the SUV?
So the second time I went out, the person in the passenger seat was doing most of the talking. We were telling him, just come inside, we just want to talk to George. And the person in the passenger seat was saying how that's not me. Like, I tried to use a fake bill and you put me on game, so I ripped it. And that'll happen in the video because he also tried to use a fake bill that I did not let him use. And then he ripped it and he put it on the ground there. So he was just explaining like what had happened.
And so just to be clear, you said the passenger seat, you're talking about the front passenger seat?
Correct.
And at that time, did you have any interaction with Mr. Floyd directly?
I do not recall.
All right. So let's run Exhibit 31 a little bit. Now I'm going to pause it here real quickly, please. And for the record, it's 20:22:34. We saw the individual in the white t-shirt sort of bend over and pick something up. Can you tell the jury what was happening there?
He was picking up the fake bill that the individual in the passenger seat tried to use.
Okay. And you
Right.
referenced earlier one that was torn in half.
Correct.
Is that the bill that was torn in half?
Correct.
All right. And let's keep running 31 then, please. I'm going to ask to pause it right here, please. The timestamp reflects 20:23:35. It appears the two of you are now walking away from the SUV, correct?
Correct.
So during those preceding moments, it appears that the two of you are talking with at least some occupants of the vehicle.
Correct.
And did you have any conversations with Mr. Floyd, or was it just the front seat passenger?
Just the front seat passenger.
Were you able to see Mr. Floyd at all during that interaction?
Correct.
What did you see about him?
As I said earlier, he was just kind of shaking his head and putting his hands in the air, like kind of like, why is this happening to me? Like, I don't want this to happen, sort of thing.
And so he appeared to be awake?
Correct.
And so what was the end result of that conversation?
George Floyd did not choose to come into the store.
Neither did the passenger front.
Correct.
All right. And so then let's watch Exhibit 31 run here, please. All right, so at the end of that video shows you and the other individual entering back into the store, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you got back into the store, what did you do about, you know, the 2 trips out to the vehicle?
We told our manager that he still refused to come into the store.
And do you know what the manager decided to do about that?
He instructed one of my coworkers to call the police.
And so did you know if that happened?
Correct.
That somebody did call the police?
Correct.
Was it you who called the police about it?
No.
Was it another coworker?
Correct.
And did you ask the coworker to make the call?
No.
And were you present when he made the call?
Correct.
So you were there next to him or something?
Correct.
And so at some point, did the police respond to the store?
Correct.
And when they responded, did you see the officers actually come into the store?
I do not recall.
All right. Did they deal with you when they came to the store?
No.
Do you know who they dealt with?
They went and talked to my manager.
And you were not involved in the conversations with the officers at all at that time?
No.
So what did you do?
I was still working cashier.
Just went about your business?
Correct.
And as you did that, as you continued working, did you notice a commotion out in front of the store?
Correct.
Do you recall what it was that sort of first drew your attention out there?
I just saw a few people at first, and then the crowd grew larger, and pretty soon the store was empty as well, so there was no one that I needed to help inside the store, so then I proceeded to go outside and see what was happening.
When you saw this crowd gathering, where was the crowd?
It was right where the bus stop is on Chicago,
So kind of right in front
or a
of the
little to the left.
Right in front of the store?
10 paces.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
Sorry, I was just saying it was just 10 paces to the left of the bus stop.
All right. And so the bus stop, as you're looking out from the store? Does that make sense?
Correct.
And so did you, in fact, decide to go out and look into what the crowd was gathering for?
Correct.
And when you went out there, what did you see?
I saw people yelling and screaming. I saw Derek with his knee on George's neck on the ground.
So let me back up just a little bit. Now, you say Derek, do you mean Mr. Chauvin?
Correct.
Now, did you know who that person was at the time?
No.
So you've just learned his name since then?
Correct.
So was that person wearing a police uniform?
Correct.
And where did you see that individual?
On top of George Floyd.
And you didn't, well, other than seeing Mr. Floyd that day, you did not know him before then, correct?
Correct.
Did you recognize him as the person who had been in the store earlier
Correct.
and the person that you had tried to talk to in the SUV?
Correct.
And did you see any other officers in the area?
I saw, I think his name is Officer Tao.
Where did you see him?
He was in front of the crowd, kind of telling people to stand back.
And do you remember about how many people were in the crowd?
Probably about several.
And when they were, well, what did you see the officer on Mr. Floyd? What was the relation of their two bodies? What was happening there?
George was motionless, limp, and Chauvin seemed very, he was in a resting state, meaning like he just rested his knee on his neck.
And what did you do when you saw that?
I pulled my phone out first and I called my mom and told her not to come downstairs, and then I started recording.
And did you make a recording?
Correct.
Did you keep that recording?
No.
Why not?
Later on that night, I deleted it because when they picked George up off of the ground, the ambulance went straight on 38th instead of going straight on Chicago. And if you live in South Minneapolis, the easiest way to get to the hospital would have been straight on Chicago. So that to me kind of made it like clear that he was no longer with us.
So you thought he had died?
Correct.
Not quite sure why that would, make you delete the video.
Oh, I just didn't want to have to show it to anyone or be questioned about it.
And so after you called your mom, you started taking a video, what did you do after that?
I was recording until one of my coworkers was pushed by an officer.
And so what had you seen the coworker do right before the push?
He was yelling at the officer, kind of how the other people in the crowd were doing, and asking them to check his pulse, if he's breathing, see if he's okay, kind of thing.
So did he leave the sidewalk, the curb area, and go onto the road?
Correct.
Okay. How far?
I do not recall.
This coworker of yours that got pushed, do you know how old he was that day?
I do not recall.
Is he older or younger than you?
Younger.
So, a teenager.
Correct.
And after he got pushed, did you see what happened to him or what became of him?
Yes. My other coworker just like grabbed him up and brought him inside.
So removed him from the scene?
Correct.
And prior to coming into court, did we show you a security video from Cup Foods that shows that area?
Correct.
And that area while you were out there?
Correct.
And did that appear to depict truly and accurately the time period during which you were out there during this incident?
Correct.
And Your Honor, I'd offer then what we've marked as Exhibit 33.
Any objection? No, Your Honor.
33 is received.
All right, so now I'm going to start showing Exhibit 33, and we may pause this like we had done the other videos, all right? I'm going to pause it right here for a moment. You recognize this scene?
Correct.
And this is you in the foreground, right?
Correct.
And what were you doing right at that moment?
That was when I was calling my mom to tell her not to come down the stairs.
And if she were to come down the stairs from, this is where you were living, correct?
Correct.
Is the door she would have come out, would that have been in this scene?
Correct.
Can you take that stylus and just show where that door would be?
It would swing open right here.
So if she had come down, she'd have come right into this scene, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then you talked about a coworker who was younger than you who came out. Is that the individual in the white t-shirt?
Correct.
All right. And, okay, so then we will continue to run Exhibit 33, please. I'm going to pause it right here, please. For the record, this is 8/28/34. And can you describe for the jurors what you're doing at this moment?
I was recording the scene.
So this, you had walked farther over towards the scene,
Correct.
and really by the door where your mom would have come out if she had come out.
Correct.
And the individual in the white t-shirt, he had stepped off the curb into the street here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so then let's continue to run Exhibit 33, please. And we can pause right there, please, at 8:28:41. Is that the moment you were talking about when your coworker got pushed?
Correct.
And did you see it all anywhere in there where he touched the police officer?
No.
And so then you are now standing around behind that group of people, correct?
Correct.
Did you know anybody in that crowd?
My 2 coworkers.
All right. So right now, if you could just put like a line or a dot on where your 2 coworkers are. And both of those are individuals who went out during the second trip to the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And did you know any of the other people there in the crowd at the time?
Not at the time.
Okay. Did you know Miss Funari?
I think. Yes.
You know Alyssa Funari?
Yes.
And was she there at the time?
Correct.
Do you see where she is now?
Correct.
All right. And how did you know her?
Just through school.
And all right, so then let's continue to run Exhibit 33, please. I'm going to stop right here, please. Can you describe for the jurors and what we're seeing, what's going on there in that segment of the video?
That was when one of the coworkers kind of grabbed up the other coworker and brought him back inside, and I was just yelling like, "Chill out, chill out, chill out."
And so when his coworkers came to get the young man in the white T-shirt, he went with them back into the store.
Correct.
And you were following them?
Correct.
All right, so let's continue to run 33 then. Now I want to pause here for a moment, please. For the record, 8:29:04. Can you tell the jurors what happened, what you were doing here, I guess?
At this point, I think I was just kind of emotional, and I went to the African American that was standing there in the curb, and I was just like they're not gonna help him. This is what we have to deal with. So.
Okay.
Sustained.
Yeah,
That'd be stricken.
That's fine. So you had a conversation with another person standing there.
Correct.
And when you walked up there, we saw just before I stopped it, there was a young girl there in a green shirt. Did you see her when you were walking up there?
Correct.
You remember seeing her in the store earlier?
Correct.
Did you know who she was?
No.
And you remember being the cashier when she was in the store earlier?
Correct.
And then can we continue to run Exhibit 33, please? I'm going to pause here for a moment. The record should reflect 8:29:55. We saw you standing there with your hands on your head for a while, correct?
Correct.
What was going through your mind during that time period?
Disbelief and guilt.
Okay. Why guilt?
If I would have just not taken the bill, this could have been avoided.
We also saw another individual get pushed by an officer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do after that happened?
I was just trying to calm him down, tell him to stand back.
All right, so let's continue running 33 then, please. Who are you talking to there, Mr. Arndt?
My mom.
Okay, so that takes us to the end of Exhibit 33. You were going back into the store.
Correct.
And so then did you just continue to work your shift?
Correct.
And so did you continue to work at Cup Foods as long as you could?
No.
Why not?
I didn't feel safe.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today. You testified that you currently are 20 years old.
19.
19. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. And at the time, you were both living and working at Cup Foods, right? Or in the apartments above, you were living and working there.
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you had worked there for about a month and a half to 2 months before this incident?
4 months.
4 months. Okay. You would agree that you've made a few statements in connection with this case?
Correct.
You were first interviewed by agents of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and FBI back on September 10th of last year. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And then you have had another meeting as of March 12th with the prosecutors and other agents of the BCA, right?
Correct.
And you understand that those statements were recorded?
Correct.
That we've been provided with transcripts?
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review your statements prior to coming into court?
Yes.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review your transcript?
Correct.
All right. So I just kind of want to walk through again. We've now watched a few videos outside the store and from a neighboring business. Agreed?
Correct.
And you've had an opportunity to address some things that happened inside the store, outside the store, throughout the whole incident, right?
Correct.
All right. So you were working, your shift you said started at about 3 p.m. that day?
Correct.
And this incident ultimately was around the 7:30 to 8 o'clock hour, right?
Correct.
And you, video, when we were watching the first video, you and your coworkers seemed to get along quite well.
Correct.
Talking, laughing, having fun, interacting with customers, things of that nature.
Correct.
And the store is sort of like a one-stop kind of a store, right? You can do a lot of things in the store.
Correct.
They've got a deli, you said. You've got cell phone service, cell phone repair, snacks, and then there's the separate tobacco area, right?
Correct.
Now, in the store, is there, where we see you behind the counter, is there an entrance for employees into the tobacco area that you go through?
Could you ask the question again, please?
Sure. So I understand when a customer comes into Cup Foods, there are essentially two doors that they can go through, right?
Correct.
One of them on the right-hand side is the tobacco shop, right?
Correct.
And the one on the left-hand side is the convenience store, or the general store, right?
Correct.
All right. And the tobacco shop is separate because you have to be a certain age to go into the store, right?
Correct.
You have to be 21, right?
No.
18?
To buy products or to simply go into the store?
To go in. No, to go into the tobacco portion.
I'm not sure there's an age requirement. People came in no matter how old they were.
All right. Is within the store, is there a partition or some sort of glass that inside the store separates the tobacco area from the convenience store?
Correct.
And so my question is where you stand, like, do you have to walk out through the convenience store door and go into the tobacco store door, or is there a separate entrance where you can get into the tobacco portion?
From where are you starting?
If you were the cashier there, right?
Oh, you can just walk over to the tobacco section. You don't have to go all the way around.
Right.
If that's
Okay.
what you meant.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I may have not been articulating that as well.
Yeah, no worries. That's
All right.
my fault.
And you were in the store and you observed a person who you later learned was George Floyd come into the store.
Correct.
And you ultimately assisted him in the store.
Correct.
And he was in the store, and the person that you observed in the front passenger seat was also in the videos we just watched, right?
Correct.
He had on a pair of red sweatpants and a white t-shirt, I believe.
Correct.
All right. And did you have any interactions with him while you were in the store?
Correct.
I believe you said that he had also attempted to use a counterfeit bill,
Correct.
but you stopped him.
Correct.
Did that happen before or after your interaction with Mr. Floyd?
Before.
All right. And so when he handed you that bill, you knew that bill was a fraud.
Correct.
And you immediately kind of said, hey, I'm not taking this bill.
Correct.
Right? You knew the store policy at that time, right?
Correct.
And the store policy being if you took a counterfeit bill, that became your responsibility.
Correct.
And so it would get deducted from your paycheck, in other words.
Correct.
And you have some sort of like store tab where you could buy merchandise yourself at the store or services, and it would get deducted from your salary?
Correct.
All right. And so that interaction with that other individual, approximately, was it earlier in the day? Was it, a few minutes before you interacted with Mr. Floyd? How long before did that happen?
Earlier in the day.
So both Mr. Floyd and that individual had been in the store earlier in the day as well, right?
Correct.
And was that an hour, 2 hours? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
All right. And but you remembered him when he came back in the store later in the afternoon.
Correct.
You remembered he was the guy that had tried to hand you a counterfeit bill from earlier.
Correct.
He hadn't changed his clothes, didn't look any different.
I don't think so.
Okay. And so when Mr. Floyd and this other individual came back in the store, we observed kind of him walking around the store, right?
Correct.
And you were helping other customers, you were talking to your coworkers. It's fair to say you weren't paying a lot of attention to what Mr. Floyd was doing at all times he was in the store.
Correct.
But now that you've had an opportunity to see the video, you get to see some of his other interactions and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Now, there were other customers in the store. The store's a pretty busy store, right?
Correct.
And your manager that you talked to, did you notice that he had what appeared to be a pistol in his?
Correct.
Do you know him to carry a firearm at the store?
Correct.
And when you watched the video, did you see Mr. Floyd sort of do some little dance at one point?
No.
Okay, we'll come back. But you didn't observe that when he was in the store?
No.
All right. And if it's on the video, it would be on the video, right?
Correct.
All right. Again, so at some point Mr. Floyd appeared to purchase some food as well, right?
Correct.
That being a banana, it looked like in the video.
Correct.
Did you sell him the banana?
I do not recall.
Okay. When he handed you that $20 bill, you testified that you immediately knew it was a fake.
Correct.
Did it appear to be the same type of fake, or maybe even the same counterfeit bill that you had refused earlier in the day?
Correct. It did appear to be similar.
All right. And you took that bill and you held it up and you kind of looked at it through the light, right?
Correct.
What were you looking for?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Right.
I was just looking at it. I don't know.
But you immediately recognized it to be a counterfeit bill.
Correct.
And, some bills have like a metal or some sort of a stripe through it. Have you been looking for something like that?
I'll be honest, I don't know what I was looking for. I just knew it was fake.
All right. You could tell based on the texture of the bill?
And the color of it, as I stated earlier.
Yep.
It had a blue pigment.
So, and you had a pleasant interaction with Mr. Floyd.
Correct.
You were asking him about sports and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
And you formed the opinion that Mr. Floyd was under the influence of something.
Correct.
And you base that on sort of, I think you said, a delay in his speech and response, right?
Correct.
So you were unlike a conversation that we may be having right now, that's rapid, and if you asked him a question, there would be much more of a slowed or delayed response.
Correct.
And I believe in your interviews, you also indicated that he was having some trouble with certain words.
Correct. I think he was trying to form the words.
Right. So he was delayed in his speech, and you believed him to be under the influence of something.
Correct.
All right. And you were present when your coworker called 911?
Correct.
And do you recall him telling 911 that he appeared to be under the influence?
Correct.
And you had also had, by the time 911 was called, you had two other interactions with Mr. Floyd outside of the car.
Correct.
All right. And so you made the decision after Mr. Floyd handed you this counterfeit $20 bill that you weren't going to call him out on it like you did with the earlier bill.
Correct.
And was that in part because you felt maybe he's under the influence?
Partially. Partially, the other person that had come in, it kind of seemed like he was trying to scheme, like he knew it was a fake bill and he was trying to get over. I thought that George didn't really know that it was a fake bill, so I thought I'd be doing him a favor.
Okay, trying to help him out. And could you have, I'm just asking generally, could you have just let it kind of go and then told your manager later, hey, put it on my tab?
Correct.
And but you made the decision to talk to your manager, show him the bill, and your manager instructed you to go talk to Mr. Floyd and his friend out in the car.
Correct.
So when you went out to the car the first time with your first coworker, you had a relatively short conversation with him, right?
Correct.
And you went to the passenger side of the vehicle, and the person in the red pants and the white t-shirt, that was the same person that had previously tried to pass the fake $20 bill.
Correct.
And you were encouraging them to come into the store.
Correct.
You were kind of saying, you got to come in, you paid with the fake bill, we got to deal with this, right?
Correct.
You specifically told them that he had used a counterfeit bill.
Correct.
And that they needed to come in and either pay for the cigarettes or
Talk to my manager.
or talk to the manager, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how would you describe the general tenor of that conversation? What I mean by that is, was it pleasant or was it more aggressive?
It was pleasant. It wasn't in any way, shape, or form aggressive. It was just pretty annoying.
Yeah, just come on in, guys, it was your first attempt to kind of say, hey, come on in, guys, you got to deal with this, right?
Correct.
And you were trying to be polite to these gentlemen,
Correct.
right? And you then had that conversation, and during that first conversation, you said that Mr. Floyd was not really speaking to you, right?
No.
And you said that he was kind of putting his hands up and putting his head back and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
And you then went back into the store, talked to your manager again, and told him they were not agreeable to coming into the store.
Correct.
And the second time you left the store, you were sort of following the other coworkers, agreed?
Correct.
And you would agree that that video sort of showed the three of you almost run out of the store.
Correct.
And you wanted to get them before they drove away, right? Or why would you run the second time?
Correct.
I mean, so they didn't drive away, or for some other reason?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the second exchange at the vehicle, the coworker went to the driver's side at first, right?
Correct.
And you stayed back a little bit, right?
Correct.
And then you brought back up to the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you heard what was the conversation, you heard what was being said, both by the passenger of the vehicle as well as your coworker.
Correct.
You indicated that the passenger pulled out the other $20 bill, right?
He picked it up off the ground
Why was it on the ground?
because he threw it on the ground.
The bill that Mr. Floyd used, was that still in the store?
Correct.
And so this other $20 bill was he threw it on the ground, right?
Correct.
Your coworker picks it up, and who ripped it?
The person that was in the passenger seat.
Or he handed it, your coworker handed it back to him or something? Or did he rip it and then throw it on the ground?
The person in the passenger seat ripped the bill, threw it on the ground. The bell was talking to him, and the person picked it up, and it's in a bell.
Okay. And again, this conversation was primarily with the passenger of the vehicle.
Correct.
And there was a female in the back seat of the car.
Correct.
Was she engaged in the conversation at all either?
No.
All right. So, and Mr. Floyd, again, he was not really part of the conversation at that point either.
Not really.
He didn't say, you didn't remember him saying anything.
I would say I do not recall.
Okay. But again, you described his behavior, I think, as kind of just shaking his head, putting his hands up, putting his head back, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
The second conversation was the demeanor or the tenor of that conversation more heated?
Yes.
And there was an outright refusal by either Mr. Floyd or his passenger to come back into the store.
Correct.
And it was based on that conversation that you decided or it was decided by your manager to call 911.
Correct.
And again, you were present and heard the 911 call.
Correct.
Now, in your initial conversation with agents, when they were asking you about approaching the vehicle, do you recall describing it as a hot block?
Correct.
What does that mean?
A lot of situations happen.
And do you recall describing your conversation and the words that Mr. Floyd was having trouble saying?
Correct.
Do you remember now today what words Mr. Floyd was having trouble saying?
No.
Would it have been baseball? Do you remember saying that? Do you remember? You don't remember? Would it refresh your
I
recollection?
do not recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to view a transcript of your statement?
Absolutely.
think here. Give me just a second. I apologize, I can't find it right now. We may come back to that. Do you recall describing some other behaviors of Mr. Floyd while he was in the store?
Correct.
What were those behaviors?
He was doing a couple of stretches, like a lunge,
Okay,
kind of.
like kind of stepping forward like this?
No, it was more of a side lunge. Start here.
Like that?
Correct.
So, for the record, I'm standing kind of feet together and stretching over to the side with one leg, right?
Correct.
Putting his arms in front of him. And kind of based on your observations of his behavior, his speech patterns, that's what caused you to form the impression he was under the influence.
Correct.
Now, then you ultimately met with the prosecution team on March 12th in preparation for your testimony,
Correct.
and that's when you were able to view some of the videos that we've watched here today.
Correct.
And again, you understood that there were agents or law enforcement officers that were there at that time.
Correct.
Do you recall telling them that you felt that Mr. Floyd couldn't comprehend the conversation?
Which conversation?
Your conversation with him.
The first conversation we had?
Right.
I do not recall, but if that's on my transcript, that's the way it is.
Okay. Now, you said after that phone call to the police, you didn't see the police kind of come in the store. You didn't deal with them initially, right?
Correct.
And you had some. You just kind of went back to work, right?
Correct.
Dealing with customers, goofing off with your coworkers, kind of just average day, right?
Correct.
But then at some point you noticed there was a commotion outside and you decided to go back outside and see what was going on, right?
Correct.
And you said the first thing you did was to call your mom to tell her not to come downstairs.
Correct.
And then you walked over and you started recording, right?
Correct.
And then after you did some recording, you saw your coworker appear to be pushed by the police officer, right?
Correct.
And you got your coworker, you brought him back inside.
I did not.
Your other coworkers kind of went back inside, right?
Correct.
And you stayed outside, or it appeared that you walked back to the door and then walked back to the crowd.
Correct.
And you described the crowd that they were yelling and screaming.
Correct.
And at one point you tried to actually stop someone or
Hold them back.
hold them back.
Correct.
And that individual appeared to be pretty angry.
Correct.
And you held him back because you didn't want him to get involved.
Yes. Well, I would say not necessarily angry. He had just been pushed, so he was kind of defending himself.
Okay. And you kind of just said to him, calm down, stand back, right?
Correct.
I have no further questions, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Prior to working or during your work at Cup Foods, did they ever send you to training on how to identify a fake bill?
No.
Or just kind of learning from experience?
Correct.
When you did interact with Mr. Floyd in the store, what was his demeanor like?
He seemed very friendly, approachable. He was talkative. He seemed to just be having average Memorial Day, just living his life. But he did seem high.
During the second trip out to the vehicle, it was your coworker who did the majority of the talking to Mr. Floyd and the passenger.
Correct.
So Mr. Nelson asked you to agree that that was a more heated conversation. Was it you who made it more heated or your coworker?
My coworker.
And Mr. Nelson asked you to agree that there was an outright refusal to come back into the store. Was that an actual wording that was used, or was that just Mr. Nelson's words, outright refusal?
Those were Mr. Nelson's words.
So Mr. Floyd did not say to you, I'm outright refusing to come back into the store.
No.
But to be fair, they were not coming back into the store, right?
Correct.
You were asked also about the stretches that Mr. Floyd was doing in the store. And Mr. Nelson, I think, demonstrated for us that was a pretty accurate demonstration of what you saw.
Correct.
But during that, Mr. Floyd did not fall down.
No.
Didn't lose his balance at all.
No.
When he indicated he wanted to go buy some cigarettes, you and he both had to move down to the cigarette counter, correct?
Correct.
And is that what he did? Did he tell you, I want to buy some cigarettes?
Correct.
Did he tell you what brand he wanted?
I do not recall.
We saw you just grab a pack, right?
That could have been the case.
And you gave them to him.
Correct.
And he provided you money and took the change, right?
Correct.
So he was able to complete that whole transaction, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't have to guess at what cigarettes he wanted.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recalls?
Sorry, thank you. You were asked a couple of questions about the counterfeit bill.
Correct.
Do you get a lot of counterfeit bills in that store?
No.
Has it happened before?
Correct.
And I believe you were previously asked about good counterfeits and bad counterfeits in your statements with police.
I do not recall.
Okay. Have you seen some bills that are better counterfeits than other bills?
I don't think so.
Okay. But
Not personally, no.
Okay, but you understood that immediately this was a counterfeit bill?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thanks, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
The next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Christopher Belfry to the stand.
If you just stand right here, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Sir, in order to be able to be heard more clearly, I'm going to keep my mask on, but if you wouldn't mind, if you would take your mask off, if you'd be comfortable doing that.
I don't mind.
All right, thank you. We're going to also test out how the microphone picks you up by having you state your full name and spell each of your names.
Christopher Belfry. CHRISTOPHERBELFREY.
All right, it sounds like it'll work fine even if you don't lean in, so
Okay, yep.
feel free. All right,
problem.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Belfry.
Good morning.
And can you tell us, sir, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 45.
Okay. And just tell us, if you would, the general area where you live.
South Minneapolis.
And on May 25th of 2020, is that where you lived?
May 25th of 2020 is where I live? No.
No. Is that where you lived on that day?
Yeah, South Minneapolis.
And how long have you lived in South Minneapolis?
About 3 years.
And you are from, well, let me ask it this way. Are you familiar with the area of 38th in Chicago?
Yes.
And is there a store at one of the corners, at least one of the corners of 38th in Chicago?
Yes.
At least on May 25th there was.
Yes.
And is there also a restaurant there?
Yes.
What was the restaurant at that intersection?
What was it?
Yeah, what was the name of it?
I really don't know.
Okay.
To tell you the truth.
On May 25th of 2020, did you go to the area of 38th in Chicago to get some food from one of those restaurants?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Cup Foods.
Okay. So you went to Cup Foods to get food?
Right, but there's another restaurant across the street. I thought you was talking about that one.
I was, so my fault.
Right.
So you went to that intersection sometime in the late afternoon, early evening, correct?
Correct.
And where did you drive there?
Yes.
Where did you park?
On the corner of 38th and Chicago, on the 38th side, facing Bloomington, or was that Cedar?
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up something we've had admitted as Exhibit 1. And that should come up on the screen in front of you.
Right.
Do you see that photograph?
Right.
Do you recognize what is depicted there?
That's 38th and Chicago intersection.
All right. And you should have right in front of you a stylus like this, maybe a different color.
Yep.
See that? What I'd ask you to do is just, for the jurors, draw on the screen where you drove up and where you parked on that day.
Came this way, parked right here.
And when you parked there, do you recall seeing a vehicle in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle that was?
Mercedes-Benz.
Do you remember what color it was?
Not right offhand.
Okay. What style of car or vehicle?
It's like a hatchback Mercedes-Benz, like a sports truck or something like that.
And when you pulled up there and parked, did you see something that drew your attention?
Not right offhand. Shortly after, yes, when two officers was coming across the street, I noticed them coming and they approached the vehicle in front of me. One officer drew a handgun and opened the door and pointed the gun at whoever was in the driver's seat.
So at that point in time, had you gotten your food already or not yet?
No,
Okay.
no, sir.
And so you were just sitting in your car and you see these officers pull up,
Yes, sir.
or walk up, correct?
Right.
And after seeing that, what happened next?
Kind of startled me, you know, from where I'm from, when you see officers.
Stop.
Right there. Don't talk about past experience. Talk about
Yes,
what your
sir.
reaction was.
Yeah.
Thank
Let
you.
It startled me,
Yeah,
you
let me-
know, when I seen the officer raise his gun.
Let me just,
I started recording.
okay, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you
Right.
about, right? So at some point you started recording that.
Right.
And
Correct.
that was because of basically what you saw, correct?
Right.
All right. And so when you were parked there, you started making a recording, correct?
Correct.
At some point, you stopped the recording.
Correct.
Why did you stop that recording at that point in time?
Because I heard more sirens pulling up, and I didn't want to be trapped in between the whole commotion of what's going on. I didn't know exactly what was going on. It's just I didn't want to be in the middle of, a bunch of commotion about what's going on. So I moved across the street.
So you moved your car.
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming into court today, did we show you a copy of that video?
Yes, sir.
And did that video truly and accurately represent what you were seeing while you were recording it?
Yes, sir.
We've marked that as Exhibit 35, and Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 35 at this time.
No objection.
35 is received.
Okay, Mr. Belfry, we're going to play that video for you now, and then we'll ask you some questions about it either during or after it, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you were making that recording, do you recall if your window was down and your...
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So we were able to hear some of it on the video. Were you able to hear any better sitting there in person than with the video?
I vaguely heard most of it.
What were you kind of hearing?
I heard him asking him to let me see your hand. He's saying, please, something about I've been shot or something before. Please don't, something like that. And at that time, that's when I heard the sirens pulling up and they're pulling him out. And that's when I went to back up and turn around.
Okay.
Stop.
And so I'm going to go back now to Exhibit 1. We'll put that up again. And again, if you would take the stylus and just kind of show the jurors where you went when you moved your vehicle.
Backed up. Moved the vehicle there.
So for the record, you're showing that you moved from the Dragon Walk side of 38th to the Cup Food side of 38th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you got over there, what did you do?
I continued to record.
And were you, well, you started recording again, correct?
Right.
And when you were recording, did you have somebody in the car with you?
Yes, my fiance. Well, she was in the car, in Cup Foods getting the food. So by the time I turned around, she came out and got in the car.
And so during that recording, some conversations between you and her were also recorded.
Yes, sir.
And so did you start recording then at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. And prior to coming into court, did you also have a chance to review that video?
Yes, sir.
And it appears to be a true and accurate copy of the actual video you made?
Most definitely.
Now, I will tell you that we have deleted the audio from this video.
Yes, sir.
The conversation that you and your fiance had, it's not important, it's the video.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And so we have marked that as Exhibit 36, and we would offer it at this time.
Any objection? 36.
All right, so now we'll show Exhibit 36. Now, I'd ask to pause it right here, please. And there's no timestamp on the video, so we will do our best to describe it. Oh, there is a timestamp on the video. This will be at approximately 26 seconds. Do you see that? All right. And what you're seeing here, obviously there are two officers, well, there are now 3 officers on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And the original 2 officers are in this view, and one of the officers is with the individual sitting on the ground, correct?
Correct.
The individual sitting on the ground, do you recall seeing him from when you were parked behind the Mercedes before?
Correct.
Where was that individual when you were parked behind the vehicle?
He was in the driver's seat.
So that's the same individual that in the prior video had been removed from the driver's
Correct.
seat. And did you see while you were moving the car how those 2 officers and that individual went from the Mercedes in the prior video to where they are now?
Correct.
How did that happen?
They brought him out, walked him over to the sidewalk, sat him down, one officer, then went over to the other people that was in the vehicle and started asking them questions.
And then the other officer had the driver sit on the ground there where we see him now?
Correct.
All right. So then we'll continue to play Exhibit 36, please. So Exhibit 36 has ended, and you stopped filming at that moment?
Yes, sir.
And why did you stop recording then?
Slightly still kind of scared, nervous. One of the officers kept staring at me like while I was recording. So I kind of put it down, and then I went to record again, but I was like, I really don't want any problems, so I stopped recording.
At that point, did you think that this incident with this individual and the officers was over?
Somewhat. I seen when I stopped recording, I drove towards the corner as they crossed over with George, the 2 officers that came and approached him in the first place. They went to walk him across the street. Then when we went to turn to go back home, we seen them placing him in the police car. So that's all I seen, and I kept on driving. I thought he was detained. I thought it was over, so I kept on going home.
Now, you referred to George.
Yes.
Who do you mean by that?
I felt that George was detained.
Okay. But when you use the name George, this individual who was removed from the SUV, the Mercedes, Did you know that gentleman?
No, not at all.
Have you subsequent to this learned who that was?
Yes, sir.
Was that George Floyd?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you saw them moving Mr. Floyd after you stopped recording?
Right. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to put Exhibit 1 back up, please. And if you would, again, show the jurors, where you saw them. Well, if you would just put an X on here where you were parked when you made that second video. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. How you take
Should we
that
try
out?
again? Okay. And then if you would, show the jurors where you saw them walking Mr. Floyd after you stopped recording.
And walking him this way.
And so then at some point you started up your car and drove off out of the area.
Correct.
And can you show the jurors where you drove when you did that? And so the record should reflect you turned from 38th Street to go what would be southbound on Chicago?
Correct.
All right. And the record should also reflect that you're indicating the officers walking Mr. Floyd from the Dragon Walk corner, what would be northbound on Chicago, correct?
Correct.
Towards the Cup Food store.
Correct.
Now, when you turned and went south on Chicago, had they already walked Mr. Floyd in front of you over to that, or did you cut in front of them? Do you know what I mean?
I believe they already crossed. I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. It was a while ago. I'm not sure if they was before or after, to tell you the truth.
But at one point you said earlier that you saw them putting him in a squad car.
Right.
Where did you see that taking place?
Over here.
So when you turned to go southbound, is that when you looked to see
Behind us in the rear view. Yeah.
Okay. And then have anything else to do with that scene that night?
Nope. That's it.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross? Yeah. Sure, you may step down. Thank you. Sidebar?
Welcome, everyone, here to News Now from Fox. We are currently in the trial, but they are going to a sidebar moment right now. We've been hearing from more witnesses today. We just saw the witness there, Christopher Belfry, that was watching the arrest happen and taking some video of that. Now they are in this little sidebar moment here, and should be about 20 more minutes and they'll be taking their lunch break here. But, like yesterday, they took the break a little bit earlier, so we'll see what happens coming out of the sidebar here. But earlier today, we saw new video that we've never seen before of George Floyd inside Cup Foods from the surveillance video, and we'll get back to that in just a moment. Let's continue to listen in.
Members of the jury, it looks like the best schedule would be to take our lunch break now. We'll try and reconvene about 1:15. Thank you.
Okay, and so that is the lunch break there, happening right there. So what we will do is continue our coverage, though, right here on News Now from Fox. We do have attorney Ben Taylor here with us again to give us a breakdown of what we have been seeing. Ben, always great to have you here and really provide the insight as it's happening right here. Thank you so much for joining us again.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. It's been an interesting trial so far.
Ben, can you hear us?
I hear you now. You broke up. Now I hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you good. So yeah, can you tell us?
Okay, now I hear you perfect.
Okay, great. So Ben, can you tell us though? We saw the first witness of the day. He was the worker that was inside of Cup Foods and showing the last moments there of George Floyd inside the store. So tell me, why do you think the prosecution wanted to highlight this video and show these final moments?
I mean, the prosecutor wants to show you, what George Floyd was looking like and how his demeanor prior to going outside and prior to him being confronted by the officers. So they wanted to show you, what he was doing, how he presented the $20 bill. Basically, a whole trial is about telling a story. So right now, this just shows a piece of the puzzle to this whole story of what happened prior to George Floyd going outside and being confronted by the police officers. So the video speaks 1,000 words. You can't get anything better than a video. It shows the jury, it shows the whole courtroom, the judge, what actually happened. Lawyers can talk all day, witnesses can talk all day, but when you show a video, that's hardcore evidence. And when we say in the legal world, the big eye in the sky doesn't lie, meaning that the camera, it can't lie. You look at the camera, you see the camera, everybody knows what actually happened. So the defense attorney, the prosecutor, they can't, finagle a story because you see the video, the jurors see the video, and you see exactly how George Floyd acted. You see exactly how the store clerk acted. You see the whole thing, what happened prior to him going outside. So that's why the prosecutor wants to show the video, tell the story, and it completes the major story by having actual eyewitness. The best eyewitness you have is a video camera.
Sure. And then there were some moments there that we saw of George Floyd maybe acting a little bit irrational. We saw some moments of him look like he was dancing at one point and then scooting up, scooting down. And what do you think they wanted to convey with that message, that indeed he was on some sort of drugs?
Yeah, so even the prosecutor, the thing about the prosecution's theory and the defense's theory about drugs in the system, that doesn't help the prosecutor at all. If George Floyd had drugs in the system, it doesn't help. However, in a trial, sometimes you want to get out your worst evidence and you want to show transparency and honesty. So the prosecutor might want to get out there and say, yes, we understand that George Floyd had drugs in the system. We might understand that he might have been acting a little bit erratically. And that's what the store clerk testified to, that his movements of George Floyd were a little bit strange. So the prosecutor wants to get out his bad facts first, because that way the prosecutor's not showing that they're acting shady or acting like they're trying to cover up anything. So that's one reason why the prosecutor got the evidence out with this witness. Ultimately, it's going to come down to whether or not the knee on George Floyd's neck killed him, or whether or not any sort of drugs in the system killed him. And the prosecutor have more witnesses that come up to try to reiterate the fact that George Floyd died based upon the knee to the neck, while the defense attorney, as you see, wants to talk about the drugs in the system, how George Floyd might have been acting erratically. The defense attorney is trying to lay the foundation of a story that George Floyd died based upon the drugs in the system, and that's why the defense attorney keeps asking, how was George Floyd acting? Was he acting erratically? And you saw that repetitive questioning to the witness who was a store clerk this morning.
Okay, all right. And another thing that I wanted to ask you is, we see Derek Chauvin at times writing some notes. What do you think he's writing so much? We see that a lot when they do the camera of him and his defense team. Is he passing notes to his defense team?
I mean, exactly. During trials, your client, who's the defendant there, is writing notes, is passing notes. I mean, Derek Chauvin is the major witness. He's the main person. This is why we're here today, for his trial. So he knows what happened that day. So he's writing notes to his defense attorney to tell the defense attorney, hey, ask this question, ask that question. I remember this would happen. I remember that would happen. Because, I mean, the defense attorney wasn't there that day. The prosecutor wasn't there that day. Only people that were there that day were the witnesses, Derek Chauvin, George Floyd. So Derek Chauvin is writing notes to his defense attorney to tell the defense attorney, hey, this is what really happened. This is what I observed. So you might want to ask this question to the witness. And a lot of times your client will pass you notes as an attorney to say, please ask this question because this is an important question to me as a client.
Okay, all right. And then we were seeing a little bit today of the witness, the firefighter. I thought we were going to hear a little bit more, but there wasn't too many more questions for the firefighter. But yesterday, we saw when it was the cross-examination, it seemed like at times, for most of the part, that witness was getting a little bit upset and had to be talked to by the judge.
Exactly. So all witnesses need to be fair and impartial and testify to what they saw that day. You, as a witness, you can't, put your own personal bias in there. You're supposed to just testify to what you saw that day. So the witness was getting a little testy towards the defense attorney, and that happens sometimes in trial. I mean, this is a prosecution witness. And the judge had to tell the witness that, hey, answer the questions of the defense attorney, answer the questions of the prosecutor, but you have to answer the questions. And that's under the law, you have to answer the questions. So I think the defense attorney didn't really want to go into and lay into the witness because, one, she is a firefighter, and firefighters have really great reputations in our country. And that was a touchy witness there. But however, the firefighter still needs to answer the questions of the defense attorney. But the defense attorney didn't want to go into a deep dive into cross-examination because that was a witness that wasn't in his favor as a defense attorney. That witness testified, the firefighter yesterday, that she wanted to provide medical attention to George Floyd, and she was stopped. So basically, the defense attorney wanted to get her off the stand as quickly as possible. But however, the judge warned the witness, you still have to answer the questions. No matter if the witness is favored to the prosecutor or the defense side, all witnesses need to answer the questions truthfully, and you really can't try to avoid a question because that's why we're here for, to find the truth.
And for those of you just joining us here on News Now from Fox, they are in a lunch break right now, and we are getting some more updates and legal analysis from attorney Ben Taylor, who has been watching this trial all unfold, just like everybody that is watching this right now. And Ben, the last witness that they had up there had cell phone video that he was recording during the arrest, and we saw that the one police officer drew his gun almost immediately upon going up to the car.
Yeah. So that's a key witness too, because that witness was able to see and actually took cell phone video of the event that day. So this witness is still in the stand, and we'll see what happens throughout the trial this afternoon with this witness. But this is going to be a key witness to show that the gun of the other officer was drawn as soon as they arrived. So one, did they feel that George Floyd was that high of a threat? Or two, did the officers jump to judgment and conclusions beforehand? So this witness is a key witness because anytime a witness that is actually there at the event, that's always a key witness. And anytime a witness has cell phone video of the event, like I said earlier, the eye and the cell phone, that's the best witness is possible because a cell phone video, a camera can't lie. The juror is going to be able to watch that, observe that, and give their opinion based upon what they saw that day. Because witnesses can lie. Attorneys can lie, unfortunately, but a cell phone video, it's right there.
Okay, and then later on in this trial, we know that we will be seeing the video from the officers' point of view, from their cameras, and how, going forward, we know that George Floyd was not being, he didn't want to go into the police car. He wanted to get out of it, and he was saying that he was, claustrophobic, but he just came from a car. So how does, knowing what the defense will do later on, how does the prosecution at this point sort of get ready for that moment come, a couple weeks down the road already?
Kind of like what you saw today. This morning, the prosecutor does what you call a preemptive strike. you want to get out evidence that's not favorable to you before the defense attorney does it. So that way, when the defense attorney does it and puts on their case, it's not a surprise to the jury. So you're going to see the prosecutor getting out all their bad evidence and facts. You might see the prosecutor bring out body camera evidence prior to the defense attorney doing that, because the prosecutor wants to say, hey, look at me, I'm the prosecutor, I'm honest, I'm transparent, here's all the evidence, even the bad evidence. So that's what the strategy that the prosecutor wants to show. However, these cameras might show a different angle of what happened that day versus the cell phone evidence. So on these cameras, if you see George Floyd doing something that you don't see on the cell phone video, the defense attorney is definitely going to hammer that home and say, hey, even though you might have been a witness, even though you had cell phone video, you didn't know the true story of what happened here. So that's what the defense attorney is going to try to say, is that, hey, now you see these different angles. You didn't see everything that Derek Chauvin was seeing. So that's why we felt that he was a threat. But the prosecutor is going to try to say that no matter what George Floyd did, no matter what type of state he was in, even if he had drugs or acting erratically, there was no need for the knee to his neck. That's what killed him. That's what the prosecutor is going to say. So basically, it's going to be a back and forth fight, like a ringside fight you'll see in this trial. The prosecutor's going to get some jabs in, the defense attorney's going to get some jabs in, and ultimately, at the end of the day, the jury's going to get all the evidence after these next few weeks and decide guilty or innocent as far as this trial, Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, that'll be the ultimate scorecard there, as always, when the jury does come back with a verdict. But Ben, let's go back really quickly to that video that we saw of inside of Cup Foods really quickly, because I think for a lot of viewers, when you're watching this video, and it's really one of our top performing videos right now that we posted online, just because we haven't seen this vantage point before. And I think so many moments when you're looking at it, you're thinking, well, oh, this could have ended right there if he would have just, something could have happened there if he just, went back in his car. And there's so many little moments like that that we're seeing that it could have been resolved pretty quickly if things went a different way. I think that a lot of people are looking at that now.
Yeah, but the Cup Food video is very, eye-opening, because you see what happened prior to what happened outside with the police officers. So the Cup Food video, you see the witness who was one of the store employees there that were working at Cup Food. You can see his demeanor on the stand. You can hear what he testified to. He testified to what George Floyd was doing. So that video is something that I don't think the whole world hasn't really seen or observed yet. So you will see that more and more coming throughout this trial. Right now, the world has seen the video outside with Derek Chauvin's knee on the neck. You're going to see other videos and other evidence that we weren't privy to as a nation, because this is evidence that might have been private that was waiting for coming out to court. So you're going to see more evidence like that, more testimony like that. But the Cup Food video is really, astonishing, because a lot of people haven't seen what was happening inside the store prior to George Floyd going outside. Like you said, yes, a lot of people feel that this could have ended right there inside the store with dialogue, with communication. This could have ended, and maybe George Floyd would still be alive today. But however, ultimately, it's going to come down to whether or not Derek Chauvin put his knee on his neck and killed George Floyd, or whether or not drugs was in his system. So that's what the defense attorney, that's what the prosecutor is going to say. No matter what happened prior, the evidence is going to show us what actually killed George Floyd that day.
And as we look forward to when we will have doctors and medical experts there on the stand, as an attorney, how do you make it simple enough for the jury to understand? And because they're going to be talking about complex things when they have the medical experts up there, how do you keep it really, really simple for the jury? Because even if you look back at the OJ case, when they were talking about all the different blood samples and the blood testing, it was getting very, very complicated. How do you really keep it really nice and easy for the jury?
Yes, I mean, this is going to be complicated evidence, complicated scientific evidence that the average juror, the average person doesn't understand. So when you prepare your witness like that, who has all these letters behind their name, there's PhDs and doctors and toxicologists, ultimately what the juror wants to know is what happened. So you have to pretty much tell your witness that's going to be on the stand to dumb it down in a way to talk slow, to make sure that they understand your words, and almost like a kindergarten grade level. So that way it won't go over the jurors' heads. Because if it's going over the jurors' heads, the jurors are going to fall asleep. They're going to get bored because some of this stuff could be just so convoluted. You're like, what happened? I don't understand this. So you always want to prepare your witness to almost dumb it down to a kindergarten level. So that way, even a kindergartner could understand what actually happened with this science. You're going to see a lot of maps drawn. You're going to see a lot of diagrams, because diagrams help people understand A, B, and C what happened. Because using all this scientific language is going to bore the jury. It's going to get the jury confused, and you could lose your case. Either you're the defense or the prosecutor. You have to be very careful when you talk to the jurors to make sure you can explain it to a level that anybody in this world can understand. Because you have all types of people on this jury, you have all types of people who understand different levels, but you want to make sure that even the smartest person, or even the person that might not understand everything, can understand what you're presenting as far as the science in this case.
It's very fascinating, and I know a lot of people are really getting into this trial. It seems like every 5 or even 10 years you have this moment that really captivates an audience, and we knew going into this it was going to be like this, but I think every day as we get into this trial, it's going to pick up more and more people that are interested, and ultimately when we get closer to the verdict, that'll be a lot more people watching in too.
Exactly. I mean, these witnesses who are coming forward, these are witnesses that America and the world hasn't seen, they haven't heard from. You might have seen pictures on the video, but now you got to see these people actually in real life, sitting in the stand and talking. So you get to observe their demeanor. You get to observe how they speak, how they act, how they are able to ask questions, they answer questions. So it's very interesting, because all we've seen so far prior to the trial was the video. All we've seen is a video. Now we actually see the players and the pieces of the puzzle are coming together, of the store clerk, of the firefighter who testified, of the various witnesses that were there. So it's a very interesting trial, and that's why more and more observers are going to be coming in and tuning in to see the story to this. Because at the end of the day, we're going to want to see, after all these pieces of the puzzle are put together, what's going to happen at the end of this trial. What's the jury going to decide? Right now, the jurors are taking notes. Derek Chauvin's taking notes, the prosecutor, the defense attorney, everybody's taking notes, because really nobody knows what is in the mind of the jurors right now. And that's what we're here for, to try to speculate and guess and try to give you some legal analysis so that way you understand what are the jurors thinking, what the prosecutor thinking, what the judge is thinking. So this is going to be very interesting over the next couple of weeks to see what's going to happen in this trial. And I always say, sometimes you play for the fumbles, and what that means is this. In football, you might fumble the ball, but you might pick up the ball, the other team, and score. So you never know. Sometimes it's the witnesses on the stand who might mess up, who might say something crazy, and the other side, the defensive attorney or the prosecutor, might be able to pick up that fumble and take it in for a touchdown. So right now, it's going to be interesting to see what these witnesses are going to say over the next couple of weeks, and see if the state's theory, the prosecutor's theory, or the defense's theory holds up throughout this whole trial based on these witnesses.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch every day. Attorney Ben Taylor, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for once again providing us the context and legal analysis that we have been seeing this past morning. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ben.
Yeah, thank you.
And we continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you, and we will be picking up the trial in about less than an hour away. You're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you again for joining us here today. And for those of you still joining us here, we do appreciate that. We're going to just show a little bit of the coverage from Fox 9 in Minneapolis right now, and then we will show you some other top stories of the day as well.
Had you seen him in the store earlier?
Just the male.
And when you had this conversation at the vehicle, who were you talking to?
The person that George was with.
So the guy in the passenger seat, the front
Correct.
passenger. And did you make any observations at that time of Mr. Floyd?
Correct.
What did you see regarding Mr. Floyd?
He just seemed like he didn't want this to happen. Like he was just kind of like, oh, like why is it happening? Sort of a thing.
Okay. Did he seem awake?
Yes.
And did he talk to you at all?
Not really. He just kind of shook his head.
And the passenger in the front passenger seat, did he talk to you at all?
Correct.
And I want you to tell us what he said, but the end result, did they agree to come into the store?
No.
When you were there at the vehicle, who did you do most of the talking to?
The person in the passenger seat.
And did you think that you were talking loud enough for the other people in the vehicle to hear you?
Correct.
And so then after that conversation, what did you do after that?
I went back inside with my coworker.
And when you got back inside the store, what did you do?
I told my manager that he did not want to come into the store.
And did you get some further direction then from your manager?
Correct.
And what was that?
Go back outside again and tell him to come inside the store so we can talk to him.
All right, so try it again, in other words.
Correct.
And then for that second trip, did you go with some other coworkers?
Correct.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is start Exhibit 31 up again, and we'll watch that process, okay? So I'm going to stop Exhibit 31 here briefly because the image has changed, correct?
Correct.
And now this video is of the inside of Cup Foods again, correct?
Correct.
And so we'll see here that you come in, and this is when you had the conversation with your manager about the first trip.
Correct.
All right, so let's let 31 run again, please. Now, if we can stop here for a moment, and the timestamp reflects 7:57:56.
Those are just some of the highlights from earlier today. So what we will do now, everyone, is just take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back here on News Now from Fox, we do have some news of the day, including a new announcement from Pfizer regarding their vaccine, and is it safe for kids? We'll be bringing that to you right here on News Now from Fox in just 2 minutes.
Go back to the vehicle again.
Correct.
Now, we saw you go out on the first trip with another individual, another employee,
Correct.
and he did not come back into the store, did he?
No, he left.
Okay. And so when you were told by the manager to go out a second time, did you take some other coworkers with you?
Correct.
Whose idea was that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, so let's run Exhibit 31 again, please. So let's pause the video right here if we could, please. And for the record, now we're back outside again, correct?
Correct.
And the record should reflect that we paused at 20:21:43. So we see that two other individuals coming out before you, correct? And there's appears to be a woman in a black jacket, correct?
Correct.
And is she a coworker, or was she at the time?
Correct.
Had she worked there longer than you?
Correct.
And the other individual has a white T-shirt on. Had he worked there longer than you?
Correct.
And is he actually related to the owners of the store?
Correct.
And so they were out ahead of you at this point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you had to sort of jog to keep up with them, didn't you?
Correct.
And all right, so let's run 31 then.
Welcome to our viewers from around the country and around the world. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us right now. As we are in a break right there for the Derek Chauvin trial, another 45 minutes. So we got some news here of the day that we will be bringing you. But I just want to go back out to the courtroom here just for a moment, because we did get some news. This is being reported by Paul Bloom, a reporter for our Fox 9 Minneapolis station. Earlier, there was a moment where it looked like a juror was sick. So this is reporting from Paul Bloom saying, getting some further clarification on the juror illness from this morning. She was referred to as juror number 44 from the selection process. The judge spoke to her in open court with cameras off. She was offered but declined medical assistance. She said she's been awake since 2 a.m. The ill juror told the judge she's been having trouble sleeping. She told the court, "I think I'll be okay going forward," describing perhaps some tension in her body. Her seat was moved to the first spot to have easier access if she needs to make a quick courtroom exit there. So we'll keep an eye on that there, but that is just some news there. Obviously, we can't see the jurors there, and we will not be seeing the jurors, but that is coming from the pool reporter that is inside of that courtroom. And we'll keep an definitely eye on that right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. But we do have some news regarding Pfizer. This one just coming down the pipe, so we will bring this to you. Pfizer announcing its COVID-19 vaccine is safe for kids as young as 12. Preliminary data from a study of more than 2,200 U.S. volunteers between the ages of 12 and 15 showed no cases of COVID-19 among fully vaccinated adolescents, compared to 18 cases among those given placebos. Kids had similar side effects to young adults, such as pain, fever, chills, and fatigue, particularly after the second dose. Researchers will track participants for 2 years to get more information and track long-term protection. Pfizer and its partner BioNTech are planning to ask the FDA and European regulators to allow emergency use for the shots in 12 to 17-year-olds in the coming weeks. So what we will do now for you is play out just a little bit of the White House COVID-19 Task Force update. They do this every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and here is the latest one. Oh no, oh no. Well, unfortunately, the audio, as you heard it there, just not the best. So what we will do is move forward. Don't worry, folks. Sometimes that happens on live TV. Nothing you can do, but just roll on. Don't worry, we have other live feeds right here on News Now from Fox. Hey, let's go out to Iowa here. We have Kevin McCarthy out there, Representative Kevin McCarthy, and other Republicans speaking right now. Let's listen to this. This is all live here on News Now from Fox.
To settle that grievance. We couldn't go to a member of Congress and say, you know, I didn't like the results. They counted and recounted, but it didn't come out the way I want. So can a partisan political process body overturn that result? And that's what's happening here. But in the meantime, I'm going to do my job as a congresswoman. I'm going to give vaccines as a doctor. I'm going to visit. I'm going to work on bills. We're going to work on border issues. We're going to work on opening our schools, on child care, workforce, on putting forward amendments to get children vaccinated or tested at the border for COVID-19 before they're sent to the interior. We're going to keep working and serving the people of Iowa as we go through this process. But people should be outraged. It's not personally me. It's a seat in Congress. And if our votes don't count in Iowa, If 6 votes aren't enough to win an election, then why are 6 members on a committee able to overturn an election? Rita Hart herself said, I had to skip over the courts and go to Congress to get the result I need. And her attorney said in his filing to the House Committee on Administration that the committee should use its full discretion to depart from Iowa law. No one, I don't care where you live, what party you are, no one should be okay with violating state laws to get the results of an election that they want. We should all be outraged at that. So it's been a pleasure to be with you. It's a pleasure to be here with both Michelle and with Carrie and with Representative Hinson and Representative McCarthy. And I'm going to turn it over to Representative Ashley Hinson to say a few words as well.
The fact of the matter is we are here today because voter integrity matters. It's such an important time for our country to move forward, and we have to have full faith in our elections. Bills are working their way through legislatures across the country. We're proposing pieces of legislation in Congress to help make sure that you believe your vote counts, and your vote does count. We believe that firmly here in Iowa, and that's why I'm here today supporting my friend and my congresswoman, my fellow congresswoman, Mariannette Miller Meeks. She is a true public servant. She is serving the people of Iowa who elected her. These votes, again, have been certified, they've been recounted, and they've been counted again. Over and over again, the result is the same, and your congresswoman here in Iowa's 2nd District is Mariannette Miller Meeks. So voter election integrity matters. We are all standing for that here today. I can tell you Iowans throughout the state are coming up to their members of Congress and talking to them about this. Members across the country are hearing about it from their constituents. I was at a grocery store meat counter the other day, and I had a woman come up to me with her young child, and she said, Ashley, we're hearing about what's happening with Mariannette, and that's just abhorrent. And I think that message is very, very clear. It's resonating across the country. Iowa elections are up to Iowa election officials and the voters of this state. And we've made that very, very clear. So at that point, we're happy to answer questions that you may have. But we're standing for election integrity, and we're standing for Mariannette Miller Meeks, our congresswoman here in the 2nd District.
Questions?
Leader McCarthy
Yes.
participated in a contest like this in the past and said that was a process to be proud of. What is different about this process now?
Process to be proud of. What are you quoting?
From a statement that you gave, I believe it was a Florida seat, a contested election that went through
At the end of it.
Yes.
When I first became a freshman member, the Democrats took the majority. The Democrats did the exact same thing then. They contested a race for Vern Buchanan. I tried to dissuade them moving forward, but they kept for months in question about whether Vern Buchanan was a congressman. They went back and they wanted to see the machines. They thought the machines did something wrong electronically. So Lofgren did. Just so happens Zoe Lofgren is the chair of this committee now. At the end, the same result came forward that the result that Florida had there and Vern Buchanan. You're probably taking a quote out of context. I didn't think they need to go forward with that. Vern Buchanan was the member of Congress. He ended up being a member of Congress. If I would say anything to the American public, whether you're a Republican or Democrat and you're a member of Congress, there's 3 things you should be working on. It should be back to work, back to school, and back to health. The Democrats put their very first bill, their most important bill, H.R. 1, wasn't about putting the 10 million out of work back in, or about kids back into school, or even more vaccines. It was about election law and changing election law that would give them an advantage. And now on the very first day of being sworn in, they wanted to question this election. And even though the person who lost said the reason why they came to Congress, just to get the outcome that they could have. Then we listened to Speaker Pelosi, believing that she has the right to pick and choose who's a member of Congress. What happened to the people's voice from Iowa too? From Michelle and Carrie? That even though at times they voted and their person didn't win, they still worked with the person who did. It is the people's house. And that's what's so disturbing to me. Why would you keep forward with this when it's been counted, it's been recounted, a bipartisan election board went through it, and the Secretary of State sent a certificate? The question raises to the Democrats, just because you have a 5-seat majority, the smallest majority you've had in more than 100 years, would you be doing this now? Would you do it if you didn't have a 5-seat majority? Because at the end of the day, The Iowans made a decision, and it's their voice, and they have a right to have Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks, who they elected, to continue to serve them, just like she's been doing every single day since she's been sworn in.
Leader McCarthy,
Yes.
the challenger is alleging there are 22 ballots that went uncounted. This process has been set up to determine whether or not these ballots were accurately counted. What is owed to those 22 voters who currently their ballots have not been counted?
It's interesting how the person who lost in this race picks certain ballots. This race had been counted on election day and after. This race went through a recount. So they dealt with those 22. This race went to a bipartisan election board that voted unanimously and decided. I don't think there's any other question about the race is over. I understand people get upset when they lose, but the idea that you want to come in and play a political game is concerning to me.
But isn't this a legal, constitutionally backed process?
Do the Iowans have a voice in this race? I think when it's been, if you want a constitutional back, the states decide. If the federal government inside Congress, if Nancy Pelosi wants to pull that game to try to pick and choose who, she's going against the voice of Iowa's 2nd District. I think that's wrong.
The purpose of
Yes,
the
sir.
Constitution.
Could you explain how this doesn't seem to be a complete juxtapose of things that were being said in November through January after the presidential election and the Electoral College?
Exactly, because in Electoral College, if you go back and take just Speaker Pelosi's words herself, when they challenged Electoral College the 3 times prior when Republicans won, she said, this is democracy, this is the time to do it. If you take into consideration what transpired on the floor in the House, it's a role that Congress has to play. Congress only challenged 2 states that would not change the electoral vote, which takes 270 to become president. So regardless what transpired that day on the floor of Congress, it would not change the outcome of the presidency. Joe Biden would be president, there or not. But just as Nancy Pelosi said, it's the only time Congress has an opportunity to raise the question within the state. And if you look to a number of members who rose that question, they were raising the question not about there, they were raising the question, if you changed election law, was the state able to do it? Because in the Constitution, the state legislature has the responsibility to change it.
We're going to be taking a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we will hear some remarks from Senator Chuck Schumer.
I guess, why oppose a process allowed under federal law to allow Rita Hart and others to argue and ensure that all votes have been examined? Unfortunately, those 22 ballots, because of Iowa law, weren't considered in the recount, so why not?
Because you've already counted, recounted, and had a bipartisan board. What's interesting to me, if you want to raise the question, if you looked at past history, and just as we know as all Americans, you're innocent till proven guilty, correct? So why in every other election contest, if they went through the House, why have they changed the rules now? The majority party, the Democrats, have changed it, and now made it not innocent to proven guilty. Now, Congresswoman Miller Meeks, who is the sitting Congresswoman, has to prove why she won. It's not the burden upon the others to prove why she did not. They changed the rules. Why? Because they want to set up to try to steal a seat because they only have a 5-seat majority. We've watched what they do already. And the reason why I raised this question, watch what Nancy Pelosi has done since she became Speaker this term. She has changed the rules of the institution that have never been changed before. She took away the right of the minority to offer an amendment, something that's been in the history of Congress. She's gone to remove members of the other party from a committee, which has never been done in Congress before either. So why are they continuing to do this? Simply because they have such a small majority. They believed they would win 15 to 20 seats, and in fact, they were the ones who lost. And now they're concerned that they cannot pass such a socialist wing of an agenda with such a small majority, that they want to steal a seat, but disenfranchise those of Iowa? I just believe that's wrong. And I think the American public, and even if you look into Iowa today, if you read the editorial papers, those who didn't even endorse Congresswoman Miller Meeks believe it is wrong what is going on. So how much will Iowa have to hurt? And how long will this have to continue on?
Congress is not in session this week, so that's why we see them out And in the public, this time in Iowa, there, Representative Kevin McCarthy is speaking on voting laws in Iowa and for the country as well. Let's continue on right here on News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are about 30 minutes away from the Derek Chauvin trial. Coming back from lunch, of course, when that comes back, we'll have full coverage for you, gavel to gavel, right here on News Now from Fox. But let's now go out to Senator Chuck Schumer remarks from just a little bit ago today.
Mike will not from the United Way?
I'm not on the agenda.
You are, and you can say a few words. Sure, stay right here. Stay right here. You can stay right here. You can come a little closer. Yeah, good. That's it.
Nice surprise.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's good to be back here in Western New York, and I will introduce our guests in a minute. I'm first going to make a statement on the President's plan that he is coming out with, the American Jobs Plan. And I'll say a few words on that. Then we'll get to our subject. I'll speak, our other speakers will speak, we'll do questions on that subject, and then come back to questions on the jobs plan. Is that all right? Or would you rather I do the jobs plan second? I'll do it right now. Okay. Now, addressing infrastructure, climate, and environmental justice together and creating millions of good-paying jobs is just the right combination to meet head-on the challenges that America now faces. Every community, large and small, rural, suburban, and urban, will benefit from this robust American jobs plan. This will not only make clean energy and clean transportation affordable, it will create millions of new jobs with good wages, which always occurs when we invest in infrastructure and manufacturing, as we will be doing here. And I look forward to working with President Biden to pass a big, bold plan that will drive America forward for decades to come. This plan will have huge benefits for Western New York. It will help modernize our aging infrastructure, something we desperately need, with federal dollars. And it will create tens of thousands of new, good-paying jobs right here in Western New York. So the plan is very good for all of America, and it's particularly good for Western New York, given our needs for jobs and infrastructure. And so with that, now let's get to the subject at hand, and then we will, okay. So first, I am proud to be joined by the mayor, the great mayor of our city of Buffalo, my friend Byron Brown. We have Sherry Scavone, Western New York's Women's Foundation. Thank you, Sherry. We have Brady Loveland. Are you?
Brandy.
Oh, Brandy. Sorry. That's even nicer. Should I sing you that song? You know that song, Brandy, you're a fine girl? I won't say the next line. Do you know the next line?
What a good wife you.
Yes, so I can't say that. She knows. The next line is what a good wife you would be. Who remembers that song? Raise your hand. Okay, not too many. McCarthy remembers it. He's just... Okay. And we have Michael Weiner, the president and CEO of the United Way here in Buffalo.
Let's slide in another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
A lot of very, very good things in it. And, it has a lot of good things in it. But one of them that is not as well known is something I'd like to talk about here today. And that is the dramatic increase in both the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. What that means, it's sort of a good 1-2 punch for Buffalo. It helps the most impoverished. And we are one of the cities with the most impoverished kids. It helps kids who are impoverished. But at the same time, it helps the middle class. And the same people who got the stimulus checks of $1,400, families whose income is below $150,000, individuals whose income is below $75,000, will also get a benefit of both the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. We have a responsibility. For decades, we have wanted to try and get our children here in Western New York and across the country out of poverty. And for the first time, because of this plan, there's real hope. Half the children in Western New York will be removed from poverty by the American Rescue Plan and the great increases in the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. When our children are our greatest resource, and when a child is born into poverty, they don't get proper nutrition oftentimes. They don't get proper clothing. They don't get proper health care. They don't get proper education. They don't get proper housing. And then when they turn into a young adult, they're many, many steps behind. So by taking these kids out of poverty, it not only helps them, it not only helps their families, it helps our whole economy, because people will be productive, educated, strong citizens. And that will be great, because with poverty through no fault of their own, it's harder. Many do get out of it on their own, but it's a lot harder, okay? But this child tax credit also realizes that the middle class has been struggling. And, you know, it's much more expensive to raise children these days. And it's hard for people even who have decent incomes. So there will be more money in people's pockets here as well. About 85% of Buffalo families, 85%, will benefit from this, way up into the middle class. And that's how we designed it, because we want to put money in people's pockets so that they can live better lives for themselves and their kids, and make sure that the next generation is in better shape than this generation. That's always been the American dream. How is it going to work? Very simple. Well, let me just say a few more things. Here in Buffalo, 45% of our children, more than 25,000, are living in poverty. 20% of the kids in Erie County as a whole are living in poverty. Buffalo ranked as high as second in recent years for child poverty among similarly sized cities across the country. And so we say to both kids in poverty and their families and middle-class families, there's more help on the way. In addition to the stimulus checks, starting in July, the average family will get $250 more a month for a whole year. It's the child tax credit is raised from $2,000 to $3,000 for every child from 6 to 17, and from $2,000 to $3,600 from each child 0 to 6 years old. And we're trying to get it to be done on a monthly basis. If you pay taxes, as many middle-class people do, you will get $250 a month per child off on your taxes. If you have 3 children, $750. And if you don't pay taxes or don't pay as much taxes as the credit, the federal government sends you a check. So if you don't pay any taxes, you'd actually get a check for $250 per child. If you pay taxes, that'll be off on your taxes. If you pay some taxes that aren't enough, it's a combination. We believe we have told the administration to implement this starting in July. So people will.
All right, folks, let's go out to some visuals that we are getting out of California right now. This is in the Los Angeles area. The tree rescue underway right there. Tree trimmer that was stuck in a palm tree in Koreatown, part of L.A. there, and he is coming down right now. Great job there by the fire department getting that guy off there. Wow. So that is a scene right there. And then we got this other shot. Let's go up north there in California right now. Take a look at this. At approximately 7:30 this morning, the Marine Mammal Center received a call from San Francisco Police Department regarding a deceased whale in the bay. The whale briefly washed ashore near Crissy Field around 8:30 local time there. The Marine Mammal Center is working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to tow the whale to Angel Island. So a sad case right there, but you're seeing it right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. The whale is a large gray whale, but right now we just don't know the age or gender of that whale. Here's another image that we are getting right here on News Now from Fox. Oh, we had it, and then the camera went away there. Okay, so that was President Biden. He is on the move to Pennsylvania, going to be talking a little bit more about his infrastructure plan, and we'll have those details a little bit later here. Oh, there's the shot. See, Live and fluid right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. Air Force One, President Biden on the move to Pennsylvania soon, talking about an infrastructure plan right there. This is a good moment to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox, as we are just about 20 minutes away from the Derek Chauvin trial, coming back from lunch. And of course, we'll have you covered right here on News Now from Fox. 2-minute break. And on the other side, we will hear a little bit of the comments from the governor, who always seems to talk in sound bites. Yep, that's the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis.
These places, you got a third or 25% of the parents that don't have meaningful access. So Florida is one of only a handful of states where we have the ability to do it. And when we were working this summer with Richard, we knew it was important. You know, we obviously believed the data was very convincing that the schools needed to be in person, and you needed to have that option for parents. And we knew the vast majority of parents would want that. But we also had folks up and down the state, including Superintendent Mike Grego here. Almost every superintendent wanted to get back. We had most of the teachers really wanted to get back. I mean, we're joined by a couple, but I have Joyce Vertelli. She was one of our events last summer, talking about how the virtual doesn't work when you have some of the special education and some of the students with unique abilities. They needed to get her kids back, and she was very passionate, and a lot of teachers were passionate about that. And I just think it's important to point that out, because in some of these other parts of the country, you have these people involved with the schools. They don't want to be in. They're taking vacations. They're doing all that. They don't want to do it. And I think that there's been a lot of folks throughout the American public that's looked at that, and I think they've been very frustrated and disappointed. But I don't think that's fair to apply that to Florida, because from the very beginning last summer, we had so many people who work in our school districts and our charter and private and the whole education. They wanted to get back. And I know that at the time, there was just a lot of stuff going on. It wasn't necessarily the easiest thing, because of, you know, some people were fearful. You had this, you had that. But we had people every step of the way that wanted to put the kids first. Mike Grego was certainly one of those, and we have really not looked back. So I just want to thank them for their hard work throughout this school year. I think it's been a big success. Obviously, we have some more to go. And I remember when Palm Harbor started. I was in high school. It was like they only had grades 9 and 10 when you first started, but it was like a big deal. I mean, it was like this great school. And I was kidding the principal here, Teresa Patterson. You know, you did have 1 year where you were a B school. It's like every other year was an A, but there was the 1 year where you're the B. But it was a big deal. So it's just interesting for me to now come back, because I remember when they broke ground on it. I remember when they had their first classes. But if you look at all the things that have happened, any of these inflection points over the last year, it's a lot of really significant things. I mean, for example, you know, we were one of the first states to work to protect nursing home residents, in contrast to what some of these other states did, where like New York, where they were sending them back. And so that was insignificant. It saved a lot of lives. We obviously believed in lifting people up, getting people back to work, letting people do their best to provide for their families. Businesses open, people working. Our unemployment rate is 4.7. Nationally, it's 6.2. And I have some of my biggest industries locked down by the CDC, like the cruise industry. We want that open. It's not even open because of the federal government. But that was important to do. The vaccinations, we're going to hit 3.5 million seniors that have gotten shots. We put seniors first, and I think that was the right decision. And I think you're going to see that as we go on be vindicated even more. But I'd say the thing that's going to have the most long-term impact on our societies, on our communities, on our states, on our cities, on our counties, on our country is, did we get the kids back in school this school year or not? And if you got them back in school, I think the positive effects of that are going to be dramatic, and the negative effects that you're avoiding are going to be huge. The places that have locked kids out of school for a year now, and likely for the rest of this school year at this point, what, they're going to send them back for 6 or 7?
Governor Ron DeSantis there in Florida talking about education amid this worldwide pandemic and getting the kids back into school. A lot of people saying he could be a big 2024 presidential contender. We'll be right back. More News Now from Fox in just 2 minutes.
I think that all the hard work that went into getting the school year going, to getting our kids back, all the things that the teachers did, the principals, I was telling Mike and the teachers before, you may never be able to make as significant of an impact than you did this year. Because had we not done this, you could be the best, have the best school in the world. It's really hard to unring the bell of having kids out of school for a year and a half. And I can't thank them enough. So we're going to have a pretty good announcement here in a sec. But before we do that, we have some teachers here, and basically they're going to come up and talk about some of the stuff that they have done. So first I want to bring up Sarah Painter. So Sarah, just talk about kind of what you've done, and I know you've been recognized for your good work, and just talk about how the school year's gone.
Hi, I'm Sarah Painter, Teacher of the Year for Pinellas County, and I teach 5th grade at Eisenhower Elementary. I'm a simultaneous teacher, which means I do have some on the computer and I have some face-to-face. When we first started this journey in August, we had a lot of frustrations. Kids would end up off the call, technology wouldn't work, and I'd find myself groaning. Once my students started coming back to the room slowly, they heard me doing that, and they said, have you been doing that this whole time? And I was like, oh yeah, I have. Like, well, let's find joy instead. So we came up with this phrase, and so every time a call would drop or we'd have a frustration, in unison the class would say, find joy. So that became our mantra this year. And find joy is not about ignoring the negatives, because they're there, but it's powering through and asking ourselves, now what? So not to live there. Sure, we have to gripe, we have to complain, that's natural, but we can't live there because that's toxic. So we ask ourselves, now what? And we push through. I'm a runner. I often use some running analogies in my classroom. So if I'm running and my shoe becomes untied and I have to stop and tie it, I'll come back to school the next day and I'll say, you know, sometimes in life our plans get interrupted, but we do what we need to do, we address the issue, and we move on. And then I came up with the perfect analogy. I was tying my shoes ready for a run and it started pouring. And my goal was to get that run done no matter what. So I put my shoes on, I put my clothes on, and I ran. Was the puddle dirty? Yes. Was it messy? Yes. Did I enjoy it? Not so much. But if I set out to run, I'm going to run. And I think as teachers, we need to continue the race that we signed up for. We signed up to do this. We cannot control the weather. We can't control our circumstances, but we can continue to push through, find joy, and ask now what. My last comments that I want to make is we're coming into testing season. We have assessments coming up. They are necessary. No runner enters a race, crosses the finish line, and doesn't ask how they did. So this year, the assessments are so important because we need to know how we're doing, and we need to use that to figure out our now what for next year. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Joy Vitrelli. I teach at Paul B. Stevens, which is an exceptional student center here in Pinellas County. It's a great school where some of our most disabled students attend school. My daughter is a graduate from there. And I met with Governor DeSantis and the rest of the administration from the school district and the superintendent during the summer to talk about the value of having our students be in-person learning. It was extremely difficult to have kids who have a hard time sitting or feeding themselves or looking or paying attention to try to use technology meaningfully for learning. It did not work for us, and I'm so very grateful to the governor, to you, to everyone who pushed to get our kids back in school, because it has been a remarkable experience for me. We have a mantra in my class, which is mask up. And if I had $1 for every time I've said that this year, I would be retired. But some of the things that we learned from this, myself, my colleagues who have done a great job, everybody at our school has, but the students too, is that this was really a teachable moment for us in ways that I never imagined. We've had to especially be mindful of making sure that the students were placed so that there was 6 feet between them. And it's much easier for you all to stay in your seats there than it is for students who are autistic or don't understand the need. But they have learned how to do it. So for my students who have to pace the floor because they might have some behavioral anxiety, I have an area where they know they can only walk on the tile because I measured it out to see. And they have learned that they have now some control over an environment that was frightening for them. And I think as educators and adults, we have a civic responsibility, a professional responsibility, a personal responsibility to communicate to the children in our lives that there might be frightening things that are going on in our world, but with knowledge, we can gain wisdom and experience, and we can teach them that those things that are frightening can be addressed, that they can be safe at school, that they can be safe on their school bus, and that their parents and their caregivers have that security of knowing that their children are at the place that they need to be educated in the best possible way. And again, I'm very grateful that we're back at school, and my kids have done a great job. They each have their own little pointer to go to the smart board and point with, so then I didn't have to worry about spreading germs. I mean, there were so many things that we learned. They've improved their eating skills because they're not all eating in the cafeteria, and we have all these eyes on them all the time when they're eating. So there were so many things that we did not even think of that were a positive from this whole experience. And the best thing is that we're back in school where we need to be. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Webb, and I'm a teacher here at Palm Harbor University High School. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about my teaching experiences during the pandemic. Navigating simultaneous teaching has been a challenging feat. I've had to re-examine how to effectively teach science and career technical courses in which collaborative and hands-on learning are critical, with students who are both online and at home and socially distanced during class. I've had to overcome these challenges in order for my students to have a high quality and rigorous education that I'm passionate about and that they deserve. Continuously being ready to adapt to changes and accommodate to the new environment has been a necessity. Curriculums have been modified based on mandated protocols, but I've had great success in strategically researching and implementing technology-based learning resources. For example, using Flipgrid, students have been able to demonstrate mastery of technical skills and record short project presentations.
And just a heads up, some of you are going into another quick 2-minute break.
Courtyard where collaborative learning and skills practice can be maximized in a safe, effective, and fun manner. I dissected a fetal pig in a series of live online lessons over the course of a week last spring at the patio at my house with my niece as the camera person. Another challenge that was overcome was employing strategic measures to ensure that my personal training students would be able to observe certified professionals at clinical sites. Since traditional fitness facilities aren't a site option this year, I was able to facilitate student engagement with certified professionals at outdoor boot camp facilities at clinical sites there. So even though the pandemic has been challenging, the students have responded. The results of our certification testing have proven this, despite the fact that even the testing formats have changed. Last spring, 71% of our biomedical science students passed their biotechnician assistant certification exam, which is in line with previous years. Just a few weeks ago, 100% of our 58 nursing assisting students passed their certification exam. Perseverance is key, and it takes planning, flexibility, creativity, and innovative thinking to foster a positive learning environment that can effectively reach all learners. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks. We really appreciate your hard work. And I know this is, a snippet here in Pinellas County, but we've seen folks work really hard all throughout the state, and we really we really appreciate it. And as a token of the appreciation, today I'm proposing and announcing my request to the legislature to dedicate another $216 million from the third round of the ESSER funds so that we could do $1,000 bonuses for public school principals and classroom teachers for grades pre-K through 12. This proposal will provide a bonus to more than 3,600 principals and nearly 180,000 full-time classroom teachers. So similar to my proposal for a bonus for first responders, our Florida teachers and school principals have put student success first throughout the course of the coronavirus pandemic. And so we're asking the legislature, since they're in session, we have these ESSER funds from the federal government. Now, the first responders, we asked for that out of the stimulus money. Here, we're asking for this out of the ESSER funds, and we'd like that to be appropriated during the session so that we can get these checks out as soon as possible. And so having the doors open has been a huge, huge success. It's been very important to so many families. We have people who move from these other states just because we have schools. open. I mean, it's incredible, the frustration in some of these other places. And so it's been a huge thing. And this is in addition to my budget, which we asked for $50 million additional to continue raising the average minimum salary in addition to the $500 million that we already have in there. And so that is something we're still going to fight for, of course. So this is in addition to that, not in lieu of that. So we think it's an exciting proposal. We think that the legislature will look favorably upon this, and we think it's something that's very appropriate given the great work that's been done throughout the state of Florida during this school year. And so with that, we'll invite up Commissioner Corcoran, and then we'll have Mike Grego say a few things, and the principal.
Thank you. It's great to be back in Pinellas County. It's kind of where we all started at the end of the summer, and great praise and thank you to the governor for saying we're opening up schools, and we're going to give that option of face-to-face to parents, and we're going to ensure that our children get a year's worth of learning. And it's been a remarkable year, and I think you hear the teachers have said just fantastic comments. From, out of this adversity, and our children have learned a level of perseverance. And adversity has been quoted as saying it's the doorway to greatness. And so now these are silver linings, as you talked about, that you think, hey, this is just a chaotic, awful year, and yet you have all these silver linings, and you have leadership from the top that says, we're going to put the students first. And I think what's fantastic, pre-pandemic, even knowing what the word COVID was, we had the governor basically launch the Year of the Teacher. We're going to elevate and celebrate teachers. The largest single pay increase in the history of the state was put forward. It was passed. Then the pandemic hits, and you have this tremendous economic downturn, and everyone's thinking, not only is that going to not survive the budget process, but now we're going to have to dig in and cut the entire K-12 education budget. This governor has been a stalwart for the value and the purpose of an education and what it does to create a great society and great citizens within that society. Not one single dollar was cut from the teacher compensation. Not one single dollar was cut from the K-12 budget. In fact, this year, increased the base student allocation, increased the teacher compensation, and now to announce another $1,000 bonus for our teachers. It's just a remarkable year. And it's so well deserved. One of the silver linings I like to think is we all knew and we all valued teachers, but when this hit, there isn't a parent alive. I have 6 children. Trust me, I've always valued teachers, nowhere near as much as when this hit, and you realize how inadequate you are in trying to get them to follow the coursework or stay up with it or motivate them. But that's what our teachers do every single day. And so one of the great silver linings is our teachers have now worldwide, not just in the state, not just in this country, been elevated and celebrated and recognized for the heroic work they have done. And if you look at the state of Florida, the governor will tell you, when he had schools open up, guess what happens? Parents can go back to work. Business can start making money again. The economy can start turning around. It's literally was the impetus or the backbone, what happened down here in Pinellas when we had that announcement. And so for what the teachers have done, they, in this time of uncertainty, were the certainty for our children. The one constant, the one thing they would get dropped off, they would go into a classroom, they'd see that familiar face, they'd be with their peers. That was the certainty. And then when you think about a state that has 72% of its kids dependent on their meal by going to school, and yet you have this environment that was opened up. We were the fastest to open up. We have been open the longest, and we have more students in face-to-face instruction than any other state in the union. You could probably cobble a bunch of them together, and they can't even equal what Florida's done. But so it's just a great momentous occasion. I sit here, and whenever I'm in libraries, I just love when you guys have quotes all over the wall. But the one really just staring me right was from a student, Robin Williams, from the class of 15. It says, no matter what people tell you, words and ideas can change the world. And what happened with teachers has changed the world. What they have put into words and put into ideas and put into action has changed the world.
And just a heads up, some of you are going on a quick 2-minute break as we do wait for our Derek Chauvin trial to resume.
Great ones out there. All 67 are superintendents, to what the governor said, they all wanted to open up. Our teachers all wanted to be back in the classroom. I think we had 95% of our teachers back in the classroom. I mean, just an astounding accomplishment, a heroic effort. But your superintendent, I will tell you, and he won't tell you, so I'm going to give him credit, but he's on speed dial at our office. The entire department has him on speed dial. There's rarely a day that goes by that we don't call up Mike Grego and say, this is what we're thinking, this is what where we're headed, give us your input. And his input is second to none. And so it's also great to be here with Superintendent Grego and all these great teachers and reminisce where we were. I remember being on the traveling with the governor one time, and it was back in August when, as the governor said, we had people protesting us. We had people putting mock graves in front of our buildings. And I remember talking to the governor, and the concept the governor was saying was that today is August, but February or March will come. And when that comes, they will see we are right. Our teachers are right. Our superintendents are right. And we're going to do what's best by children. And we did. And so it's so great to see this additional compensation for our great heroes in the classroom and our principals. Thank you.
Mike?
Boy, thank you for those kind words, Commissioner. And right back at you in terms of the department being so receptive of the superintendents. We're in a school, so I too want to add my thanks, Governor DeSantis, for being here and choosing Pinellas County to make this historic announcement, and also choosing Palm Harbor University High School, a fine high school, representative of all of our high schools in Pinellas County. Well, we're grateful for your leadership. As was already mentioned, we in Pinellas County and in the state of Florida were fully operationalized in August, and I want to say thank you once again on behalf of all the superintendents for holding the districts financially harmless, providing innovative teaching methods, Commissioner, and to assist students to learn remotely, and provided us the resources to open up safely so that we could effectively engage. I know it's nice that we're speaking in the end of March about how smooth things went, but a lot of the decisions from the governor and the commissioner and the Department of Education, you have a Department of Education that's one of the finest, if not the finest in the nation also. And I'm not just saying that. We in Pinellas County have the vast majority of our schools, 85 to 95% in-person learning face-to-face. With many of them over 90% learning face-to-face. We're excited about the plans of the future. We're excited about this robust summer program that we're going to be holding in June and July. Because as the governor mentioned, this is not going to go away in terms of the potential learning loss, but rather we need to care for our students of all grade levels, not only this summer, but next year and next summer, and we're going to use these dollars very wisely. So it's been a journey, and you've heard that from the teachers. But as the governor pointed out, the teachers have been in the center of this journey. And every single day trying to figure it out, how to make it work, and refusing, and this has been our mantra, we're going to refuse to allow this year to be anything less for our students. We're going to make this year as powerful as we can. Our students deserve it. But at the center, the teachers work to teach online, in person, maybe simultaneous. They worked every single day. So today we may be announcing, and certainly we are very grateful, but I don't want us to forget about the day-to-day support and the responsiveness. And so, not only as superintendent of Pinellas County, but also as a serving president of the Superintendents Association, we say without reservation, the partnership with the department has been second to none. And never before have we had such collaboration with the Department of Education. In tough times, it's amazing of how people come together, and I hope it always stays that way. So thank you, Richard, for your leadership. I'm excited to introduce Teresa Patterson, who is the principal of this school, and ironically the principal of just a few weeks. So Dr. Gonzalez, who is there right in front of me, if you wave your hand, she has been the principal of this school for 11 years, and so all of those A's are under her leadership, and she was recently promoted as an area superintendent. And I also want to say, Governor and Commissioner, I have 4 board members. They're tremendous board members right in front of me, so they're my bosses. So they're standing, Caprice Edmonds and Nicole Carr and Lisa Kane and Eileen Long. Thank you for being here and supporting us through this journey, and all the board members. Thank you so much. So without further ado, let me introduce a fine new principal, but baptism by fire. I called her and I said, the governor wants to come and visit your school. So, Teresa?
Thank you, Dr. And I do
I do have to tip my hat to Kristen Gonzalez. Dr. Gonzalez really has led this school through what has been a very unique time period. I'm going to put it that way. Governor, as principal, I can't thank you enough for your work to support teachers and schools. And I appreciate the steps that you, along with Commissioner Cochran, have taken to make sure that this year has been full and meaningful for our students. Yes, there certainly were challenges all over the district, but I can tell you this, that at Palm Harbor University High School and across the district, there was no such thing as a pause button. No pause. It was innovate and persevere and find new ways. And I know that our way of work has changed for the better because of all that we've learned. When I look at this school in the short time I've been here, I think it's a perfect example of what I'm seeing throughout the district because of the leadership in place from our superintendent and our assistant superintendent all the way down to the teachers in the classroom. Teachers lead as well. And I see a school that offers pathways to preparing students for career and college after graduation that are both relevant and rigorous. And that was true before the pandemic. Saved by the bell, right? And that was true before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after. There will always be relevant and rigorous pathways to prepare our students here at Palm Harbor High School and throughout the district. I see our academy.
And it does look like we do have our trial resuming in Minneapolis as we join in live. Just want to be sure to say thank you to all of our viewers who are here with us on News Now from Fox. Again, multiple witnesses have already taken the stand as we are now in day 3 of this trial against Derek Chauvin.
If you could just stand there for a second. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Definitely. Have a seat. And first of all, if you feel comfortable, we'd appreciate if you could remove your mask because it'll be easier to hear you. I'll keep my mask on so that we have as much protection. And we're going to test out the microphone and how it works with you. So if you could state your full name, spelling each of your names.
First name, Charles McMillan, C-H-A-R-L-E-S. Last name, McMillan, capital M-C-M-I-L-L-I-A-N.
Thank you. Ms. Aldridge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to start with some questions about your background, and then we'll move on from there, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So could you tell the jury how old you are?
61 years old.
And how far did you go in school?
3rd grade.
And what city do you live in?
Here in Hennepin County.
And you're in Hennepin County. Are you in Minneapolis?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you some questions about Memorial Day, May 25th of last year. Do you live in an area close to Cup Foods?
Yes, I do.
And that evening on May 25th, were you driving by that area?
Yes, I was.
And what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2006 Dodge Caravan Blue.
Okay, is that a van?
Yes, ma'am.
So, when you were in the area of 38th in Chicago, did something draw your attention?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What did you see?
I was at the red light going south, and at the time I was going to go east on the 38. That was to my left, and when I got there to make a left turn, I see an interaction with a car with a man and with a police officer.
So I'm going to show you a map. If we could put up Exhibit 1, please. All right, so you were talking about where you were. Using this map that's up on the screen, could you just describe, you can actually use your, there's a little pen there, stylus pen. You can use that to sort of show the jury on the screen where you were and where you were headed.
I for me to see because I'm old. I didn't start at better by saying because I can't hardly see what's going on.
Okay.
I was on the corner of 38th in Chicago.
All right.
To make a left to go east towards 42nd and Hiawatha. So I was right on the corner of 38th in Chicago.
So you were headed east on 38th Street, is that right?
Yes, which would be right here.
Okay, perfect. And you just made a mark at that intersection there where in the direction you were headed, which was eastbound, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And when you were headed down 38th, you said you saw an interaction with somebody and some police officers. What did you see at that point?
Well, when I made the left, I seen a blue. There was a Mercedes-Benz truck on the right side with a police officer standing at the door. So I automatically made a right turn and pulled over.
And what made you decide to stop and pull over?
Being nosy, just being nosy. I'm in the neighborhood. I'm a nosy person.
Did you want to know what was going on?
Yes, being nosy. That's what it was.
So when you first approached that area, you said an officer standing next to a blue Mercedes truck.
With the door open.
With the door open. Did you see what the officer was doing at that point?
No, not at the time.
Okay. So you said you decided you wanted to pull over, see what was going on.
Get out, yes.
All right. So did you drive up the street a little bit and then park?
Immediate park, got out.
Okay. So when you got out, what'd you do?
I walked across I went to the other side of the street.
All right. And would that be the Cup Food side of the street?
Yes.
Okay. So what'd you do on the other side of the street?
I engaged in what was going on by watching.
Okay. So what did you see from the Cup Food side of the street?
Basically, I seen the officer, was asking Mr. Floyd to get out the truck. And shortly after they got Mr. Floyd out the truck and they walked over to the sidewalk where they allowed, just walked over to the sidewalk behind Mr. Floyd's truck.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. We'll just break it down a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you saw the officers getting Mr. Floyd out of the truck. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say Mr. Floyd. Did you know who he was at the time?
No, ma'am.
Did you later learn that that man was George Floyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you saw, how many officers at that time did you see interacting with Mr. Floyd?
I want to say one at the time, then another one walked over to help him.
Okay. So tell the jury about that. What did you see the first officer do, and then what happened next? So we'll start from that point.
Well, when I got out my truck and started watching, I basically just seen the officer asking Mr. Floyd to get out. And from that point on, I don't want to say the other officer walked up to the truck where the other officer was. The other officer on the other side, so he walked up to where the officer trying to get Mr. Floyd that truck. I said, and I heard a couple words, I don't know what it was, and then they finally got Mr. Floyd out the truck, handcuffed and walked him down.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. So first you saw one officer interacting on the driver's side of the car with Mr. Floyd, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said there was another officer who was on the passenger side initially of that blue Mercedes truck, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I think you're describing that eventually that officer on the passenger side came over to assist on the driver's side, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said that those officers got Mr. Floyd handcuffed. Did you see that happen?
No, I didn't. No, I don't not recall it.
So what did you see while you were standing on the Cup Food side of the street happen at the next to that SUV?
Well, after that, I seen, because I was looking away, but then when I turned back and looked, I did see Mr. Floyd handcuffed. Then they started to walk him down the sidewalk.
So you didn't see the very moment he was handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
But you
No.
did see that he ended up in handcuffs?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you looking around you but not focused the entire time on, what the exact moment was that he was handcuffed?
No, I
Okay.
didn't.
So you said that he was handcuffed, and then you said they walked him across the street. So can you describe or show on the map what you saw happen next? put either a line or a mark where you saw them walking. Can we enlarge it? Is that possible?
It was on the right-hand side, but I can't see what that little restaurant is on the right side.
Okay, so let's take off the enlarged portion just for a second there.
It was a little small restaurant on my right-hand side behind the truck.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for, and I can't see it.
All right. Would that be the Dragon Walk restaurant?
Yes, a little restaurant on the corner.
Okay. So was that where the officers that you saw walked with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said he was in handcuffs. Was Mr. Floyd walking across the street?
Yes, he was walking up the sidewalk with them.
And then what happened?
He said something about he said something. I can't quote right what he said, but whatever he said, they let him sit down.
Okay. And were you watching that part of the interaction where he was sitting down?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you? Were you still on the cup?
I was still on the Cub pool side.
Okay. And I'm going to try not to talk over you, but if we could just wait for the question and then you can answer, and then I'll try not to
Yes, ma'am.
try to do the
Not
same
a problem.
thing.
Thank you.
Okay. Just because we got someone taking it all down. All right. So you are on the cup food side. You see them sit him down at the Dragon Walk. Could you hear what was going on in terms of the whole conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you were watching what was going on. Is that right? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Did they move again after that?
Yes, ma'am. They helped him guide up off the sidewalk.
Okay. And then after he got up off the sidewalk, where did they go?
They went north across the street at the red light, which would be going north through the red light.
So did they head toward Cup Foods at that point?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where were you? Did you stay where you were or did you follow?
I just went on down the sidewalk almost to the front edge of the Cup Food.
Okay.
To the stoplight.
And I'm going to put up, well, can you take this down, please? Thank you. Did we show you some pictures and videos from that day prior to your testimony in court today? Did you see some videos and pictures on a previous date when we met before?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to put up, just for you but not for the jury, what we've marked as Exhibit 38, please. All right. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize yourself in that picture?
Yes, I do.
And is that what you looked like on May 25th and what you were wearing? All right. We would offer Exhibit 38.
All right, 38 is received.
All right. And we will publish that to the jury. All right. So now the jury is getting to see that's what you were wearing. That's what you looked like on May 25th. Is that right?
Yes.
And so it looks like you're walking down the sidewalk. You're talking about getting closer. Did you get closer at that point?
Yes, I was getting closer.
Okay. We can take that down, please. So after you see the officers walk Mr. Floyd toward the Cup Foods and you're getting closer, what do you see then?
I see them come through the intersection with Mr. Floyd. And I was just standing and observing like I was doing. And when they came through the intersection, they went on to the car with him.
And when you say the car, what car are you referring to?
Squad car.
Okay. So they were taking Mr. Floyd to the squad car at that point? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he still handcuffed at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Floyd walking with those officers?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it just those two officers at that point?
Yes.
Did you know either of those two officers?
No.
Okay. And then did you continue to observe after they got to that squad car?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see then?
Just standing and observing them, get him into the car, and as they get him in the car, I'm just paying attention like I always was.
And Was Mr. Floyd saying anything at that point in time?
Yes, he was.
And were you engaging in a conversation with Mr. Floyd as well?
Yes, I was.
So tell the jury just a little bit about what was going on in that moment.
At the time I was engaged with Mr. Floyd, that the officer was, trying to get him in the car and everything, talking to him, and I was telling Mr. Floyd, just ply with him, get on in the car because you can't win. Something to that nature.
Okay. And before, as you were watching Mr. Floyd walk up to the squad car, he was seated down and then he was walked across the street. Any of those moments in time, did you see Mr. Floyd fighting or being violent with the officers from the moment he was taken out of the car until he was sat down and then walked across the street?
No.
Okay. And then you're describing what was going on, and he was handcuffed, you described that whole time, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're talking about them trying to get him into the car. Did we previously show you a video that showed your position and what you were watching, as well as what one of the officers' body cameras showed was going on at that moment? Did you see video of that on a previous date?
Yes.
And did that show accurately and fairly what you saw, as well as what you heard and what was going on with respect to Mr. Floyd at the squad car? Did that show what was happening?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I'm clearly describing it to you, I know you saw a number of videos. There was one that had a view from one of the officer's body cameras combined with a surveillance camera that was showing where you were standing. And that's what we've marked as Exhibit 39. And you said that video showed what you were doing and what you saw and heard. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, I'd offer Exhibit 39.
39 is received.
And we will publish that now. And does that show you walking by? Can we just pause it for one moment? Before we play, the top screen, does that show where you're standing next to the squad car?
Yes.
And can you just point yourself out on that top screen? And then the other video that's embedded within what's shown here, that shows the officer and Mr. Floyd at the car. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We will clear that, and then we will continue to play. Thank you.
I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic. You ain't gonna win. I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them. Man, I'm scared. The breathing's gonna go off on me, man. Okay. Let me count to three. And I'm going in.
Pause it right there, please. All right, we're at 18:07. Now, just to sort of summarize what's happened thus far, are you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's going on in that conversation?
It's going on a conversation that I'm watching, Mr. Floyd sending. He clasped over to the back seat of the police car. And I'm trying to get him to understand that when you make a mistake, once they get you a cup, it's no certain thing as being clasped over. You're going to go with them. And I was trying to get him to go.
Okay, and you were saying, is it your voice saying things like you can't win?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you saying that?
Because I have had interaction with officers myself, and I understand once you get in the cup, you can't win. You're done.
Okay.
It's just the way I have looked at it.
So were you trying to just help him to...
Make the situation easy.
Got it. So you were trying to make the situation easier. And there were some comments about, I'm claustrophobic, and then I believe there was a response. Were you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you feel like he was hearing you and understanding what you were saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And like you said, you were just trying to make it easier and help. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, again, we have this stopped at 1807, did some other officers arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know any of the other officers who arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you know?
Mr. Chauvin right there.
And if you can point to him on the screen, you're pointing there. So you've made a mark with the arrow pointing to Mr. Chauvin. How did you know Mr. Chauvin?
5 days prior to this happening, I pulled up on the squad car somewhere in South Minneapolis, and I seen Mr. Chauvin, and I told him, like I tell all officers, at the end of the day, you go home to your family safe, and let the next person go home to their family safe.
So you had just met him in the community a few days prior, is that right?
I had seen him in the community prior to them, but that, the day I pulled up on him, I gave him the recommendation of what I said.
Okay, so you had seen him 5 days or so prior, had a conversation with him, but you had known him in the community before that as well, is that right?
I seen him riding through the community, not knowing him now.
Okay, so you recognized him as an officer in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize. I'll try to slow down. You try to slow down. We'll both take a breath. And then we'll
Yes,
move
ma'am.
on. Okay. And I'm going to try not to talk over you. Do my best. All right. Okay. So I'm going to let the video play, and then we can pause it for some follow-up. So go ahead. Thank you.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I get in the car. He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man.
Get in the car.
Okay, can I talk to you, please?
Yes, you get in this car. We can talk.
I am claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but you're not working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Get in the car.
Man.
Get in the car.
Can you put me in the front? Please.
No, you're not getting in the front.
I'm claustrophobic, Mr. Officer.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man. I open my door. Please, officer. Please.
Sit.
Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No. Take a seat. I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. Please. I can't. And I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm not going to lose you. Bro, you going to die of a heart attack, right? I know, I can't breathe. Get in the car. I can't go, man. I can't breathe.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I'll tell you.
Can we figure out what's going on?
Forgery for what? Take him out. For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Here, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you.
Get on the ground. Yeah, on the ground. On the ground.
My wrist. Right.
You got your restraint. Hobbled.
I can't breathe.
Okay.
I can't breathe.
I'll grab that. Get him. Jesus Christ.
I can't breathe. Thank you. I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
it's in the,
Mama.
one of the front pouches.
Mama.
On my right side bag.
Mama.
You're the arrest guy.
All right. Oh my God.
Now you go to jail.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man.
Can we stop it right here, please?
Mama, look.
Mr. McMahon, do you need a minute?
Oh my
You just take your time. Let us know when you're ready.
We'll just give you a moment, Mr. McMahon. I'm not sure if there's water for you as well. Oh, if you need a break to get some water, let me know, and we can take a break. I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah.
I know that this is difficult. Can you just explain sort of what you're feeling in this moment?
I feel helpless. I don't have a mama either, but I understand him. My mom died June 25th.
Hang on just 1 second, Mr.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
We'll take a little break.
All right, so as we do have our witness having a bit of trouble moving on here, he is going to get a break so that he can kind of compile and pull himself together here. But we were just watching some video in that box of the officers trying to wrestle with Floyd, get him into the car. Let's go to some of our Fox 9 coverage in Minneapolis.
Was driving in the area, he says, on that evening of May 25th, 2020, when he saw police standing at the vehicle that George Floyd was in. We want to get to our legal expert, Rachel Pelos. And Rachel, taking a break right now, clearly the witness there getting emotional, talking about how he tried to convince George Floyd to comply with authorities, telling him, you know, we can't win. And also going into his background and his experiences with police, but simply they're weeping on the stand. What is your take on just the approach with the prosecution with this witness?
Well, this is obviously an emotional experience, and people reliving it almost a year later are still heartbroken. I'm heartbroken watching this over again, and I think sometimes we forget in the clinical language of the law that we are talking about real human beings and real emotions and real loss. And for so many of these people whom we see on a stand, children, elderly people, very vulnerable people, this is extremely difficult emotionally. And I'm sure it's not easier knowing that everything they say and do is being broadcast around the world live.
And again, another element that we're seeing is more some more video taken from that time, that day. And it just seems like we just keep seeing more and more evidence, video evidence. And this is clearly going to be a huge impact from, you know, the law perspective in this case.
Right. And as I mentioned earlier, the prosecution does need to mark these videos. They need to go through the formal process of having them admitted as evidence so it can be considered by the jury in its consideration of guilt or innocence. And so at points, it is very tedious, and they're walking systematically through a series of points that they need to check off, of informational pieces that they need to check off to admit a piece of evidence. But at times like this, people are overcome by emotion, and that should not surprise us. And I think, again, this just reminds us all of the importance of this trial and the really human issues that it implicates for people every day.
And we've heard from quite a few people today. Christopher Martin stood out. He was an employee there at Cup Foods, and he had an interaction with George Floyd on that evening. And we saw more video evidence again. Tell me, with our latest witness to take the stand, how do you think that his, as a witness, his performance came across?
Well, he's authentic, I think, is how I perceive it. And so ultimately, of course, that will be up to the jury. But this is a man who, when you recall what he said on the video, he's very authentic, he's very sincere, and so he was genuinely distressed that day that Mr. Floyd was killed, and he's genuinely distressed today at reliving it, including by watching this video. I think it's important for us to also remember some of these people might not have looked at the videos again or ever, depending on their level of emotional trauma. And so I think for all the reasons that Ms. Frazier mentioned in court yesterday, for so many people, they are reliving this nightmare every day for those who witnessed it.
All right.
And so
Rachel, thank you so much for your input. And we're going to head over to Fox 9's Hannah Flood, who's also been monitoring all of the events taking place in court today. And Hannah, we just heard from Charles McMillan. He said that he's in his 60s, and he just so happened to be in the neighborhood that day, parked and got out of his car and had some interaction with George Floyd. Tell me your thoughts on what we've heard so far.
Yeah, it's been interesting to hear from Charles because, you know, we can hear his voice on a lot of the video that we've seen already. You hear him say, you know, just comply, just give up, you can't win. That's something that, you know, really stood out to me the first time that I had seen that bystander video is you can hear him saying, you can't win, you know, give up. And so we're finally kind of putting a face to that voice and hearing from this man for the first time. And again, we're really seeing how the state is laying out today this timeline. You know, they started with Chris Martin in the store, what happened in the store. And then they went to Chris Belfry, and we have the video that they played when Chris was giving his testimony, which would be the moment that police went up to the vehicle that George Floyd was in. And shortly after they go up to that vehicle, they pull their guns. You can see that in the video that they shared when Chris Belfry was up on the stand. And now they're kind of going into this next part with Charles McMillan, this witness who's up on the stand right now. He's now talking about the moments that he gets out of that vehicle that you're about to see here in this video. He gets out of that vehicle and is taken across the street. And there was a point in the video, you know, I'm going to just refer to this video right here. This was the video that Chris Belfry had shot. He was parked behind George Floyd's vehicle right outside of that Cup Food store. And in this video, you can see the officers here talking to George Floyd would be in the driver's seat. So on the left-hand side of this video, officers talking to him, trying to get out of the car. Chris, this witness said, you know, shortly after this, he left. He said, I heard other sirens. He said, I just didn't want to get involved. So he took this video and kind of got out of there. But Charles, this witness who's on the stand right now, you know, he said he was driving in the neighborhood and he did the opposite. He saw that police were there and he said on the stand, Rachel was talking about genuine. He said right on the stands, I stopped because I'm nosy. I'm just a nosy neighbor. And that's why this next witness stopped. He gets out of his car and he kind of sees the whole point from this moment, George Floyd getting out of that car to being taken across the street to the moment that we watched that really, you know, video that made him really emotional. It was kind of the first time that we've seen that moment, right? The moments of the police officers with George Floyd outside of the vehicle when they're trying to get him into that squad car. Also, I believe the first time that we were seeing any body camera footage in trials. So, you know, if you've been following this case, you know that some of that body cam footage was released. So you may have seen portions of it, but we did see kind of an extended, a longer portion. And again, the state kind of building up that timeline of this was what was happening when he was getting out of the car. Charles describes them taking him across the street, and then Charles describes them trying to get George Floyd into the car. And, you know, obviously that video made him really emotional. Rachel was talking about it earlier. It's become clear with some of these eyewitnesses that we were talking to yesterday and today that this is still really difficult for them to talk about. There's been a lot of emotional testimony, and especially with all this video evidence we have of them kind of reliving those moments, it's really challenging for them, really emotional. And, you know, Judge Cahill called for this recess because there is kind of a line of how much emotion do you let in. Charles was kind of talking about, you know, in the video that they played, you heard George Floyd calling for his mom, and you heard Charles start to say, my mom passed away in June. And Judge Cahill cut him off again because of just rules of the court of how much information they're allowed to share. They're really supposed to be sticking to the questions. So Judge Cahill giving him some time to collect himself before he comes back for questioning. But again, it's evident. We also heard it from the store clerk. You know, he was talking about his regrets that day. He had said, if I hadn't accepted that bill, if I just would have said, no way, get out of here, none of this would have happened. So you're hearing a lot from people, the regret that they had that day of not helping more, which is interesting because we hear Eric Nelson say in his opening statements and kind of in his line of questioning that, you know, that there was this angry mob that were threatening police, but then you actually hear witnesses say, I wish that I would have gone further. I wish I would have done more. And it looks like we are getting back into court. Judge Cahill is up in his seat, so we'll take you back into the courtroom.
Okay, sir. How you doing?
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir.
All set to roll?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to leave the mask on or off?
No, too hot.
Okay, understood. Ms. Eldridge.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. McMillan. We have the video paused for a minute. I'm just going to maybe ask you some questions about that, and then we can move on from there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we have it stopped at 8:20:51. What did you see at the beginning of this clip in terms of the officers putting Mr. Floyd in the car? Can you just describe what you saw from your perspective?
Well, what I'm standing there looking at now, with where they are with Mr. Floyd on the passenger side of the car, with the trunk of Mr. Vane, other officers was trying to get some scrap, what you call hog tie. So that's what I'm engaging in right now. But
okay. So in this image right now, where it's frozen at 8:20:51, can you just point out where you are? And you said you're talking about the other officer, and I think you used the word hog tie. Can you just describe what you meant by that?
I guess he was looking for some scraps where they tie you up.
Okay. So where we have this video stopped, you were watching. Yes. Sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, you can stay right in the middle of that.
Okay. I just want to make sure you can hear me and I can hear you. I have trouble hearing with all the plexiglass and masks, so I apologize. So could you describe what you're seeing at that point?
I'm seeing Mr. Floyd on the ground.
And is anyone else on the ground?
Will you repeat that again, please?
Yeah. Is anyone with him on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what do you see in terms of the other officers?
I see two officers on the back of him, and I see the officer in the front with him. And I see Mr. Chow, that's who in the trunk of the car.
Okay. And you're, I think you said Mr. Chow or Mr. Vang. Did you know the other officer who was at the back of the car? Did you know who he was, that officer at the back?
No, ma'am. I didn't know who he was.
Did you? And you don't know his name today, do you?
What? Chow, whatever. I don't really know his name.
Okay. But another officer that you weren't familiar with at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And what about Officer Chauvin? You said you knew him, is that right?
I didn't know his name at the time, but I knew of him in the squad car and what I had said to him 5 days ago, but I didn't know who he was.
So you later realized that you knew
his name? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to back you up a little bit. Before these officers were on the ground with Mr. Floyd, and there's an officer at the back, at the beginning of this clip, they were getting him into the car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that time, you were having a conversation with Mr. Floyd. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then were you continuing to have a conversation with Mr. Floyd throughout this process?
I can't recall what's that right now.
Okay. But did you hear Mr. Floyd speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at times, were you also speaking to him?
I want to say yes.
Okay. And anything you said that's captured on camera, that would have been what you said in that moment. Is that right? Over the course of the time of your interaction with Mr. Floyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, what stood out to you about what Mr. Floyd was saying when you saw him on the ground?
When he kept saying, I can't breathe, and when he said, Mama, they're killing me, and they're killing me, that's what I kept hearing, I can't breathe, Mama, they're killing me. Then when he started saying, my body's shutting down.
And was it your voice somewhere in the middle of all this saying, get up and get in the car? Was that you?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you saying that? What were you trying to do at that point?
I was trying to help him.
And how did he look to you after this continued, when you said he was saying, Mama, and I can't breathe? How did he appear to be to you?
He appeared to be in and out with the foam running out of his mouth.
And you said you saw foam running out of his
Yes,
mouth?
white foam around his mouth and stuff.
Okay. And you said in and out. What do you mean by that?
Talking, like, you know, I don't know how, I can't really describe it, but he was.
Did you hear him talking at one point, and then did he later stop talking?
I heard him keep trying to ask them to let him up so he can't breathe. And then even I said to the officer, I said, man, he said he can't breathe. And they said, well, if he keep talking, he can breathe.
Okay. Is it okay with you if I play this clip? Okay,
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
keep playing it if you're ready for it.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Please, I love you.
You got hobble?
Tell my kids I love them. I'm dead.
Mine's in my side. It's listed. It's labeled. It says hobble. It's in the
I can't
top.
breathe for nothing, man. It's cold blooded, man. Ah, ah,
You're doing a lot of
Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone.
Well, do you want to
I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
You get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face getting bad.
Yeah, should we get his legs up?
Oh, my God.
Nope, just
Leave
leave
him.
him.
Oh, my
Just leave him.
God.
Leave him. Yep, just leave him.
All right.
I'm dead.
The clerk's still sitting on the
Whoa.
car there.
Look at my face, man.
All right. And you were describing, you said a hog tie, or you saw an officer maybe going to get one. Did you ever see the officers use any kind of tie or other type of restraint for Mr. Floyd?
No, they did not.
Okay. I'm going to take this video down. And we're going to put up another one, but I'm just going to not play it. It's going to be Exhibit 16 that's already admitted. If we could just put that up on the screen. Yes, on the jury screen as well. I believe it's already admitted into evidence. So this is Exhibit 16, which is a video clip. But there is, this is not playing. It's marked 8:20:05 is the timestamp. Do you see where you were standing in this particular image?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just point yourself out? All right. And what do you see the officers doing from your perspective on the street?
I see Mr. Lane, that's the first officer right there, that hold him down. They got his knee on his neck, between the neck and back, holding him down. The other officer really can't see around him, but look like they holding him George Floyd down also.
Okay, so you talked about, did you see 3 officers with Mr. Floyd?
Yes, ma'am. I see 4 officers all together, but 3 of them is on Mr. Floyd, one standing in the back door.
And looking at this picture, can you tell which officer was which at this moment?
The first officer is Mr. Chauvin.
Okay,
I don't know the other.
All right, so let's just stop right there. When you say Mr. Chauvin, can you tell where Mr. Chauvin is in this picture, or is it too difficult to see in this picture? All right, can you actually press that again if you're trying to point to Mr. Chauvin? Okay, so the officer that you've just identified with an arrow, is that the one you recognized as Mr. Chauvin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then there were 2 other officers you described on top of him, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a 4th officer standing at the back of the truck, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If it's okay with you, I'd like to play just a little bit of this video. Are you ready for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead. And this part of the video doesn't have audio, but does that show you in the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, do you just step back a little bit out of the frame? Is that you walking off right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward a little bit. But during this time, you're watching what's going on. You're just not on the frame of this video. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward to 8:21:30, we'll just play a little bit of this here. Go ahead. And you come back into frame there.
Let him breathe, least, man. I can't breathe.
I've been trying to tell about this. Do you see yourself back
Yes,
on
ma'am.
the screen? Okay. All right, go ahead.
So you breathe, look at my neck, man. One of my homies died today with the back police car. I'm about to die to see. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up. What do you want? I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit. Bro, get up, get in the car, man. I will. Get up, get in the car. I can't move. I've been waiting the whole time, man. Get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car right. I can't. I gave y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you can't win. My knee. You can't win, man. I'm through. I know you were a nigga, you didn't listen. I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's some water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer. Shut up. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me, man. Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get out the car.
His nose is bleeding, like,
yeah,
come on now.
That's raw right there with his feet on his neck.
Look at his nose.
You just see your knee on his neck. Yeah, you got your feet right on his neck, officer.
He ain't even resisting arrest.
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro. His whole nose is
Fall with him?
We can stop it there, please. So there's someone in that clip who says, you know, your knee on his neck, that's wrong, man, something like that. Was that you?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are also, before that, some statements about you can't win, get up and get in the car. Was that also you?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, was that what you were describing earlier, just trying to help with him? What could you describe what you were trying to do at that point?
Basically, what I'm saying is we can't win because once, like I said before, once the police get the cops on you, you can't win. So I'm trying to tell them just cooperate with them, get up if you can, get in the car, go with them, you can win.
And did he say I can't to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you understand him to be talking to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were saying, you know, your knee on his neck, what were you concerned in that moment?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Because he's started saying I can't breathe, you know, my stomach hurt. You know, he's saying things that make me believe that he's in trouble.
When you say in trouble, what do you mean by that?
He's gonna die.
Did you stay, and I'm not going to keep playing this clip, we can take it down, but did you continue to watch what was going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And eventually did you see an ambulance come?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you see Mr. Chauvin or any of the officers give any medical attention, help give CPR, anything like that for Mr. Floyd?
No, ma'am.
And did you see Mr. Chauvin or any of the officers get off Mr. Floyd before the ambulance came?
No, ma'am.
And while you were watching that, did your concerns increase over time, the longer it went on?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
It grew because when the paramedics arrived for Mr. Floyd, I knew then in my mind and my instinct it was over for Mr. Floyd. He was dead.
After the paramedics arrived and then left the scene, did you have some additional interaction with Mr. Chauvin?
Yes, I did.
And prior to today, did we show you some video clips of that interaction?
Yes, you did.
And we've marked those clips as Exhibit 40 and 41, but reviewing those two clips, did they fairly and accurately show your interaction with Mr. Chauvin on May 25th, that date?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibits 40 and 41.
Any objection? 40 and 41 are received.
And Your Honor, I'd ask to publish Exhibit 40. And before we press play, one of these videos, Exhibit 40, contains a composite, so a video showing you as well as Mr. Chauvin's perspective from his body camera. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's play Exhibit 40. And is that you walking down the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You such a man, you got to have dreams for that. Bro, you gonna fuck around and shoot yourself. That's what you gonna do. That man gonna haunt you for the rest of your life. I just like the phone. I tried to get in the car. How you doing, man? I know you. You know me from over there. That's why I ain't said that. I ain't in, bro. That was 2 weeks ago. Huh? Yeah. I just hate to get put on his neck. I know you've been sensitive, but.
So that can be, we can pause it right there, but that can be difficult to hear. What was it that you were saying to Mr. Chauvin at that time?
I can't recall, but in my mind that I said to Mr. Chauvin, in the act, I think it was like 5 days ago. I'm not quite sure, but I know in my mind what I did say to him. I think I said to him 5 days ago, I told you at the end of the day, go home to your family, say, let the next person go home to their family, say, but the dad got to look at you as a maggot.
Okay. And so your interaction continued with him in over these two clips, is that right? Did he move his car at some point?
Either that clip or the other clip. Yes, he did.
Okay. And then did you also have another conversation with him as well?
I think so.
And initially, did you remark about his foot on his neck or something to that effect?
I can't recall.
Okay, but if it's there, it would be in the videos.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, some of these can be difficult to hear. Can we put up Exhibit 41, please?
Can you advise the fire department if they're still with you, they need to go to 36th Park to assist with the patient.
But I still respect who you is.
That's one person's opinion.
But no, I gotta get him. I gotta get him in the car.
We gotta control this guy because he's a sizable guy.
Yeah, and I try to get in the car.
Looks like he's probably on something.
But I'm just saying, you know, other people looking at, but no, I got nothing bad to say about you because you respect me, I'm gonna keep respecting you.
Right.
You have a good night. You go home safe to your family. Let other people do the same.
Okay, so there's a voice that's heard. There are two voices. Which voice is yours?
The one that when I told him I'm gonna respect him at the end of the night, you go home to your family safe, and that the next person go home to his family safe.
And whose voice is the other voice?
Mr. Chauvin.
And one of the voices was saying something to the effect of, I don't respect what you did, or something like that. Was that your voice or Mr. Chauvin's voice?
My voice.
Okay. And was Mr. Chauvin's voice the other voice on that?
Yes.
And what were you trying to do at that point in time when you were talking to Mr. Chauvin? Why did you feel the need to talk to Mr. Chauvin?
Because what I watched was wrong.
And did you feel it was important to tell him that?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson. Sure.
Welcome to all our viewers from around the country and around the world. Continuing to watch our coverage here on News Now from Fox. Day 3 of the trial here. We are hearing questioning of the witness that was at the scene there of the arrest back in May, sharing his experiences, even saying when the paramedics arrived, he said, I quote, "I knew he was dead," talking about George Floyd there. And we will continue to listen here. We are going to go on cross-examination now. So Eric Nelson, the defense attorney, will be asking the questions now to those witnesses. They are talking right now in this sidebar right here, and we will continue to provide all the updates that are happening right here. But we appreciate you joining us here on day 3 of this trial. You're watching it all, Gavel to Gavel.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. And if you could take the water with you, that'd be great.
Yes, sir.
The bottle of water that's right over there.
Thank you. Mean I'm done?
You are done. Thank you for coming in. Oh, sidebar? Okay.
And another sidebar happening here. Well, we do have some time, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Counsel are going to confer on possible ways that we can streamline some of the testimony that's coming up. So it's going to be a productive break for them. Take 20 minutes, and we'll see you back here roughly around 2:40. Thank you.
Good. 20-minute break is now underway right here, as looks like they're going to be talking about ways to streamline the next sort of witnesses. So we will be featuring that for you in full, as always, when it does happen. And we're going to see if Fox 9 is going to do any coverage here in Minneapolis. They do sometimes during these breaks, but we will. Yep, looks like we have a little here, so let's listen.
When he finished his testimony, he had to take a break briefly because he really got emotional and overcome on the stand. But he finished his testimony just talking about telling the jury what he saw that day that George Floyd died, basically trying to convince George Floyd of complying with authorities. After that break, the questioning continued by the prosecution. When defense attorney Eric Nelson was asked if he would, go through with cross-examination, he said no. So that's where we are now, a 20-minute break. And I want to check in with our legal expert on hand today, Rachel, professor at the University of St. Thomas School of Law. Thanks, Paulus. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
So the witness on the stand, Charles McMillan, he was able to finish up with his testimony. Any takeaways from a law perspective?
Well, from a law perspective, the primary purpose of putting Mr. McMillan on the stand was to contextualize his comments to Mr. Floyd and to explain that he was, from his perspective, trying to help Mr. Floyd, because you can see he's one of the louder voices on the various videotapes that we've heard, pleading with Mr. Floyd to try to get into the car if he could. And so the prosecutor was asking the background that you don't hear of what was going through your head, Mr. McMillan, as you were saying that. What were you trying to do? And clearly he has his own perceptions about police. One of the things that we've seen in this trial is that African Americans have very different experiences with the police than many Anglos. And so he was explaining his perspective on that. Rather than just admit the video by itself, the prosecution was giving him a chance to explain it. Now, the defense attorney can still use the tape and Mr. McMillan's statements, both on direct examination as well as from the videotape, in his closing argument, because it's now been admitted into evidence, and he doesn't have to cross-examine Mr. McMillan to do that. He can still put his own interpretation on what those words meant.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up, that the defense could still bring up the testimony of Charles McMillan. That's very important. And I feel like today we've really gotten our fair share of different perspectives of the different video evidence collected that day. And there's quite a bit. What do you make of that? Is that something that you see often in trials? I mean, Paul Bloom, you mentioned earlier today with the case of Mohammed Noor. In that case, there was no video evidence, but here it's a lot.
It's quite a bit. And what you see is video from different angles, different perspectives at different times. And so the state is trying to give the jury as complete a picture as it can of the event itself, as well as the issue leading up to it and the aftermath of it, to try to give them a picture. I think what the prosecution doesn't want is to have any gaps in the storyline that could then be exploited by the defense. That's what's in the thinking in the head of the prosecutors here. So as full a story as they can tell from their perspective is advantageous to them. And really it's not the defense's job to tell a story. It's their job to poke holes in the state story, although I do think the strongest defenses involve setting up an alternative narrative, which we've already seen the beginnings of from this defense team.
Rachel, Paulus, thank you so much for your perspective. Really appreciate it. We want to check in now with Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who has been covering this case since day one. He's been there at the media center across the street from the government center in downtown Minneapolis. And my first question for you, Paul, is, we've heard from quite a few people today. We have seen a lot of video evidence as well. I'm curious at this point, I believe this is our fourth break, or actually it's our fifth break of the day. What have been your biggest takeaways so far?
Wow, it's going to be hard to get past and fully digest Charles McMillan there on the witness stand. Of course, the break that was sort of unexpected was him breaking down emotionally as he watched the body camera footage of the police officer struggling with George Floyd at the squad car. He was off camera for a bit as we watched from our perspective. Then they come back to him as Aaron Eldridge is to continue questioning, and he just can't communicate. He needs water, tissues, just very upset. Was trying to spit out something about having lost a mom, his mother. And Judge Cahill said, let's stop right there. They took a 10-minute recess for Charles McMillan to collect himself. So just from the human emotion standpoint, that's a moment you won't forget, right? And then I think it's important to point out, I mean, Rachel's spot on with all of her insights there that I was able to listen into on the legal side. But what was interesting kind of from my perspective as someone who has been following this case from day one was for the first time we saw clips from Derek Chauvin's body camera footage. Now, all of this is new to the jury. I get that. But for me to kind of see, remember, Derek Chauvin's body camera falls off during the struggle when he's trying to or attempting to and eventually pins George Floyd to the ground underneath his knee. But apparently, I think now I remember seeing it, he does put it back on. And there's this final exchange between McMillan and Chauvin. Interesting to note as you kind of humanize the situation, humanize the figures at the center of this case, is McMillan had met Chauvin before and apparently sort of wished him well just 5 days earlier. I didn't quite understand exactly what he said, but, to the effect of, we all can go home at night, kind of a civilian, giving some respect to a police officer and to be safe is kind of how I read it. And then all of a sudden, they're back together in this horrifying scene that unfolds over 10 or 15 minutes right in front of Charles McMillan. And it didn't sound like McMillan lipped off, but, told him he didn't appreciate the technique, the tactics, the maneuver he had just watched, the knee to the neck for as long as he did as Floyd struggling for breath. Clearly, you heard McMillan thought he was done without even waiting. And I hate to use language like that, but thought he was dead. Before even leaving with the paramedics. So that was a frame of mind when he told Chauvin he didn't appreciate it. Chauvin said, I did pick up on the audio. I'll have to go back and listen word by word, but something to the effect, well, that's one man's opinion, and maybe that there was some struggling with him. But anyway, that was the first time we sort of heard from Chauvin, seen his body camera footage. I just thought an interesting moment as someone who has been kind of following every nuance, every development in this case since Memorial Day of last year.
And so we started the day where we left off yesterday with Genevieve Hansen, the off-duty firefighter who was on the scene that day, offering her skills to help George Floyd in the situation that he was in. And then we went on to Christopher Martin, a 19-year-old who lived above Cup Foods, but he was also an employee and had an interaction with George Floyd on that day. And he was actually at the center of the alleged $20 counterfeit bill. George Floyd purchased a pack of cigarettes from Mr. Martin, and Mr. Martin said that he suspected that it was fake. And instead of accepting the $20 bill as part of their employee policy at Cub Foods at the time, was that if you accepted counterfeit bill, then you would take that. You would have that $20 would be coming out of your paycheck. So the store manager told Christopher to go outside and essentially kind of confront George Floyd, and that he did. And today we also saw surveillance video inside Cup Foods, which gave us a different perspective of what happened in the moments prior to the death of George Floyd. What insight do you have about that testimony from Christopher Martin?
Well, it's interesting because Christopher Martin, another person with a ton of regret. There's this incident where he accepts the $20 bill in that moment and regrets now that it basically initiated everything that would happen and would end up with George Floyd dead. And it's just interesting. I'll get to the answer here in a second, just as I'm putting this picture together in my head and what the jury could be thinking. These videos get played out over the course of several hours for them in the courtroom. But when you think about it, each one is just minutes apart, right? This whole episode is, 15 minutes, half an hour at most. So it's just kind of interesting to see or to think about how jurors may process all of this, because the way that the trial works out with lunch breaks and breaks, but it's all tightly compacted when you think about George Floyd alive and in the store, joking with people, having a conversation with Christopher Martin about what sport he played. He's tall. Did he play football, baseball? So just unbelievable, again, as a human being to think about alive, well, goofing around in the store minutes earlier, and then the emotion of McMillan and being pinned under Derek Chauvin's knee minutes later. But it is interesting. Cup Foods, one of our colleagues at Fox 9, did speak with a gentleman who basically has been communications liaison with the store, the corner store at 38th in Chicago, and they are sort of refuting some of what Christopher Martin said. Basically, that it wasn't their policy to make the clerks that if they accepted a $20 bill, or excuse me, if they accepted a bogus bill, that it would then come out of their pocket. That was, quote, a deterrent for clerks to be careful, not necessarily their practice. They also, remember Martin, and you mentioned, was sent outside to confront George Floyd. They said it's not their practice to follow somebody in that situation, but given their relationship with George Floyd, the store's relationship, that is, they did feel it was okay and safe and comfortable to go outside and meet Floyd at the SUV where he was kind of sitting with a couple of friends of his, a gentleman and a woman. So that's why Christopher Martin went outside. Now, Christopher testified that he did not know George Floyd personally, but basically the store is now saying that the folks at the store, the management, et cetera, knew George Floyd as a frequent customer. Though on the witness stand, let's be honest, Martin said he did not know Floyd when he went outside to try to follow up on that $20 bill. But you are right. I mean, again, another emotional testimony, regret. He tells his mom on the sidewalk right afterwards, basically, I wish I never, followed up on this situation. Maybe this doesn't happen. Another person also going so far as to erasing. He was a person who recorded some of this on his cell phone, but told prosecutors afterwards he erased it immediately. And he did that. It was interesting the way what was going through his head is he said he saw the ambulance leave in a direction that would not be the fastest way to the hospital. So his gut reaction was saying that Floyd didn't make it. Of course, we do know Floyd did go to HCMC, but in this witness's mind, he was going to the morgue, and that is what forced the deletion of what would have been even more cell phone video. But yeah, we're getting into the hearts and souls of these eyewitnesses. My understanding is Charles McMillan might be the end of the eyewitnesses at 38th in Chicago. Obviously, I don't know exactly the state's plans, but I've been led to believe that McMillan wraps up the eyewitness portions, which would make some sense, right? He's vocal out there telling Floyd he can't win, telling Floyd to comply, telling Floyd to get up. And then obviously it turns on him in the end. Obviously the other vocal folks, Genevieve Hansen and Donald Williams, the young kids on the street corner who have to watch this. So we have heard some powerful testimony from 38th in Chicago. And then during McMillan's testimony, we start seeing the police body camera video, which would seemingly be a nice transition into sort of police tactics. Perspective from the police department. So some body camera footage has now started coming in as evidence. And we'll see again if we start transitioning away from those eyewitnesses to perhaps getting a little further away. Again, as Rachel Paulos describes, the state building its case, building its narrative, telling a story. And I did want to mention one other thought piece I had before I toss it back to you, I was surprised Eric Nelson did not cross-examine McMillan at all. I know it would have been difficult. I know he can refer back and make his own conclusions during closing arguments based on what McMillan said in court. But I would just think you'd want to at least make some connection between him, your side, and the jury. But of course, that was some compelling stuff. And again, to see that last interaction between McMillan and Chauvin was really pretty overwhelming for someone like myself so plugged into this case.
All right, Paul, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Let's check in now with Fox 9's Hannah Flood, who's also been monitoring this case. And Hannah, boy, oh boy, the jury has heard from quite a few witnesses today.
Yeah, BC, it really has been an emotional day, and we've taken even a couple of breaks to kind of get back on track, get court moving again. Something I want to point out, I thought, Paul, it was interesting what he said about, the jury seeing all of these videos over a matter of hours, but really this played out in a matter of about 20 minutes. I went back and I checked my notes from the day that we were able to go down to the Hennepin County Government Center and see the body cam footage before it was released to the public. If you've been following, you might remember that's what the court decided at first, that they were going to open it for the public for people to make appointments to come in and watch the body cam footage. footage, and I looked back on my notes from that day, and it is about 20 minutes from when the officers enter Cup Foods to when George Floyd is put into an ambulance. So that just kind of gives you a little bit of perspective. You know, we're seeing all of these portions of videos play out. Even you think about the testimony yesterday, what we're really talking about is a 25 minute period of time. If you include that interaction in the store, maybe we're looking more at like half hour, 40 minutes of time that now the state, you know, is just breaking down and building that narrative and telling that story. So I want to show a little bit of the body cam footage that we saw today. And this is before George Floyd is on the ground, obviously, as police are trying to get him into the back of this police car. And that's Charles McMillan there in the black shirt and the cargo shorts. You know, and he's saying, you can hear him on video, you can hear him say, hey, give up, man, just let him put you in the car. You know, really, really emotional. Him and George Floyd are actually having a conversation, and the state asks about that a lot. You were talking to him. Did you feel like he was responding? And he said, yeah, I feel like we were having this conversation. And then a really powerful moment when we come out of that video and go back to McMillan on the stand. Take a listen.
Okay, please, man.
Can we stop it right here, please?
Mama,
Mr. McMillan, do you need a minute? Can you just explain sort of what you're feeling in this moment?
I feel helpless. I don't have a mama either. I understand him.
And you were saying, is it your voice saying things like you can't win?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you saying that?
Because I have had interaction with officers myself, and I understand once you get in the cup, you can't win. You're done.
Okay.
It's just the way I have looked at it.
So were you trying to just help him to
make the situation easy?
Yeah, right there. So that just kind of gives you an idea there of why he felt the need to get involved. You heard him say right at the end of that soundbite, I've had interactions myself, and I know once you get the cuffs on, you can't win. So that's what he was talking to George Floyd about. And you heard him say, I feel helpless. This is another witness on the stand who used almost that exact same language of feeling helpless, like they were there and they were watching. And like there wasn't anything that they could do. We heard that also from Genevieve Hansen. She was the Minneapolis firefighter who happened to be on the scene. Darnella Frazier, that woman who took the video that ended up going viral, you know, also said that. Same with Donald Williams, the MMA fighter. So really, you're in hearing from these witnesses, building kind of this common thread of this experience that you know, all of these people had out there that day watching this happen. And I think for all of us, it's kind of just a reminder of, you know, this is a murder trial. These are really emotional moments that are playing out on video, and for people up on the stand, they're having to relive those moments. We don't know how many times they've watched these videos since this incident happened. It was clear, you know, Darnella Frazier said that there have been a lot of nights that she's stayed up thinking about this. I also want to talk about what Paul talked about. This also really surprised me. This was an exchange that we have never seen before. So earlier on the stand, McMillan said that he had met Derek Chauvin recently, a few days earlier, and they had kind of had an exchange of like, hey, you go home to your family and we go home to our family, you know, kind of this, you know, hey, we're able to live in harmony, be a good guy. And then this video that you're seeing right now in the bottom left-hand corner, that's actually Derek Chauvin's body camera. It looks like he might be hooking it back onto his shirt. As Paul mentioned, it had fallen off. And then the big video is the security cam footage from outside of Cup Foods. And McMillan goes up to Derek Chauvin and kind of says that same thing. He says, hey, man, I saw you the other day and we had this exchange, kind of what happened. And this is Derek Chauvin's body camera from inside the car, and they kind of have an exchange again, and you kind of hear McMillan say something like, hey, that wasn't right, man. We just talked about this the other day. I know you. I met you. You know, what was that about? And you hear Chauvin say, hey, he was a big guy. It looked like he was on something. So that was something that we had really never seen before. I'm right there with Paul as I was kind of watching this in disbelief. You actually hear Derek Chauvin's voice on video. And it was just something that, again, we hadn't seen before. So it was kind of a new and surprising piece of evidence, and I think we can expect to see much more body camera footage. Again, the state just kind of going piece by piece with each witness of what they saw to put together this timeline, again, of about 25 minutes as far as police being there, longer if you include the exchange inside the store. So really fascinating. And again, I think we can expect to see more of this body cam footage, but it's clear today that for a lot of witnesses, this is really tough to watch. So you're thinking, you know, also of those jurors, of what's going through their mind, not only when they're watching the videos, but watching people who were there react to those videos. So I would just be so curious to hear what the jury is thinking about all of this, BC.
All right, Hannah Flood, thank you so much for your reporting. Much appreciated. And so we're going to take this time. We're still waiting for this break to be over. Court proceedings, we anticipate, are expected to resume in a few minutes. But until then, we'd like to take a look again at the testimony of Charles McMillan.
Before we play, the top screen, does that show where you're standing next to the squad car?
Yes.
And can you just point yourself out on that top screen? And then on the other video that's embedded within what's shown here, that shows the officer and Mr. Floyd at the car. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We will clear that, and then we will continue to play. Thank you.
I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic. You ain't gonna win. I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them. Man, I'm scared as fuck, man. Okay. You made a mistake somewhere. When I start breathing, it's gonna go off on me, man. Okay. Let me count to three. And I'm going in.
Pause it right there, please. All right, we're at 18:07. Now, just to sort of summarize what's happened thus far, are you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's going on in that conversation?
It's going on a conversation that I'm watching, you know, Mr. Floyd saying that he clasped over to the back seat of the police car. And I'm trying to get him to understand that when you make a mistake, once they get you a cup, it's no certain thing as being clasped over. You're going to go with them. And I was trying to get him to go. Okay,
and you were saying, is it your voice saying things like you can't win?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you saying that?
Because I have had interaction with officers myself, and I understand once you get in the cup, you can't win. You're done. Okay. It's just the way I have looked at it.
So were you trying to just help him to
make the situation easy?
Got it. So you were trying to make the situation easier. And there were some comments about, I'm claustrophobic, and then I believe there was a response. Were you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you feel like he was hearing you and understanding what you were saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And like you said, you were just trying to make it easier and help. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, again, we have this stopped at 18:07. Did some other officers arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know any of the other officers who arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you know?
Mr. Chauvin right there.
And if you can point to him on the screen, you're pointing there. So you've made a mark with the arrow pointing to Mr. Chauvin. How did you know Mr. Chauvin?
5 days prior to this happening, I pulled up on the squad car somewhere in South Minneapolis, and I seen Mr. Chauvin, and I told him, like I tell all officers, at the end of the day, you go home to your family safe, and let the next person go home to their family safe.
So you had just met him in the community a few days prior, is that right?
I had seen him in the community prior to them, but that, the day I pulled up on him, I gave him the recommendation of what I said.
Okay, so you had seen him 5 days or so prior, had a conversation with him, but you had known him in the community before that as well, is that right?
I had seen him riding through community, not knowing it.
Okay. So you recognized him as an officer in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize. I'll try to slow down. You try to slow down. We'll both take a breath. And then we'll
Yes,
move
ma'am.
on. Okay. And I'm going to try not to talk over you. Do my best. All right. Okay. So I'm going to let the video play, and then we can pause it for some follow-up. So go ahead. Thank you.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I get in the car. He know it. He know it to Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man.
Get in the car.
Okay, can I talk to you, please?
Yes, you get in this car. We can talk.
I am claustrophobic. I'm
hearing you, but
claustrophobic,
you're not
man.
working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Get in the car.
man.
Get in the car.
Put me in the front. Please.
No, you're not getting in the front.
I'm claustrophobic, Mr. Officer.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man. Please, officer. Please.
Sit.
Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No.
Take a seat.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. I can't. And I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. Come on. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm not going to lose, man. Bro, you going to die of a heart attack, man. I know I can't breathe. Get in the car. I can't COVID, man. I can't breathe.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I'll tell you.
Can we figure out what's going on?
Forgery for what? Take him out. For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you.
Get him on the ground. Get on the ground. On the ground.
My wrist. Right.
You got your restraint. Hobbled.
Can't breathe.
Okay.
I can't breathe.
I'll grab that. Get him.
Jesus. I can't breathe. Thank you. I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
they are.
Mama.
One of the front couches.
Mama.
On my right side bag.
Mama.
You're the arrest guy.
All right. Oh my God.
So now you go to jail.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man.
Can we stop it right here, please?
Mama, look.
Mr. McMillan, do you need a minute?
Oh my God.
Just take your time. Let us know when you're ready.
We'll just give you a moment, Mr. McMillan. I'm not sure if there's water for you as well. Oh, if you need a break to get some water, let me know, and we can take a break. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
And the jury has heard from a number of witnesses this morning and this afternoon. Prior to Mr. McMillan's testimony, the jury heard from Christopher Martin. He's 19 years old. Back in 2020, May 25th, He was an employee at Cup Foods.
And prior to coming into court, we showed you a video or a couple videos of the time that Mr. Floyd was in the store.
Yes.
And that is, well, when you saw that, did you recognize that as a fair and accurate representation of the time that he was in the store?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 29.
No objection.
29 is received.
Okay, and then Mr. Martin, we're going to play that for you now. And there is no audio on this, correct? It's just video. Is that right?
Yes.
And so we're just going to sit and watch it, and then I'll have some questions after the video shows, okay? Now, I'm going to pause this just for a moment right here, okay? Well, let's see if we can you click forward just a few more frames, please? Let's just keep going here for a little bit. All right, stop it right there, please. Thank you. Now, a couple things, and just for the record, the timestamp on the video currently is 7:34:57. But Mr. Martin, you don't know if that timestamp is the actual correct time that this was being taken, do you?
I do not.
All right. And there'll be ways that we can deal with that later, but you're not, well, I think you've answered my question. So if you would, in this photograph, describe for the jurors, kind of what we're seeing here in the layout of the store. And one of the things I want to let you know is in front of you, there should be a stylus like this, okay? And if you take it and see how you can draw right on the screen? So if you would, as you're just telling the jurors kind of the layout of the store, maybe just mark the screen when you're talking about the different areas of the store, okay?
Okay. So when you enter here, the next door will be right here. This is where tobacco is. So that's kind of how it's closed off. And then if you take a left here, there's a door here, and then these are all the snacks. This is where the deli is located, kind of like tucked off here. Right here is just kind of like my manager's space, usually where they are, kind of watching to see who comes in and out. And then back here, you can't really see it, but that's usually where most of the people are that can help you with your phone. And then right here in the front is just mainly where I sit all day when I work cashier.
All right. And then, Your Honor, I think you can clear the screen in one fell swoop, right? Please? Thank you. And so when we're looking, I'm going to have you identify this individual here.
George Floyd.
Okay, that's Mr. Floyd, who you'd had the conversation with?
Correct.
All right. And then this individual right in here, who's that?
That's me.
All right. And then these other three individuals are coworkers?
Yes.
All right. And so is this the area, when you're cashiering that you work?
Yes.
All right. Except when it's tobacco and that's over back here?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and then we can let it run. I'm going to pause right here for another moment, please. I see there's an individual sitting here.
Yes.
You don't have to give us his name, but is he a coworker as well?
Yes.
All right. And So it looks like even just in this frame, at least 4 coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Now, would there be a manager on duty at this time as well?
Yes.
And where would the manager be?
He would be tucked off.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for our ongoing coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. We are told that court is back in session at this moment. You have the Judge Peter Cahill, taking his seat, as well as the jurors and the defense and prosecution. And we're just waiting for a live picture in the courtroom. There we are.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give away the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Let's see. And before you begin, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
James Jeffrey Rugel, James Jeffrey, Rugel, Rugel.
Mr. Slisher.
Can I take this off?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Is it Officer Rugel?
Lieutenant Rugel.
Lieutenant Rugel. And what law enforcement agency are you with?
Minneapolis Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the Minneapolis Police Department?
Just under 32 years.
And you indicated that you're a lieutenant. How long have you held that rank?
Since 2000.
Before you talk a little bit about yourself, you understand that you've been called here today as sort of a foundational witness. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your personal involvement in this case is somewhat limited, and we're going to be offering various video evidence through you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Right. And so what are your present duties with the Minneapolis Police Department, Lieutenant?
I manage the Police Business Technology Unit.
And what is that?
Myself and my staff basically manage the technology equipment, software, systems that officers use on patrol and investigations anywhere they're doing their job.
Tell the jury a little bit about some of these systems and software and tools that you use.
For example, we have a records management system where all of our police reports are kept. And so my staff manages that system along with a software vendor. We use surveillance video, for example, surveillance cameras around the city. We manage accounts for that, advise on where cameras should be and make sure the system's working. The city uses body cameras for patrol officers and investigators. We manage the body camera program, including the video storage, which is through a cloud-based vendor, but all of the policies and stuff are enforced through our system administrators, which are part of my staff.
Fair to say, as a police department, the department generates a lot of data.
Very much, yes.
Both the written documents, video, audio, and all of these things need to be collected and stored and be able to be retrieved in a way that can be associated with a case number. Is that right?
Correct.
Before stepping into the business technology unit, I'd like you to share with the jury a little bit about your career at the Minneapolis Police Department. When did you begin?
I started in 1989 as a patrol officer, worked as a patrol officer for several years, was promoted to sergeant, and worked as an investigator doing gang cases, gun trafficking, and narcotics. Was promoted to lieutenant in 2000, and as a lieutenant, I've served as a patrol lieutenant, supervising a shift of officers on the street at a couple of postings. Served in this business technology job, and I also was the manager of our Strategic Information Center for about 8 years.
And I'd like to, for purposes of starting here, focus on that assignment with the Strategic Information Center. So could you please describe for the jury what the Strategic Information Center is?
It's what we call a real-time crime center. So it's a facility where both sworn law enforcement officers and non-sworn analysts work they're monitoring the police radio, they're monitoring cameras, they're looking at calls for service, and looking for ways to assist patrol officers in their job. So that could be anything from hearing that a patrol officer is on the way to an address on a particularly high priority call, looking up the history of that address and being able to send information to an officer so they know more about it before they even arrive. They also do a lot of assistance to investigations, looking for link analysis, trying to find suspects based on nicknames, all sorts of stuff. But they do that 7 days a week, 20 hours a day.
Fair to say, like any other business, things have changed a lot since 1989 when you started in law enforcement.
Yes, quite a bit.
We have much more sophisticated surveillance tools and data storage tools, is that right?
Yes.
When did the Strategic Information Center open?
October of 2010.
What was your involvement in the Strategic Information Center at that point?
I was on the design team that helped to configure the way it was going to work. I was the initial and first manager of the center, so I wrote the standard operating procedures, the policies, sort of created it from the ground up, along with some supervisors that worked for me.
And you served to manage that center until when?
April of 2018.
And that's when you began your position with the Business Technology Unit?
Yes.
Okay. Within the Strategic Information Center, what I'd like you to focus on for the jury is the availability of surveillance video throughout the city. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So the city has a network of public safety cameras that are placed at strategic locations all over the city. There's roughly 250, maybe a little more than that now. Typically in high traffic or areas where we expect to see a lot of activity. And those cameras are on 24/7. They're recorded all the time, and they can be monitored both at the Strategic Information Center and from places like precincts, and investigators often can monitor them or retrieve recorded video as needed.
And when you say monitor, you're talking about monitoring in real time.
Sure, you can watch them live. You can move them, if you will, pan, tilt, and zoom the cameras to zoom in on things that are of interest. Or if you know that there's an incident at a location where we have a camera, they can use the camera to try to see what's going on.
And then how do you communicate with other officers who may be on patrol and in need of this information?
There's a number of ways. The primary way would be sending what we call a switch message. So the squads have a computer in the car, and they're operating some software that allows us to send them sort of a direct message that flashes on their screen and can give them updates on the call or any other information. We can also get on the radio if we want to broadcast to a wider group. And then people have cell phones. We can call them if there's something more detailed than what you want to send in a message.
And that's helpful for monitoring in real time. You also mentioned storage and retrieval of said footage. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Describe, as the designer and former lieutenant of this Strategic Information Center, how the footage is able to be stored, retrieved, and, if possible, associated with a particular case number or event.
Sure. So we use a system called Milestone, which is our enterprise video management system. It's commercial software, but each camera feeds its images into Milestone, and they're recorded on a giant server that just holds video. They stay there for 14 days, and then after 14 days, the video expires and it just goes away. But during that 14 days, the staff at the SIC or investigators can go in and search by date and search by location. So, with the huge number of cameras we have, we can't monitor every camera all the time. There's just not enough people and your eyes would glaze over. So it's very common for an investigator to contact the SIC, the day after an incident and say, hey, will you go find the video from this corner from this time to this time and save it for me, send it to me. And so they will do that, check the area where the incident was, and get the video. It can be downloaded out of the system so that it's no longer subject to that 14-day expiration. And once it's downloaded, it's like any other video file. It's there as long as you have it.
And when you do, or an officer does download milestone video, and I think the jury's heard that term before already now, milestone video. When they download the milestone video, does that leave any kind of a electronic trail so that you can know who made the request, what case number it was assigned to, and where the incident came from?
The milestone video itself, the system doesn't have case numbers, but when downloading it, usually the file is named, including the case number. And then to store that file, rather than keep it on a person's local computer, they store it in our video cloud storage system, which is called evidence.com. And at that point, it's associated with a case number.
And the whole point of collecting the data, I suppose, is being able to retrieve it and use it both for proactive law enforcement, but also to review as evidence. Is that right?
Yes.
And so is this something that the SIC does, or officers assigned to that unit do in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, very much so.
And upon request here, were you able to review certain business records of the Minneapolis Police Department with which you're familiar to determine whether or not milestone video was requested and downloaded in this case?
Yes.
And when I say this case, you're aware there was an incident that took place on 38th in Chicago on May 25, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And was there milestone camera footage taken of the area on the date and around the time of the death of George Floyd?
Yes.
Are you aware that that footage was requested by a Deputy Chief Eric Fors in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what he specifically requested?
I believe he wanted video from the camera at 38th in Chicago from about 7 p.m. till, I'm not sure how late, maybe 11 p.m.
And based on your review of the records, was that video footage obtained?
Yes.
And that was obtained by a Minneapolis police officer by the name of Dean Kriegel. Is that right?
Yes. He was a sergeant at the SIC.
Okay. And the milestone footage with the incident that you just described, is that under Minneapolis Police Department case number 2020-140629?
Yes.
And that footage was exported and then uploaded into the MPD's evidence.com site for later retrieval. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know when, based on your review, the case was uploaded? That footage was uploaded?
Yes.
Was that 12:50 a.m. on May 26, 2020?
I believe so, yes.
And you reviewed this footage yourself, is that right?
I have.
When did you review it?
I actually reviewed it the day after the incident to see if there was video available.
Now, can the milestone footage, does the milestone footage include a date and time stamp embedded in it?
Yes.
And based on your experience using this footage, are the date and time stamps accurate?
They're very close to the same time as what would be on your phone or anywhere else.
Okay. And can those date and time stamps be changed or altered by the user?
No, one of the reasons we use Milestone is because when you download video using Milestone, it creates a sort of a secure package that includes a player and the video, and it can't be broken up, altered.
Okay. Now, we asked you to review some of this footage, and you're aware that we've had footage excerpted and marked and are offering it as various exhibits. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention then to Exhibit 42. Were you previously shown a video that you were told would be designated Exhibit 42?
I don't know if I was told it would be 42, but I've been shown some video clips, yes.
All right. And you watched it, recognized it, and believe it to contain an accurate excerpt of the original Milestone video downloaded under that case number. Is that right?
Yes.
That Officer Kriegel exported?
Correct.
Would you agree that the excerpt itself is a little zoomed in and captures various images from about 7:44 p.m. until 8:35 p.m. on the proffered exhibit?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, offer Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
No objection.
42 is received.
All right, and I'm going to request to publish Exhibit 42, but before we do that, just to explain to the jury what they will be seeing is something with which they've already seen a couple of times, Milestone footage, I guess in that format, but there's no sound, is that right?
Correct.
And we're going to be playing a segment without sound or narration that will run from 8:08 p.m. until 8:14 in about 42 seconds. Right? And so I ask that that be published now.
For those of you just joining us here on News Now from Fox, prosecution right now doing questions to a Minneapolis police lieutenant talking about the camera systems that they have available to them in Minneapolis, as we're taking a look here at this shot from the day of the George Floyd arrest. And you can see just how they're able to move things around and show this corner of Cup Foods right there. And we continue to watch right now of this footage from the camera angle here as the police go inside their Cup Foods to investigate and see what is happening there on the day of the George Floyd arrest there. Currently on the stand right now is a Minneapolis police lieutenant talking about the camera systems in the city as well as the cameras that the police officers have. As you can see there, police officers now bringing George Floyd to the police cruiser there.
All right, we'll stop there. Thank you. Now, Lieutenant, I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit 1, please. We're publishing Exhibit 1. And do you see the, familiar with the intersection here, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Right? It's 38th and Chicago.
Correct.
And you see the gas station marked Speedway?
Yes.
And do you see those small yellow icons, if you could zoom in, those yellow icons on the Speedway?
Yes.
Okay. What do those yellow icons mean?
They're cameras. One of them is our camera.
Okay. So, and if we could then just focus on the Speedway area, the two there. All right, so the perspective of that we were watching the milestone video is taken from one of the two cameras depicted in what we see in Exhibit 1, is that right?
Yes, the lower one.
The lower one on the corner of the store, that's why you catch the Speedway sign.
Yes.
Okay.
No issue.
Thank you. All right. If you could take that down, please. And now I'd like you to focus a little bit more on what you're doing these days in the business technology unit, all right? We know when you began in that job. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about what the business technology unit does with body-worn cameras?
So Minneapolis Police uses body-worn cameras. As of now, every sworn employee has a body-worn camera. My unit manages the program. So we are the primary point of contact with our body camera vendor, which is a company called Axon. When cameras are shipped to us, we set them up for use. We assign them to officers in the system. We make sure that officers are trained on how to use them. And we manage the back-end software, which is called evidence.com, where all the body camera footage is stored and retrievable and managed. And my unit also employs 2 full-time auditors who audit the body camera program to ensure that officers are following the body camera policy, that they're turning them on when they're supposed to, that they're doing the checks that they're supposed to, and that the system is working well.
And you're familiar with the Minneapolis Police Department body-worn camera policy?
Yes.
And this is something, obviously, in 1989, officers were not wearing body cameras. They weren't invented.
Right.
Right. When did body-worn cameras become more commonly used?
We started piloting them, I believe, in late 2015 or 16, and went with Axon after piloting several companies. The initial rollout was to patrol officers in 2016 and 17, and now we've finished rolling out to the entire department.
And Lieutenant, were you involved in the development of the body-worn camera policy and program?
Not so much in the development of it. I was at the SIC at the time.
In Minneapolis Police Department, body-worn camera policy is in the manual at 4-223, is that right?
Yes.
And at this time, I'm going to offer Exhibit 214, which is the body-worn camera policy 4-223.
No objection there.
214 is received.
And we're not going to publish that now because it's a lot of reading, but if you could please.
Thank you.
Sure. But if you could just give us a very high-level summary of what the body-worn camera policy requires.
Sure. So it requires that officers working in uniform always wear their body-worn camera, that they have it on in a standby mode whenever they're working, and that they activate it and record video when they're responding to a call or when they're meeting with members of the public or any other time there could be anything that we might want to review later. And so it also mandates that investigators who work in plainclothes wear cameras when they're doing certain enforcement actions like executing a search warrant and this kind of thing.
Some of the body-worn camera footage associated with this case doesn't, the sound doesn't kick in for a little bit. There's the image, but there's no sound. Can you explain why that is?
When the cameras are on but not activated, they're actually recording much like a DVR on your TV. When you press the button to activate it, that kicks on the sound and it saves the previous 30 seconds of video without sound. So the thought is that whatever caused you to turn on your camera would be captured because it was being recorded, and now the sound comes on when you activate it.
But there's safe to say there's nothing wrong with the camera and nothing wrong with the operator if the first 30 seconds is without sound. That's the way it's
exactly as it's supposed to work.
Okay. And then can you tell us a little bit about what these cameras look like and how they're actually physically attached to the officer?
Sure. They're about the size of a deck of cards, a little black rectangle. There's a number of ways to wear them. Most officers use the magnetic mount, which is basically a pretty strong magnet that goes inside the shirt, and then a mounting plate that goes outside the shirt, and then the camera attaches to that mounting plate. So when the magnet is engaged, it's affixed. A lot of them wear it either in their shirt pocket or up on high on the chest, which is where they're supposed to wear it to capture a view of everything going on in front of them.
And every officer is issued a body-worn camera. Is there a way to associate particular footage with a particular officer?
Yes, every camera has an electronic serial number. And when we issue a camera, we go into evidence.com and we find that officer in the roster and we say, this camera is assigned to this officer. And then that camera is linked to them until we remove that link.
And so much like you're able to do with the milestone, you're able to attribute particular footage to a particular officer at a particular time.
Yes.
And you've reviewed body-worn camera footage before, is that right?
Yes.
And is it generally a workable as a system? Does it capture what it's supposed to capture?
Very much so, yes.
And are you able to also associate particular footage with case numbers just like with the milestone?
Yes, so when an officer is responding to an incident and records video after the incident, we call it tagging. They tag their video with the case control number from the incident. And that way, when the video is uploaded into evidence.com, it is tagged as being associated with that case.
How long is the footage retained?
Depending on the type of video, the minimum retention is a year. For any sort of evidence thing, it's 7 years. And then for significant incidents, it could be indefinite.
And does Minneapolis Police Department provide body-worn camera footage to other agencies upon request if they're investigating a case, or a prosecuting agency if they're using that footage to prosecute a case?
Yes.
How does the MPD physically provide that footage to the agency?
The most common way is to set up a partnership within evidence.com. So for example, the county attorney, who uses a lot of our video, They have an account, they're a partner agency, and so we can share with them within evidence.com to give them access. And then they log in to the same system we are, and they can see the video we've shared with them.
Obviously, there were several police officers involved in the May 25, 2020 incident we were talking about, and Minneapolis police provided a number of body-worn camera footage to the prosecuting agency and the BCA. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the specific officers who responded to the scene of the incident that occurred from 8 o'clock in the evening to about 8:30 that Memorial Day?
Yes.
And would you agree that those officers included Officer Chauvin, Officer King, Officer Lane, and Officer Tao?
Yes.
And upon your review, does it appear that each of the four mentioned officers wore body-worn cameras during that incident?
Yes.
And you were able to associate it with the same case number you recited earlier, is that right?
Yes.
And this footage was uploaded and retained by the MPD servers, correct?
Correct.
You viewed some of the footage involved with the various officers?
Yes.
All right, this time I'm going to ask you to review a series of and to introduce and publish a series of body-worn cameras associated with particular officers in this case. And the first piece of footage that I'm going to ask you to discuss is it's marked for identification as Exhibit 47, and it is the body-worn camera footage of Officer Lane. At this time, I will offer Exhibit 47.
Any objection?
Subject to what we've discussed, Your Honor, no objection.
With that exception, it is received.
And at this time, I'll ask to publish Exhibit 47. And please hit pause. And if you could enlarge and highlight the time and date stamp, please. Oh, then I will use my glasses. All right, sir, just to draw your attention to the upper right-hand corner of the footage that you're seeing here. Are you able to see the date and time stamp?
Yes.
Okay, and it says 5/25/2020.
Correct.
Right, and the time is expressed in military time. Is that correct?
Yes.
So 20:07 would be about 8:07 p.m.
Yes.
And some change here you can see on the footage. Axon body, that's just simply the brand of the body camera, is that right?
Yes.
And then there's some serial numbers on the footage as well?
Correct.
Okay, and so again, this particular footage, Exhibit 47, is associated with Officer Lane based on the serial number that you see, and the footage begins at about 8:07, 58 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
All right, please continue publishing the exhibit. And this is that sound-free lag, right? There's no glitch here?
Right. 30 seconds in, the sound will kick in.
Gentlemen. Sorry. The driver in there?
Blue vest.
Only which one? The
Okay.
blue one over there. Which one?
Yep. Just head back in.
class. And the record should reflect that the time noted here is 8:09 and about 27 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Please resume.
Let me see your hands.
Damn, man.
Stay in the car. Let me see your other hand.
I'm sorry.
Let me see your other hand.
Please, Mazal.
Both hands.
Do nothing.
Put your fucking hands up right now. Let me see your other hand.
All right. What I do though? What do we do?
Put your hand up there. Put your fucking hand up there. Jesus Christ. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel.
I'm sorry, Mazal.
Who else is in the car?
That's my
Put your foot back in.
I'm so sorry. God dang, man. Man, I got shot the same way as I was before.
Okay, well, when I say let me see your hands, you put your fucking hands up.
I'm so sorry, officer.
You got them?
Man, dang, man.
Put your hands on top of your head.
Man, last time I got shot like that, I was
Hands on top of your head. Hands on top of your head. Step out of the vehicle and step away from me, all right? Step out and face away. Step out and face away.
Okay, officer, please don't shoot me. Please, man.
I'm not going to shoot you. Step out and face
No,
away.
I'm looking you eye to eye, man. Please don't shoot me, man.
I'm not shooting you, man.
Please, man. I just lost my mom, man.
Taking one out. Step out and face away.
So sorry.
Step out and face away.
Please don't shoot me, Mr. Officer. Please. Don't shoot me, man.
Step out and face away.
Can you not shoot me, man?
I'm not shooting you. Step out and face
Okay,
away.
okay. Please, man. Please. I didn't know, man.
Get out of the car.
I didn't know, Mr. Officer. I didn't know.
Put your fucking hands up right now.
Stop moving. Put your hands behind your back then. I'm not going to do nothing. Face in the door.
Get into the room.
Hey, you come back. Stay in the car. I'm sorry, Mr. Officer. I get on my knees, man. Oh, man. Stop resisting, man. I'm not. Yes, you are. I want to let it go, man. Stand up. Please, man.
Against the wall.
Me?
Yes.
What I doing?
We're figuring out what's going on. Drop the bag.
Figure out what's going on. Adam,
What's the problem?
Said something to him. It ain't us. We was getting a ride, sir. I just got my phone fixed. It's my ex-man. Adam know me. It's my ex.
Are you good?
He keep coming. Get my car. That's it, man. You can ask Mr. Adam. You can ask Mr. Adam about me.
Do you have ID?
I'm on 38th to Chicago. Man.
320 we're code for.
You can ask Mr. Adam about me, sir. I just came to buy the tablet, and when I bought a tablet, it didn't. He didn't work. Oh my God! He didn't even do nothing. Here you go, sir.
You have ID?
No, I don't. My name's Chauvin Hill. No, sir.
Okay.
I just came over to get my phone. You see, I don't have a purse or nothing, and my daughter is on her way to get me.
What's his deal?
I don't know. Adam knows me, sir. That's my ex. I don't know.
Why is he getting all squirrely and not showing us his hands and just being all weird like that?
Because he's been shot before. You know
Well, I get that, but still, when officers say get out of the car, is he drunk? Is he on something?
Oh, he got a thing going on. I'm telling you
What
about
does
the
that mean?
police. We have problems all the time when they come, especially when that man shoot that gun like that. It's been one.
What's your first name?
He's pretty good. George Floyd.
What is it?
He's a good guy. George Floyd, she said.
Can you spell that?
I don't know how to spell George. Sir.
Her name.
My name is, my name.
Your name, yeah.
Renee Hill.
Can you spell it?
S-H-A-W-A-N-D-A.
S-H-A-W?
Yeah, right, sir. Yeah, he okay. Mr. Adam.
Just put him in the car.
Mr. Adam.
Shawanda what?
Hill. Renee. R-E-N-E.
What's your last name?
Hill. H-I-L-L.
And your date of birth?
Is y'all coming to get me 127.75? Okay.
Okay, well, so here's the thing. Someone passed a fake bill in there.
Oh.
We come over here, he starts grabbing for the keys and all that stuff. Starts getting weird, not showing us his hands. I don't know what's going on, so you're coming out of the car. So just hang tight right here. Stay right here, please.
Ouchie,
What
man.
are you on something right now?
I'm not, no, nothing.
Because you actually
Yeah.
more erratic.
See, man, it's
Let's go.
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
Yeah, man. Yes. Yes, I was just moving earlier.
Let's go.
Man, what all right, let me calm down now. It's feeling better now.
Keep walking.
Like, okay, now do me one favor, man.
No, when we get to the car, let's get to the car, man. Come on.
Dang, man. Oh, man. God, don't leave me, man. Please, man, don't leave me, man.
Here. I want to watch that car too, so get him in.
Stand up, stop falling down.
I'm not supposed to stand up. I'm not supposed to.
Stay on your feet and face the car door.
You get a
Please. No. Please, God. Can I talk to you, man? I just want to talk to you, man. Please, let me talk to you,
Man,
please.
you ain't listening to nothing we're saying, so we're not going to listen to nothing you're saying.
Can you watch that car? Just make sure no one goes in it.
I hear you, but you're going to face the door right now.
Listen up. Stop.
I'll do anything. I'll do anything y'all tell me to do, man. I'm not a resistor, man. I'm not. You can ask him. They know me here.
Check that side.
God, man, I'm going to do nothing like that, y'all. Why is it going on like this? Look at my wrist, Mr. Officer. I'm not that kind of guy. Mr. Officer, I'm not that kind of guy.
Stop.
You please? I'm not that kind of guy, Mr. Officer. Please.
Face away.
Please, man. Don't leave me by myself, man. Please. I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
Well, you're still going in the car.
Anything sharp on you?
I won't do nothing to hurt y'all, Mr. Officer. No, sir.
Not even like a comb or nothing?
Nothing, because I don't have nothing. Why y'all doing me like that, Mr. Officer? Please, crack it through me for me and stuff, man. I am claustrophobic for real, Mr. Officer.
You got him?
Can you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'm
Remember my
cracking.
name. Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know all this was going to happen, man. Please, man. I just want my hands free. I don't know none of y'all, man. Nothing.
You got it?
Inside of your pocket real quick on your shirt. I'm listening.
And I understand that people do stuff and
All right, he's good. That's guns. There's nothing worth it.
Okay.
Grab a seat.
I'll
roll the windows down, okay?
Please, man. Please don't do that. Take a seat. I'm going in, Mr. Officer. I'm going in. No, you're not. I gotta go in.
Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Mind y'all don't believe me, Mr. Officer.
Take a seat.
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man.
Take a seat.
Y'all, I'm gonna die here.
Take a seat.
I'm gonna die, man.
You need to take a seat right now.
And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that.
Okay, I'll roll the windows
No.
down. Hey, listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down and
Please,
you pull
man.
your legs in, all right? I'll
Y'all
put the
need
air
to
on.
stop. Look at that. Look at
You're
that.
not even listening.
Look at it. Look at it.
We can fix it, but not while you're standing out.
Okay, man. God, y'all do me bad, man. Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them.
I'll roll the window down.
Man, I'm scared as fuck, man. When I start breathing, it's gonna go off on me, man.
Pull your legs in.
Okay. Let me count to three. And I'm going in. Please. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I can't stand this shit, man. He know it. Okay, can I talk to you, please?
As you get in this car, we can talk.
I'm claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but you're not working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Slide your butt over here. I'm going to pull you
Get
in.
in the car.
Get me in the front. Please.
No, you're not getting in the front.
I'm claustrophobic.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man. But my double. Please, officer. Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No, take a seat. I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. Please. I can't take it, man. I can't. I got on the ground. I'm on the ground.
Get in the squad.
I'm on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Squad.
I'm going down. I'm not going to breathe. I know I can't breathe.
I could have won. Take some oxygen back.
I can't COVID, man. I can't breathe. Please, man. Please listen to me.
Do you want to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I can't.
Okay, go what's going on.
What?
Let's take him out and just
For what?
MRE.
Man, I can't fucking breathe.
Come on out.
Look at you, thank you.
Yeah, just when you get up the...
On the ground.
I appreciate that, I do.
You got your Humble.
Jesus
Christ.
Thank you.
Stop moving.
Mama.
Yeah.
Mama. Mama.
One of the front couches.
Mama.
On my right side bag.
Mama.
Get EMS go to...
You're the best guy.
All right. Oh my God. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got hobble?
My kids, I love them. I'm dead.
Mine's in my side, it's listed, it's labeled. It says hobble. It's on the
I
top.
can't breathe for nothing, man. It's cold-blooded, man. Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing.
Yeah.
My face is gone. I can't breathe, man.
Okay.
Please.
All right.
Please let me stand.
Yeah.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
You get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face getting bad.
Here, should we get his legs up?
Oh my
That's good.
God. Oh my God.
All right. Hopefully Park's still sitting on the car there.
Look at my
He
face,
was acting very little shady like she was in there. I'm assuming so. He wouldn't get out of the car. He wasn't following instructions. Yeah, it's across the street. Park's watching it.
Please.
Two other people with
Please,
him.
I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
You can probably step it up then. You got it?
Sir, I'm showing you at 20:21 and 25 seconds, so 8:21 and 25 seconds. Based on your experience and training, do you have an opinion as to what that item is?
That's a body cam.
Please resume.
Please, man, relax. I can't breathe.
You're talking.
You're talking fine.
Deep breath.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm about to die this thing. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up.
He's got to be on something.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my dick. I can't breathe shit. I will. I can't move.
That is.
Mama.
If on a weed pipe on him, there might be something else with it. It might be like PCP or something. Is that the shaking of the eyes, right? Is PCP?
My knee. My neck.
Or their eyes like shake back and forth really fast?
I'm through. I'm back to moving. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe off
Talking. Stop yelling.
kill me. It will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen.
Come on, man. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. They'll kill me. They'll kill me. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
We tried that for 10 minutes.
Please. Please. Please.
Roll him on the side. I just worry about the delirium or whatever.
That's probably really coming.
Okay, that's false.
Yeah, I think he's just passing out.
There's all of the posts available if you could start for an assault at North 2313 Washington Street.
All right, though.
Yeah, I mean,
So far.
my knee might be a little scratched, but I'll survive. He's breathing. Hey.
Don't come over here. Don't come over here.
Up on the sidewalk.
Yeah, we need you to keep it different. Yeah, you gotta have us come on. Back off! Get off! Get off the street.
Roll him on the side.
He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? He's gonna do that on his neck, bro? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Kyle, check his pulse. Kyle, check his pulse, bro. No, check his pulse, bro. He's what is that? What do you think that is? So you call when he's doing okay? You call when he's doing okay. You call what you do. You call when he's doing okay, bro. Yes, I am. Bro, you think that's okay? Check his pulse. Now, check his pulse. Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro. Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're definitely a bum, bro.
330, EMS at Portland and 36, they were advised to
Bro, he has not moved.
You advise what?
A code 3. The college check.
Okay, that's cool. Go back. Not yet. We can see their updated location. They're around.
Here we go.
Bro, you were just moving when I walked up. Bro, you can't get up. You can't get back out. Bro, he's not fucking moving. Bro,
Not responsive right now. You guys might wanna.
right now. Bro, you're moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck. Yeah, look at that, bro. Are you serious?
You get on the car? Get another car just for God.
Let's get him on. You're a bitch, bro. How you gonna let him kick that like that? You gonna let him kick that man in front of you, bro? Huh? Like what? Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro. He's not even fucking moving, bro. Bro, you gonna just sit there with your knee on his head, bro. You a bro.
Vehicle in with the
Don't touch him.
Need this?
Let's go to 40th.
You want one of us to ride with?
Yeah.
Sir, drawing your attention then to what's been marked as Exhibit 43, which is the body-worn camera footage of Officer King. I'll offer Exhibit 43.
No objection, Your Honor.
43 is received.
Publish Exhibit 43.
Before they drive off, act like you didn't see a fake bill from the gentleman. I hope the driver in there? Which one? That blue one over there. Which one? Yep, that's right there. Okay. Something like that. All right. Squad 320, we're going to be out with Minnesota BRJ, Boy Robert John 026 at 38th Street.
I'm right here, bro.
All right, here. I appreciate that, man.
I'm cool, bro. I ain't, that's it.
Put your hand up!
Let me get over here, sir.
No, you're going to stay right there for me.
Okay. Just us, man. Me and you.
Now you got one more back here.
It's a lady.
It's a lady?
Yes, sir. Female. Giving us a ride. Trying to get a ride.
It's her car?
No, it's his other friend car, sir. She giving her and I a ride.
Yeah. All right. So it's whose car? Your friend's car, you said?
That's his friend's car. Her name, I forget. Her name is I forgot her name, but I know his co-worker, and he was giving her and I a ride. This young lady right here.
Yeah.
And I a ride.
Okay.
And we were just waiting on him or whatever.
All right. You stepped here, or what stopped you here at Cup Foods?
I did business with Adam. I was trying to buy me a laptop.
All right.
And I did buy one, but it wasn't working.
Yeah.
So he gave me my change back. You can ask him. You can ask him.
Okay. Do you have your ID on you?
I can give one. How you doing, sir?
I'm good.
I'm just reaching get this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I want to stay right here, bro.
Yep, I appreciate that.
Please,
yeah.
please. I didn't know, man. I didn't know.
Adam knows me, bro. Stay here. You take a seat in that car.
Yes, sir.
In the car.
Yes, sir.
Stop moving.
I'm not gonna do nothing.
Put your hands behind your back then.
I'm not gonna do nothing.
Face in the floor. Hey, you come back. Stay in the car. Stop resisting, man. Yes, you are. What's wrong, man?
Stand up.
Please, man.
Stand up
I
for
want
me.
to go back.
Stand up.
I want to go back, man. I ain't gonna do that. That's wrong, man.
Come on, walk with me.
This is like
Walk
I
with
was
me.
looking-
Walk with me.
My feet, man. God damn, man.
Stand up.
Why you doing me like that?
Stand
man?
up.
God damn,
Come on.
man. I just want to stop doing it.
We're trying to get out of the street here so you don't get hit by a car.
That's it, man. I was looking, man. But I ain't doing it wrong. That's all I was
Take a
saying.
seat. Sit down for me.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Officer.
sit down.
Thank you, man. God.
Sit all the way down.
Yes,
Flatten
sir.
your feet out.
Yes, sir. I will. Please, man. Please, man.
You got an ID on you?
I got one at home.
All right, what's your name?
George.
George?
George Perry Floyd. I don't know what's going. Man, that's it.
Spell it for me.
G-E-O.
Yep.
R-G-E.
Last name?
Floyd. Yeah, man. F-L-O-I-D.
F-L-O-Y-D?
Yeah.
Date of birth?
And that's I'm gonna get Tim. October 14th.
October 14th?
73. Man, I got shot last on the same way, man.
If you mind doing me a favor, just run.
Nah, man. Officer.
George Floyd. Thank you.
Man, he was looking for officer. I don't want no problem. I ain't gonna do nothing.
Man, do you know why we're here?
Why?
We're here because it sounds like you gave a fake bill to the individuals in there.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes.
And do you know why we pulled you out of the car? Because you was not listening to anything we told you.
Right. I didn't know what was going on.
You listen to us and we will tell you what's going on, all right? When you're moving around like that, that makes us think way more is going on than we need to know.
Right. And that's all I had was officer.
Gotcha, all right. We're going to put you in the back of a squad, all right?
Can I talk to you?
Yeah, we're going to sort all this out, all right?
Please, man.
That's your car key?
It's my sister.
Key fob right there?
Yes, sir. Man, I got one problem.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to that for you, all right? Stand up.
Please, man. All right. I was so messing with this. I was like, right now, I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, and look at you, you're still able to reach your side. You're making me nervous.
That's why I was feeling. I was looking at my wrist. Okay.
Yeah, I got you. We'll fix all that. We'll fix all that, but you got to walk with me.
Ooh. Ouch.
Are you on something right now?
No, nothing.
Because you acting real erratic.
Man, I'm scared, man.
Let's go.
God,
You got
man.
foam around your mouth, too?
Yes. Yes, I was just moving earlier. Man, what up? All right, let me calm down now. This is a little better now. All right, okay. Do me one favor, man.
And we don't talk about that once we get to the car. Stop moving around.
Man. Oh, man. God, don't leave me, man. Please, man, don't leave me, man. Oh, please don't leave me, man.
Yeah, just unlock the door for me.
I just beat it, thing.
Stand up. Stop falling down.
I'm claustrophobic, man.
Stand up.
I'm claustrophobic.
Stay on your feet and face the car door.
Please, man. Please.
No.
Please.
Not yet. Keep the door open. Keep the door
I
open.
don't want to talk to you, man. Please, let me talk to you.
Man, you ain't listening to nothing we're saying, so we're not going to listen to nothing you're saying.
I'm claustrophobic.
Face the door.
Please, man. I'm claustrophobic.
I hear you, but you are going to face this door right now.
Stop. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. I'll do everything, man. I'm not existing, man. I'm not. You can ask him. They know me, you know.
That side.
God, man, I'm going to do anything to get it, y'all. Why is it going on like this? Look at my wrist, Mr. Olsen. I'm not that kind of guy.
Sit still.
I'm not that kind of guy. Please. I'm not that kind of guy, Mr. Olsen. Please. God. Please, man. Don't leave me by myself, man. Please. I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
Got anything sharp on you?
I won't do the work job.
Do you have anything sharp on you?
Sir.
Not even like a comb or nothing?
No, I don't have nothing. Why y'all doing me like that? I'm please, back and looking for me and stuff, man.
Stand up straight.
I'm claustrophobic for real, Mr. Officer.
You got him?
Could you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'll
Run my
crack
hand.
it.
Stay
I
with me,
will.
man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know all this was gonna happen, man. Please, man. I just want my hands free. I don't do nothing of y'all, man. Nothing.
Here, you get that inside
And I
back in
understand.
real quick on your side?
Hey,
I'm listening.
And I understand that people do stuff and y'all don't know me.
Let's go.
Take a seat.
Okay.
Why are you having trouble walking?
Because my hands
Hold the
are
windows
hurt.
down,
We will,
okay?
please, man. Please don't do
Take a seat.
I'm going in, Mr. Oliver. I'm going
No,
in.
you're not.
I gotta go in.
Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Man, y'all don't believe me, Mr. Oliver.
Take a seat.
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man.
Take a seat.
No, I'm a tired.
Take a
I'm a
seat.
tired, man.
You need to take a seat right now.
And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that.
Take a seat.
I'll roll the windows
No.
down. Hey, listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and pull
man.
your legs in, all right?
Y'all
I'll put the air on.
God, look at that. Look
Look,
at that.
you're not even listening.
Look at it. Look at it.
We can fix this right now while you're standing out
Okay,
here.
man. God, y'all do me bad, man. Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic.
You ain't gonna win.
I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to
I'll
them.
roll the window down.
Listen to me.
Man, I'm scared as fuck,
That's
man.
okay. You made a mistake. Somebody
When I start breathing, it's going to go off on me,
Get in
man.
there.
Pull your legs in.
Okay. Let me count to three. Let me count to three and I'm going in. Please.
You can't win.
Please, I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I
Get in the car.
He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man.
in the
Please.
car.
Okay, can I talk to you, please?
Yes, you get in this car. We can talk.
I am, but I'm claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but
claustrophobic,
you're not
man.
working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Get in the
Come
car.
on, man.
Get in the
Please
car.
put me in the front. Please.
No, you're not getting in the
I'm
front.
claustrophobic, Mr. Officer.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
In the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man. Please, officer. Please.
Sit.
Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No.
Take a seat.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. Please. I can't. And I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm not going to leave, man.
Bro, you gonna die a heart attack, man.
I don't can't breathe.
Get in the car.
I can't COVID, man. I can't breathe.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I tell you.
Can we figure out what's going on?
For what?
Take him out.
For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you.
Get him on the ground. Yeah, on the ground. On the ground.
My wrist. Right.
You got your restraint. Hobble.
I can't breathe.
I'll grab that. Get him.
Jesus. I can't breathe.
Thank you.
I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
it's in the,
Mama.
one of the front pouches
Mama.
on my right side bag.
Mama.
You're the best guy.
All right. Oh my God.
It's going to go to
I
jail.
can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got hobble?
Tell my kids I love them. I'm dead.
Mine's in my side. It's listed. It's labeled. It says hobble. It's in the
I can't
top.
breathe for nothing, man. It's cold blooded, man.
You're doing a lot of
Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone.
Well, do you want to hobble?
I can't breathe, man. Please.
Alright.
Please let me stay in.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
Get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face kinda bad.
Okay, so we get his legs up.
Oh my God.
Nope, just leave him.
Oh
Just
my
leave him.
God.
Just leave him. Yep, just leave him.
Alright.
I'm dead.
The clerk's still sitting on the car. There.
Look at my face, man.
I believe so. We found a pipe.
Get out of the car.
I ain't doing this real. Please.
Parts washing.
Please.
Two other people with
Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
Probably step it up then. You got it?
Please, man, relax. I can't breathe.
You're doing fine. You're talking fine.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My body's so tired this thing. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move. Mama. Mama. I can't. I'm big.
Is that the shaking of the eyes right as PCP?
My knee. My neck.
Their eyes like shaking
I'm
back
through.
really fast?
I'm through. I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe.
Hey, don't talking. A lot of
They
yelling.
will kill me. They will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen to
Come on, man. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. They will kill me. They will kill me. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please, please, please.
Roll them on the side.
No, stand put where you got them.
I just worry about the delirium or whatever.
Last time, maybe I'm
Okay.
Started talking you there, bro. But you're talking off the ground. You're in a bum right now. You can get him off the ground, bro. You can get him off the ground. You can get a bum right now. He enjoying that. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing. You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language is changing. You fucking bum. What? Yeah, I already know that, bro. I trained with half of these bum ass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't look at me like a man because you a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
I think he's just messing up.
He's breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool, though, right? What's your...
Chauvin, the closest available if you could start for an assault at next door to 2313 Washington Street.
All right, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Good so far.
my knee might be a little scratched, but
I think that's cool, though, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You get mad. You see here, stopping his breathing right now. The dude's about to go out right now, bro. He's breathing. Bro. You just gonna choke him like that? What I do? I'm not scared of you, bro. You fucking pussy ass dude, bro. Don't come over here. Don't come over here.
Up on the sidewalk.
Yeah, we need you to keep some distance. Yeah, you got ambulance coming.
Get back off.
He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? He's gonna just right here with that on his neck, bro. Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Tom. Tom, check his pulse.
Suspect is sitting at 20 to 30 years old. The victim is crying and the suspect has a gun pointed at a good attitude.
What is that? What do you think that is? You call where he doing okay? You call where he doing okay? You call what you do. You call when you doing okay, bro.
Yes, I am from Minneapolis.
Bro, you call. You think that's okay? Check his pulse.
Check his right.
Child, check his pulse. Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
He's not Minneapolis.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're definitely a bum, bro.
About 3:30, EMS is at Portland and 36. They were advised of
Bro, he
closure.
has not moved. No.
Advised what?
A code 3.
Copy, I was just giving you their updated location. They're en route.
He's not fucking moving. Bro, he was just moving when I walked up here. Bro, you just got out and you got back out here. Bro, you just got back out here. Bro, he doesn't have to. Bro, he's not fucking moving. Bro, are you 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro. Or 987.
12 and 242, the suspect is leaving in SEC. Unknown, looks like it's going northbound. The back of the bus. 12 o'clock, do we have
Right now. Bro, he's not even fucking moving. Get off his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck. Yes, look at that, bro. Are you serious?
Third precinct sergeant to acknowledge first 29, 26, and 140.
Let's get him on this.
And we're going to stop playing at that point. And if you can take the image off the screen, please. Sir, the way the body-worn cameras work, they have an internal microphone. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's located fairly close to the officer, and you can hear, even with background noise, officers having conversations in conversational tones. They don't have to yell at each other. Is that right?
Correct.
There was also body-worn camera footage taken from the camera issued to Officer 2 Tao. At this time, State offers Exhibit 49.
Any objection?
No objection.
49 is received.
And asked to publish 49.
Don't get in the car. He know it. He know it. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man. Please. Okay, I told you to please. You get in this car. We can talk. I am claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic, man. You're walking with me. God, I'm claustrophobic, man. In the car, man. Whatever you in the car. Get me in the front. Please. No, you're not getting in the front. I'm claustrophobic. I was in the car. Okay, man. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. Get in the car. I'm not a bad guy. You ain't gonna win. Oh, man. Please, please. Take a seat. Please, man. Please. No, I can't choke. I can't breathe, Bobby. Please. You're talking. Sit down. Fine. My wrist, man. Please. Okay. Let me lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm going down. I'm not gonna run, man. Right. I know I can't breathe. I I can't breathe.
You're talking and you're oxygen not breathe.
I just had COVID, man. I can't breathe. Okay.
We're just gonna have to
want
It's under arrest right now for forgery.
I can't.
Don't know what's going on.
What?
Let's take him out and just see.
What? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you, baby.
Lay him down.
Yeah, just so we get
on the ground.
I appreciate that.
Bro, you can't win, man. Man, you worried.
Right.
You got your, you guys got one?
Strength.
Hobble.
Can't breathe. Okay. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Not moving.
Mama. Mama.
Yeah.
Mama. Mama.
One of the front couches.
Mama.
On my right side back.
Mama. Mama. All right. All right. Oh my God. I can't believe. I can't believe. I can't believe. I can't believe, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you. Get my kids, I love them. I'm dead. I can't breathe for that, man. It's cold-blooded, man.
There you go. You're doing a lot of
Mama, I love you.
Are we calling for EMS?
I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone.
Well, do you want to hobble at this point then?
I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand. No. Please, man, I can't breathe.
You get up on the sidewalk, please. One side, please.
My face is bad. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm dead. Look at my face, man. I ain't using this. Please.
Across the street, parks watching.
Please.
Two other people with
Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, I'm right here.
EMS coming code 3.
Probably step it up then.
3,000. EMS
Please, man, somebody help me.
Relax.
I can't breathe.
You're fine. You're talking fine.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't
Keep
breathe.
talking, so he's breathing.
I'm about to die in your face.
Relax.
Man, I can't breathe in my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my leg. I can't breathe shit.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
I've been wiping the whole. Get up, get in the car.
Mama.
Get up.
Mama. I can't.
Up
Is that the...
All right. My knee. My neck. I'm through.
I know you didn't
I'm
listen. You
through.
didn't listen.
I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. Get some water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer. They will kill me. They will kill me, man.
Bro, you beat on that neck, man. You get off the
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's it. That's wrong right there. But beat on that neck, man. Yeah, you got your feet right on his neck.
I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe.
Tough guy. Tough guy.
What's that?
He's a tough guy. He ain't never resisting the
You know how long you fought with him? He's being held down.
They will kill me. I can't breathe.
This is why you don't do drugs, kids.
I can't breathe.
He's talking, so he's fine. Okay. We tried that for 10 minutes.
Bum ass shit, bro. That's some bum ass shit, bro.
Y'all know that. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on your neck, bro.
He's talking, he's fine.
Bro, he ain't.
Okay. All right, we're done.
You circling
Okay,
me
we're
like
done.
in a jiu-jitsu move,
We're done.
bro. You try
We're done.
his breathing right there, bro.
Okay.
Like, you don't think that what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I trained at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro.
You did. Okay.
Right,
Then you
that's
understand.
bullshit, bro.
All right.
That's bullshit, bro. You fucking stopping his breathing right there, bro.
Okay, he's talking. It's hard to talk when you.
Bro, but you
it's hard to
get him
talk
off
if
the
you're
ground.
if
You're
you're
in a bump
not
right
breathing.
now. You get him off the
Right?
ground, bro. You can get him off the ground. You being a bum right now.
Were you here the whole time?
He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or
You
nothing.
talking now?
You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language explains it, you
Look at
fucking
him.
bum.
Bro, get the fuck off of him.
What? No, I already know that, bro. I trained with half of these dumbass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't even look at me like a man because you a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
Pass out.
That's what happens to
Stopping his breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool, though, right? What's your badge number, bro? You think that's cool right now, bro? You think that's cool though, bro? You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You getting mad? You just sitting there stopping his breathing right now. The dude about to go out right now, bro. Bro.
Okay.
You just gonna choke him like that? Yeah, I know that's what you want to do. I'm not scared of you, bro. You're a fucking pussy ass dude, bro. What? Bro, look, well, you should check on him. He's not responsive right now.
Back off.
He's not responsive.
Get off the street before you
responsive right
Okay,
now.
then you wouldn't know.
He's
Get off
not
the street.
responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro.
Does he have a pulse?
No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? He gonna just let him sit there with that on his neck, bro? Is he breathing right now? Check his
How long will we have
pulse.
this conversation?
Check his pulse.
Okay.
Check his pulse, Tal. Tal, check his pulse. Tal, check his pulse, bro. Bro, check his pulse, bro. You bogus, bro.
Don't do
you
drugs,
bogus.
guys.
Don't do drugs, bro. What is that? What do you think that is? You call what he doing okay?
Get back
You
on the
call what
street.
he doing okay? You call what you doing? You call what he doing okay?
Are you really a firefighter?
Yes, I am
Okay.
from Minneapolis.
Okay,
Bro,
then get on the sidewalk.
You think that's okay? Check his pulse.
Check his right
Tal,
fucking
check his
out.
pulse.
Get back on the sidewalk.
The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
Okay, where?
Minneapolis.
Okay,
Bro,
okay.
you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're
Check his
definitely a
pulse right
bum,
now.
bro.
All right, we'll stop publishing at 20:26:34. Officer Chauvin also had a body-worn camera, is that right?
Yes.
And based on your review, is that the box that we saw underneath the car at one point in the encounter?
Yes.
That is at Exhibit 44, offer Exhibit 44.
44 is received.
Request to publish 44.
It's a north side vehicle, Ilian Avenue.
NewsNOW code 4330 EP cancel at 2012. Response 310, cover yourself behind to the property damage accident, 1924 Chicago at subway.
I'm over right there.
Watch out until we get there.
All right, if you can take that down, please. Now I'm going to be asking you about some items that we will seek to admit without publication at this point. Officer Pluger is a sergeant at the 3rd Precinct. You're familiar with him?
Yes.
He was also issued a body-worn camera, and his footage is, there's footage that was captured of the incident that's offered as Exhibit 48.
No objection.
48 is received.
Then there's a number of still photographs that were taken from some of the footage that has been reviewed. At this time, I'm going to offer these without seeking to publish, kind of in a group. Offer Exhibit 57, still photograph from Lane's body-worn camera at 20/30/41. Yes, sir. Is it on your thumb drive? I think in the first batch. One moment, Your Honor.
I can just take a look at it on there.
Or you can bring it up and.
No objection.
57 is received.
Offer Exhibit 58, Lane's body-worn camera at 20/30/43.
No objection.
58 is received.
Offer 59, Lane's body-worn camera 20/30/47.
No objection.
59 is received.
Offer Exhibit 60, Lane's body-worn camera 20/30/59.
No objection.
60 is received.
Offer 61, Lane's body-worn camera 20/31/32.
No objection.
61 is received.
Offer 62, Lane's body-worn camera 20/33/12.
No objection.
62 is received.
Offer 63, Lane's body-worn camera 20/34/11.
No objection.
63 is received.
Offer 64, Lane's body-worn camera 20/35/08.
No objection.
64 is received.
Offer 65, Lane's body-worn camera 20/35/20.
No objection.
65 is received.
Offer 66, Lane's body-worn camera 20/37/18.
No objection.
66 is received.
Offer 68, still from Tao's body-worn camera. Oh, this is not military time, 8/32/59.
No objection.
That was 68.
That was 68, Your Honor.
68 is received.
Offer 69, Tao's body-worn camera at 8:32 and 6 seconds. I'm sorry, 8:33 and 6 seconds.
No objection.
69 is received.
Offer 70, Tao's body-worn camera at 8:33 and 20 seconds.
No objection.
70 is received.
Offer 71, Taos body worn camera at 8:34:48.
71 is received.
Offer 72, photograph from King's body worn camera at 20:33:57.
72 is received.
Offer 74, Lane's body worn camera 20:38:22.
74 is received.
Offer 195, still photograph from defendant Chauvin's body worn camera at 20:18:18.
195 is received.
Offer 196, Taos body worn camera at 20:18:30.
196 is received.
Offer 197, Taos body worn camera at 20:18:40.
197 is received.
Offer 237, photograph from King's body worn camera at 20:17:45.
237 is received.
Offer 238, Chauvin, defendant Chauvin's body worn camera at 20:18:18.
238 is received.
Offer 239, Taos body worn camera 20:18:40.
239 is received.
Offer 240, King's body worn camera at 20:19:27.
240 is received.
Offer 241, Lane's body worn camera at 20:19:53.
241 is received.
Offer 242, King's body worn camera at 20:23:50.
242 is received.
Offer 243, Lane's body worn camera at 20:26:33.
243 is received.
Offer 244, King's body worn camera at 20:26:55.
244 is received.
Offer 245, Lane's body worn camera at 20:28:23.
245 is received.
Now to exhibit 248, Lane's body worn camera at 8:27:41.
248 is received.
Yes. And then one final body-worn camera exhibit to offer and for publication that's relatively short, Your Honor. Exhibit 45 is another segment of defendant Chauvin's body-worn camera.
Any objection?
No objection.
45 is received, may be published.
Seek to publish 45.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win. Go on, get in the car. I get on the ground, anything. Go on, get in the car. Get in the car. He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man. Please. Okay, can I talk to you, please? So you get in this car, we can talk. I am claustrophobic. I'm hearing you. You're not working with me. God, I'm claustrophobic right there, man. Get in the car. Get me in the front. Please. No, you're not in the car. I'm claustrophobic, Mr. Officer. Get in the car. We're going to pull you in. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. Get in the car. I'm not a bad guy. You ain't gonna win. Please, officer. Please. Please, man. Please. Pull him in. No. You can't just see. Pull him in. I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please. Please. Fine. My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. No, I can't take that, man. I can't. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm I'm gonna lay on the ground, bro. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm going down. 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 I'm not going to
And then we've reached the point where, based on your experience and observation, that the camera is now on the ground underneath the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness.
All right, Lieutenant Rugel, you just have a seat. There's some other things we have to deal with. But members of the jury, we're going to excuse you for the night. And so we are going to be in recess as far as you're concerned until roughly 9:15 or 9:30 tomorrow. Simply follow the sheriff's deputy's instructions, and we will see you tomorrow. Be seated. All right, Mr. Nelson, did you want to proceed? Record should reflect we're outside the hearing of the jury for an offer of proof. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Your Honor, as we discussed previously, the state has shortened certain body-worn cameras. I have, as an offer of proof, more extensive copies of both the milestone as well as the body-worn cameras. For purposes of the offer of proof, I do have a few questions for Lieutenant Rugel.
You may proceed.
Lieutenant Rugel, in terms of the milestone cameras, during the course of viewing them, we see the camera turning.
Yes.
Someone was operating that camera at that time, correct?
Correct.
So someone was monitoring the camera and they were the ones that were turning it?
Yes.
And then when you saved that footage, or when the MPD saved that footage, that was not something that was happening. It was recorded, essentially, right?
Right. Once it's recorded, you can't change it.
Now, as far as the clip that we saw, you'd agree that that's a shortened version of the entire piece of evidence that was gathered by the MPD?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the software capabilities of the milestone camera, you're familiar with how that operates?
Yes.
And you would agree that the software that runs the milestone is different than the software that was used to show that clip?
Yes.
Okay. For purposes, Your Honor, if we could show the witness or even display it since the jury's not out. But even in terms, this is what the player looks like for the milestone system?
Correct.
And you are able to go through this, excuse me, you were able to scroll through the time that was saved?
Yes.
The pink bar at the bottom, would that indicate the time that was saved?
Yes.
And anything that happened prior to that where it's black or subsequent to that where it turns black again would be gone, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you can also, this player also has some other capabilities such as zooming, right?
Yes.
So we can actually take this and move the camera around. Correct?
Yes.
So it has like this compass rose that allows you to manipulate where the camera is, as far or where the image is enlarged within the original video.
You're zooming within the video now,
Right.
as opposed to with the camera.
Okay. You also have the ability here to play it in different speeds.
Yes.
Is that correct? So I could play it at as high as 16 times the original speed.
Correct.
So it goes much faster, as we see on the screen.
Yes.
As well as we could slow it down to as much of quarter time, right?
Yes.
All right. So if I just put this back to regular speed and then scroll, for example, you can actually zoom this in or zoom it out, as we discussed earlier,
Yes.
as well as manipulate the angle to see as much of whatever was captured within the field of the camera's vision, right?
Yes.
All right. And the total time that you gathered was from approximately 7 o'clock p.m., I believe, until you said about 11.
I think that's what it was, yes.
All right, let's just verify. And so, as far as, scan this over here. 10 p.m.
Yes.
So from 7 to 10 to 3 hours, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, with respect to the body-worn cameras, does the MPD also maintain the? We can turn the screen off, Your Honor. Does the MPD also maintain body-worn camera footage for the Park Police, or does Park Police have their own unit that does that?
They have their own system.
In terms of the body-worn cameras, when an officer is on duty, there are certain circumstances under which they can shut them off as their, whatever the policy is, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're familiar with the policy.
Yes.
But there are certain times that officers are required to have them on as well.
Yes.
Right? And so an officer may, in the course of interacting with his partners or talking with various people, he or she may turn off the body-worn camera at a certain time, right?
Yes.
And then once the circumstances change and they're required to turn their camera back on, they hit it, and every time they turn it off and on, it creates a different segment of video. Is that
correct? With a buffer.
With a buffer, with a 30-second buffer each and every time.
Yes.
And so when we're watching the videos and we see that first 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden you see them hit it, and that's when the sound comes on. It actually goes backwards 30 seconds, right?
Right.
Okay, but sound would not be captured.
Not during the buffer, right?
The 30-second buffer. But so when an officer routinely handles a call and they go to save that body-worn footage, it's not always necessarily one continuous video segment. It may be several segments, right?
Correct.
And in this particular case, I believe with respect to each of the 4 officers thus far, there were multiple segments of each officer's body camera.
I know more than one. I don't.
Right.
Sure. Yes, I think so. I think so.
I'm not. I could look and give you the specific numbers, but so if we look at a file folder that has Mr. Chauvin's body-worn cameras, and there were 3 segments, that would be representative of 3 times that he turned it off and on.
Yes.
And they all would have the same case number, and each officer may have more than one segment of time captured.
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions for the purposes of foundation. Your Honor, for the record, I have a flash drive for the court's consideration that contains the totality of the 4 officers' body cameras. It has the totality of the milestone system. Let me ask you one quick question, Lieutenant. I apologize. The milestone camera, in order to operate that, it appears from the instructions you actually need to save it onto the desktop of a computer. Are you familiar with that?
To operate it?
To run that player?
You mean downloaded video?
Yes.
To someplace, yes. You need to save it.
Okay.
You can save it to a thumb drive, and then we put it up into evidence.com.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is, like, when I get it, I got a specific instruction that I had to save it on my desktop in order to run the player. Have you heard that?
I believe I've run them from a thumb drive.
Okay. I wasn't able to do that.
Okay.
So for the court's consideration, I would suggest copying. You may find it easier to run the milestone if you save it onto your desktop. I would note, Your Honor, and I don't know if the state is intending to object as on foundational purposes, but it is the defendant's intent to call Peter Chang, the Minneapolis Park police officer. On the thumb drive also is Peter Chang's body-worn cameras. If there are foundational objections, I would appreciate knowing that. Alternatively, you may want to view that if there are admissibility objections.
You can object on foundation grounds?
I don't anticipate that, Your Honor. Let me review the issue, but I don't see a reason to object on foundational grounds, but substantively, there will be some objections.
All right, and when do you want to deal? This is for your case, correct?
It is for experts, both with respect to use of force considerations as well as medical issues.
All right. When would you like to actually argue this? Tomorrow morning, or
is today Wednesday?
Thursday or Friday is fine with me.
Could we do it Friday morning, Your Honor?
Sure.
And then
Let's do that Friday at 9 a.m. then.
At 9 on Friday?
Yes. I don't think it should take longer than that. Okay. Anything else for the record, though, before we adjourn?
Only that I'll offer the thumb drive as a court exhibit for purposes of consideration.
Yeah, we'll mark it as a court exhibit, essentially for an in-camera review or as an offer of proof pursuant to the motion to admit the entire.
And Your Honor, then just for the record, I think that this was initially posed as an objection to our exhibit, and you received that those exhibits subject to that objection. It seems that this is more of an affirmative offer in his case, and so I'd ask the court to overrule the objection and receive all of the exhibits we've offered today substantively.
With respect to the objection that I did make earlier, it was just to note I have no objection to the court receiving those items formally, but I would also be offering these.
All right. I'll receive all the exhibits that were provisionally received as formally received, and we'll deal with the admissibility of the new court exhibit and its components on Friday at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record?
No, not for the state. Thank you.
Lieutenant, thank you.
Thank you.
You can step down. All right. We're adjourned until, do we need 9 o'clock? Let's do 9 o'clock tomorrow just in case any motions pop up in the meantime. 9 o'clock tomorrow, 9:30 for the jury is most likely. Thank you.
All right, so once again, things wrapping up in Minneapolis as we continue to keep you up to date on the latest in the Derek Chauvin trial. Remember, we have you fully covered here, gavel to gavel. And I do want to bring in one of our legal experts. We do have Ben Taylor here with us this afternoon. So, Ben, what I want to start with is kind of those items that were just happening in our courtroom. You know, what were some of the things being discussed? They dismissed the jury, so obviously this was just kind of more some more motions to take place in the courtroom.
Exactly. When you want to discuss certain pieces of evidence, you want to dismiss the jury because you don't want to taint or prejudice the jury in regards to certain pieces of evidence. So in order to get evidence in, you have to lay the foundation. So that's what the prosecutor and the defense attorneys were talking about is about laying the foundation of getting certain pieces of evidence in and getting certain pieces of the body camera evidence and video evidence in. So they wanted to discuss that because the judge is going to be able to deny or grant the motion of whether or not some certain evidence is coming into this trial. But you argue those motions prior to, and not in front of the jury, because you don't want to be battling about what evidence comes in and what evidence doesn't come in front of the jury. So these arguments are argued prior to coming to the jury. So you heard the judge say, I'm going to set a hearing on this Friday in the morning. So these lawyers are going to come in prior to the jury showing up and argue the motions of whether or not what evidence comes in and what evidence doesn't come in. Once the judge makes the ruling, the judge will decide what evidence can come in as far as certain video evidence and what evidence cannot come in.
Now, we saw once again Eric Nelson. He's the defense attorney who's been the only one doing the questioning on the defense's side. He once again had dismissed a witness without doing the cross-examination. What's kind of the reasoning behind possibly not going and questioning a person on the stand?
I mean, earlier today we saw from an older gentleman, and he was very emotional. He started crying. He had tears down his eyes. Our understanding is one of the jurors today even got sick themselves by seeing the evidence. So the defense attorney, what he's trying to do is he's trying to get these witnesses that are not favorable for him off the stand as quickly as possible. Some people are wondering, why isn't he questioning these witnesses? Why is he going after them? However, you can't go after witnesses who are very sympathetic to the jury. You can, but the key to any jury trial is to have the jury like you as an attorney and have the jury like your client. So any witness that's very emotional, the key to this is to get them off the stand as fast as possible. Because as long as this person's on the stand, the juror is able to watch and see this person, and they're just seeing this, and it's a reminder over and over what this person testified to. So you have a case where the witness has hurt your case, like earlier testimony of all these emotional witnesses and a grown man crying and jurors are getting emotional. The best thing to do is to get him off the stand and have him go away. Because if the defense attorney were to go up there and cross-examine him, it might not be as pretty as the defense attorney wants, and he might anger the juror. And that's the one thing you don't want to do, is get the jury mad at you or angry, because the jury is the one who can decide the case, and you want the jury to vote for your client at the end of the day.
That's right. And lastly, I just want to touch on, we've been seeing the same video over and over, just all these different angles from these different body camera videos. So what's the point to having all of these different angles of the same thing over and over again being played in the courtroom?
So you saw a police witness earlier today who's from the police department who works into pretty much your IT department, your computer department. And his job, the prosecutor called him to the stand, was to explain how body cameras work and to explain how other cameras that are on light poles and throughout the city works. Because in order to get this evidence in, you have to, what you call, lay the foundation. So lay the foundation is the legal term, meaning you can't just throw evidence in there. You can't just show a camera. You can't just throw it in there. You have to explain how this evidence came about. So his job was to explain, this is what a body camera is. This is how a body camera works. You heard him testify about how when the body camera is initially turned on, it's a delay of 30 seconds of silence. So that way the juries are not wondering, like, what's going on? Did somebody tamper with the body camera? No, he's explaining to the jury that when you turn the body camera on, there's a 30-second silence. So that's normal. So don't be dismayed if you don't hear anything or heard silence. So that's what this gentleman was explaining from the IT department, basically from the police department. So his job is to explain that to the jury so that way they understand how these body cameras work. The reason why you have different angles of body cameras, because the prosecution wants to show you the various angles of a case. And this is very unique because, a long time ago, before we even had body cameras, you didn't have this evidence. So the world gets to see the latest and greatest of evidence, and body camera evidence. This is something new over the last couple of years, and you're able to see each and every officer's view and perspective. Right now, all we've seen is that one cell phone video played throughout the whole world. Now we're getting to see video from different officers' angles and video from the store and video from cameras on light poles. So this is very scientific, and you need somebody like this gentleman this afternoon to explain to the juries, and so that way the whole world will understand why these cameras are effective and why these cameras can capture and how these cameras work. So that's what the main perspective was today. But the jurors are able to see different angles. You see this afternoon, you're able to see various angles from police that we had never seen before. And these videos are very powerful to the jury because ultimately the jury wants to know what happened. And a witness can lie, people can exaggerate, but a body camera and a camera, that's the biggest witness and that's the smartest witness there, because a camera cannot lie. You see it with your own eyes and you can judge based upon what you hear and see based upon the camera.
Yeah, and I like what you said there. You know, you want to display every single vantage point that you do have available to you, and that's what they've been doing here in the courtroom. And we saw it even this morning with the in-store cup food videos. So we did clip that for our viewers too. And just want to say thank you again, Ben Taylor, for jumping in here with us, giving us some of those inside the courtroom details here, and joining us on News Now from Fox.
All right, thank you for having me.
All right, and don't forget, we're going to continue to have you fully covered on the George Floyd trial all week long, and especially until those gavels go down from start to finish each and every single day. I do want to jump to some breaking news that we have for you guys. So we do have actually a chase happening. We do have California Highway Patrol in pursuit, and we do see there that white Chevy